slain an enemy. Shut down. Blue team, double kill.
everyone is playing, you're not yet. EWC Play is your all-in-one platform to compete in fantasy, pick'em, and quests for a grand total of $300,000 in prize pool. Build your dream fantasy team in 5 different games and track your score with live results tables. Predict the winner of every game, every group stage, and every tournament.
この器は我のものじゃ。わしのじゃ。楽しいのう、呪いの家。そうかいじゃの。見つけた。わしのじゃ。楽しいの呪いの家。早く戦うぞ。待ちくたびれたわ。無駄じゃ。これから人間にとっての地獄を見せてやるからの。早くしろ。我は待たされるのが嫌いじゃ。なんじゃ貴様、ぶち殺されたいのか。
たぜ。どうなっても知らねえぞ。
めんどくせえ。行くぜ。やだやだ。これがターボババアの力かよ。なえるぜ。許さねえぜてめえはよ。やれやれ本気出すぜ。ももちゃん会いたかったぜ。強くならなきゃ。もっと強く。そういうことかよ。おっと悪い。
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.
The human body was built to move, not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
We book Esports World Cup up.
It is Elimination Day here at KWC at the Lenovo Legion Gauntlet. We are ready in Paris to send some teams through to the knockout stages and, unfortunately, to crush some keys. Which side will you be, on Valor or on the Glory side? Who will reign supreme? We're going to find all of that out in a moment. So everyone watching at home, welcome. It's amazing to have you. My name is Rainday. I'll be your host on this stage for the next 4 or 5 days as we continue down into the amazing action that we've got on display. And by continue, I mean that this has already been occurring. So you know these familiar faces sitting next to me. Isaac, Holler. Isaac, how you feeling, man? It's great to be here. Great to have you guys and to start getting into these elimination games.
I'm telling you, man, it's just different just to be right over here on this end. It's just a different thing. Like, I get to start over here, hear Rainday just open the whole show. It's a different feeling, man.
Yeah, it feels very weird as well. I mean, the vibes are very different, but we're, of course, very happy to have you on the English podcast here, Rainday, as we continue on in these the groups.
Yeah, it's amazing to be here, and everyone watching at home, I'm going to be learning, and for those who are tuning in, that's the point of these big tournaments, right? You get to see new faces, new people who are interested. Hey, what's going on? Let me check out what's happening at KWC. I'll be right along with you, kind of serving as your voice to help these guys tee up the stories. And speaking of that, I'm not the only one who is going to be teeing up some stories. We've got some other faces you'll be seeing throughout the week, and of course, you know them by now if you've been watching. It's Chris and Sky.
Bonjour, everyone. Good morning here in Paris, and I'm Sky, the game reporter for the KWC 2026. Hello, 大家好，我是田云. This is my first time in Paris. Look at the scenery over there. We can see the hotels and basically everything in Paris. So excited. I'm eager for an ice Americano right now. Let's enjoy our time here. It's so romantic. Oh, okay. Who are you? Sorry. Why are you staring at
Chris,
me?
I'm just hanging out here on the rooftop. No.
All right.
No, I'm Chris. I've been here for 4 weeks already, and
oh my God.
I'm sick of the sight of the place, frankly. No, we're not. We're very much enjoying Paris. But I'm going to be a club championship reporter, so all the other games that are going on the other stages, we're going to be covering what's happening there to do with the club championship. We've got a huge prize pool to cover the club championship trophy at the end of our 7 weeks. I'm covering what's happening on that side of things. There's a lot being going on before you guys got here as well. I'll be keeping you all up to date with that. But yeah, I know. I feel like I've stared at this view. I've been on here with a camera.
Where is the Eiffel Tower anyway?
The Eiffel Tower's miles away. I don't know. I was staring at
this
big pyramid thing. I don't really know what it is. But no, it's been a really good time so far. Really excited to see how Honor Kings does this week.
Yes, of course. Because it's a very important day for us. It's a very last day for the group stages. We have 4 amazing best of 3s, and they need to fight for the final 2 seats, make it to the final 8. And what's more, you have to stay tuned because everything happened after that. We're going to be having a playoff draw ceremony, which will be so amazing to watch. You have to be here. Promise me.
I'll be there. Don't you worry. But guys, let's get into it. Let's start day number 1.
Is that the side stage for the Louvre? I mean, where is that? I don't know. I hope we can get Chris and Sky back. You'll be seeing them throughout this week talking about all the points. And Chris will be talking mostly about this, the Club Championship rankings powered by Aramco. We get this leaderboard every day. We'll keep you up to date with how these organizations are doing. Team Falcons currently in the lead, and their story, Holler, it's one that pretty much everybody knows. Back-to-back champions going for a 3rd.
Yeah, they're still up on top. I think that until any other team is able to kind of overcome the lead that they might have, I mean, we still have yet to play many games here.
That's true. Team Vitality, AGAL, they're all competing, Isaac, so some chances to move up in the points.
So Team Vitality today is going to have an amazing challenge, man, because if they are to win and they keep moving forward, they can just stack a lot more points over there in the ranking.
That was a great segue, because of course, as you have to win to move on, those who win have to unfortunately create someone who loses as well. And that's where these keys get crushed. The special that we have at EWC going through these last days of competition, Isaac, it has been tough. It's always tough to see your dreams dashed.
And it is just one of the things that we love about EWC, right? Like just like how it signifies your dreams being crashed just by the key just being pushed under there. Like the moment that the key just crashes, you know that you need to start heading back home.
Yeah, and that's the unfortunate part. I think that all the teams that do have it crushed, I mean, their souls are crushed, everything, their ambition and all of that. I mean, hopefully they are able to bounce back to next year.
There's a learning experience involved in it, right?
Yes.
And we've seen this, and as esports grow, and as you get into 7 years, 9 years, 10, 15 years, those people, those players who have experience start to make a major difference. Then, of course, there's always the young guns, the dark horses. We've seen plenty a moment where that is the case. We'll see if that's today as we start heading into our tournament bracket. AGAL have already advanced into the playoffs. They are looking like a team to beat. Of course, Blacklist International awaiting the winner of Team Vitality and MIBR Los as we head into the next side of the bracket, Group C. We also have a qualified team already in the playoffs from the winner side. That's KSG. And then Revenant X-Bark and BRU are going to be facing off to see who gets the opportunity to face off against Virtus Pro, Isaac.
These two first matches are just going to be everything that we want to see from Honor of Kings, man. Like about these KWC 2026, it's going to be very leveled. It's going to be really hard for us to really say who's going to come up with the upper hand before the game starts.
Yeah, and actually going into this one, if you check back into those like the brackets right there, some of these teams didn't really have that opportunity to really shine as of yet.
Yeah.
So we have to see exactly how these games are going to go today.
And in one of the points you were making in the green room, you guys are filling me in on some of these teams have played a bunch. Some of these teams have only played one game up before today.
Yes,
so
exactly.
that'll be an element too. It kind of always is in sports. You and me, we're talking football.
Of course.
You know, when you're warmed up, when you sometimes make it through that gauntlet, you do have a chance to come in prepared, having learned something different than the teams who have been kind of patiently waiting. As you guys can see, what we're going to be looking at today are 4 matches. Walk me through just the general awareness of how this tournament has gone up until now.
Revenant X-Bark, only one game, man.
Just
but the problem is that they came in and they played against one of the strongest teams that we have. And then today is going to be their last opportunity, man. Like they need to play one game. But then BRU, on the other hand, since day one of the play-ins, they've already got stacked experience. They got games in there. They are already like on point. So for RNTX is going to be a little bit harder, I believe.
Definitely harder. They didn't have the opportunities like BRU had, where they had moments in the play-ins, and they were able to play some games. They were able to essentially warm up here.
That is a great point. It leads us to our first match of the day, gentlemen. It is going to be RNTX, Revenant X-Bark, going up against BRU, Buram United Esports. That will be our first matchup. Remember, everything about this means you're either winning and moving on for another chance, and ultimately the final chance to make it into the knockout stages, or if you lose, your key is getting crushed and you're going home, Holler.
Yeah, nobody wants to be going home, especially at this stage of the game. I mean, if we're looking at the BRU side, it looks like they're kind of walking in at this moment, but these are guys that have had some experience elsewhere, right? They've come from, they have players from the IKL, PKL.
Yep.
They've also had some other members that are from AOV that are very able to kind of shine on this international stage here.
I believe when you think about RNTX, is it luck or unluck? Are they a lucky team or an unlucky team? Everyone could debate for both sides, man.
Yeah.
They're very unlucky because they came in, played against KSG. There was no way they were beating them. Let's be realistic.
Yeah.
On the other side, they're very lucky. Not all the teams around the world get to play against the best of the best. It's a learning experience for them. They get experience. They get to see how KSG plays. They go back and they have experiences that they can actually build on.
I like that point. I mean, when you play the best and somebody who's going to be competing for the KWC opportunity to lift that trophy, you do learn something.
Yeah. Anytime you play on the international stage against the other regions that you might not normally play against, you're going to get a lot of experience, right? And I think that's going to help all of the teams. Of course, playing against those KPL teams, that's a whole nother story.
But not everyone gets to play against KPL teams, and that's super important.
Yeah.
This is the KWC 2026. This is the best opportunity for them to actually have that chance. It is not an everyday thing.
It's invaluable. I had an analyst who said he would pay a team at a high level, like Falcons, a Liquid, something like that, to sit and listen to the comms, to see how they approach the game, because it'd be that valuable to him.
Of course.
Obviously, from the player side, you're hoping that as well. As we take a look at the players coming in, we saw it was RNTX coming in as well, and to introduce their players here on the side scroller, from Deadshot to Candy to Senpai and even Crowley, we had a chance to talk about their hopes coming into this one. Will they be able to turn up the heat for this very important knockout game? Of course, Crowley had his thoughts on that one.
Hey guys, I'm Sky. I'm here with Crowley from Radamans. How are you feeling right now?
All good.
Are you excited?
Very excited. This is my first main stage game.
Yep.
So looking forward to it.
Yeah, how do you think about your opponents though for today? What's their game style? What tactics they want to play?
I mean, they're an AOV team.
Yeah.
So we've seen some of their games. We think we know how to counter them, but we'll have to see in the match. Yeah.
Oh, you definitely have some lesson learned throughout the previous loss, right? So what is the must thing you have to do in today's matchup so that you can secure the win to your team?
I think for me and my team, personally, we didn't get to play the game last time around. Like, we gave the opponents too much respect, I think. For this time around, the one thing that should change for our team is just play our game and not think who's in the opponent team, basically.
Okay, how's the mindset? Like everyone, are they as relaxed as you? Everyone from your team?
I hope so.
Hopefully you are in the same like atmosphere, right?
Yeah.
So I can feel from your things that you were giving me feedbacks, you're very confident about today's matchups.
I mean, me personally, I'm always confident. Like, whatever happens, it's a game. There will be a winner, there will be a loser.
Yep.
But it's important, what we prepare is what we show. And if that's what we do, I'm okay with it.
Yeah, that is a very, very good mindset. So, are you confident do you have any specific scores you have in mind of this best of 3?
Personally, I hope it's a 2-0. I don't like to see the other team winning. But if it goes to a 2-1, as long as the 2 is in my favor, I don't mind.
Wow, you're giving me so much to be witness for. So thank you so much for this and good luck on your plays, okay?
Thanks.
Good luck. And this will be at Take It Back Studios. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Sky. Great to hear from Crowley, and essentially said that he hopes the ball bounces their way and that his team is as relaxed as they can be. Howler, how do you feel about their chances here coming into it?
I think that this is probably the greatest test for them, right? In terms of like competition level, I think that BRU is about their level, right? And I expect that, again, with Crowley's experience from other games, bringing it all in, plus now we're talking about also Jingtian being played in the jungle. I think that their expectations are definitely higher for them. Plus, let's talk a little bit about the farm laner here. Senpai, also a guy. I've heard a lot about him. They're calling him the prodigy from India.
Ooh, the prodigy.
That's a big name, man. I'm so sorry. That's a lot of pressure to put on to one person to be the prodigy of something. I've never been a prodigy on anything, so I don't know how it feels like. But I can imagine that it is just a complete amount of pressure different. I want to talk a little bit about Jin Qian because for me, from what we saw in their game against Kuaishu Gaming, it was the best player in their roster. He starts with the whole identity of what RNTX wants to do, which is invading. First minute, the Jin goes in, tries to take the buff, but then he does not come out. Why doesn't he come out? And this is something very important. Crowley decides to go to the bottom lane. He decides to go and support his farm laner instead of coming in with the Jing. So they have the ideas, but the execution is still something that they need to polish.
Being on the same page as well, that's so important. That high pressure early engage, something that RNTX hopefully can pull off, but they're not going to be doing it easily because BRU stands in their way and they also want to advance into the next round. Of course, BRU, they have had a great run, and as usual, coming into this, everything is on the line. We had Sky have a chance to catch up with them prior to this match as well.
Hello guys, I'm Sky. I'm so happy to be joined by the two gentlemen beside me for the pre-match interviews. So, hi, No. How are you feeling today? Are you excited or are you relaxed or something like that?
ก็วันนี้นะฮะรู้สึกยังไงบ้างครับว่ารู้สึกดีใจไหมที่จะได้แข่งแล้วหรือว่ารู้สึกตื่นเต้นบ้างไหมครับผมก็รู้สึกดีใจครับที่จะได้แข่งครับ
Yeah, very happy and excited to play out today.
Oh, of course, good to know. But because you're coming from the lower bracket though, so it's going to be very, very hard. You have to win 2 games in total so that you can secure that very last spot to the final 8. So what's your mental state or how well did they prepare for today's matchups?
ก็วันนี้นะฮะเราจะต้องเล่นอยู่ในสายล่างเนี่ยซึ่งค่อนข้างเป็นแบบว่าแน่นอนว่ามันบรรยากาศมันตึงเครียดกันแน่นอนอยู่แล้วเพราะว่าเราจะต้องชนะถึง2ครั้งเลยทีเดียวเพื่อที่จะได้เล่นในรอบต่อไปนะฮะอยากถามว่าตอนนี้เนี่ยสภาพจิตใจในทีมเป็นยังไงบ้างครับแล้วก็เตรียมตัวกันยังไงบ้างครับ
ก็รู้สึกเหมือนปกติเลยครับก็รู้สึกว่าทีมเราน่าเตรียมพร้อมมาพอสมควรแล้วครับน่าพร้อมเล่นแล้วครับ
Yep, so actually like we don't feel any stress at all. We already prep everything that we can, so please looking forward to it.
Wow, that is pure confidence I'm hearing. So good luck on your play. How about a fist bump?
Fist bump.
Okay, good luck. And this will be all. Back to you, studios.
Thank you so much, Sky. Time to rise above here. That's the point of EWC. It is a great opportunity to be here. You could tell, the weather, it was hot earlier in France. It's still a little bit hot here right now, but the temperature is also hot on stage because they're playing for so much. $3.25 million prize pool, right, Isaac? Something like that?
It is crazy, man. And it's just like a $3 million prize pool right over there. The winner of this whole thing is going to be taking home $600,000, man.
That's so much to play for. And sometimes, you know, you look at it more complicated. You look at these player stories, you look at their history, you look at the ways that they've showed up and finally gotten to this moment. But that money is life-changing.
Yeah, it's life-changing. Yeah. Also, it adds a lot of stress to the equation, if you will, right? I think that all of these teams are kind of looking into this, and yes, they get a little portion of it, depending on where they end up. And of course, this one going in will actually springboard you quite a bit. So again, every single win is so key here.
I believe that if you can play one more game, that's extra what, $20,000 US dollars?
Yeah.
Sign me up for
Sign me up. That's a good use of
every day, man.
Just
one more game, 20K. I want that back.
You know, you said you weren't a prodigy in anything, but if there was a way to play one game and earn $20,000 each game, I would be a prodigy in that. I'll take it. I'll try that. Anyone is open to invite me to that one, guys, as we continue to get ready to look at these matchups. So let's break it down again. You know, the ability for coming into this with just one game played, how much of a factor do you really think that's going to have in terms of these overall matchups?
Well, we need to see it from both sides, right?
Okay.
Like BRU United has already played so many different games that you already know what they're going to be playing to. You already know what their picks are going to be. You already know what the heroes that they're comfortable with. So then for RNTX, that might actually be an advantage. On the other side, only playing one game and both of them were extremely short, you might still not have just get accustomed to the whole environment.
Yeah, and I think going with this, the RNTXvs team, this is a team that also played at the Asian Games qualifier.
Yeah.
They had a little bit of, experience there, a little bit different. Not all the players were available then, but I mean, they still pulled out a victory against Saudi Arabia. Hopefully they're able to take some of those lessons that they lost. I mean, they lost 2 games, and to bring that onto, of course, here at the KWC.
I am really looking forward to this game because we haven't seen much from RNTX yet.
Yeah.
So there's going to be a lot of surprises. I am completely sure that they have a little bit of something just hidden right over there for everyone looking at us at home.
Champs of the Kings Arise League, correct?
Of course.
So obviously want to show how much that league hopefully has brought to this main stage at this international tournament. I think when you look at this, and Holler, this is just wanting to get your opinion on it, what is the meta, the kind of conversation been coming into this? For people just joining us on the Lenovo Legion Gauntlet, maybe following through that group stages, what have we seen? What's been kind of the key takeaway for you?
I think the biggest takeaway, and it's funny because we have the Arena Valor team, but it's those Arena Valor heroes that have done well. The 3 that have been laid on, I think the Lorien has been just really meta, something that people are contesting to go with. The Florentino has also had some play as well. It's actually been accelerated in the group stage thus far.
And that is the beauty about this, man, because the variety of heroes that we're going to have right over here, the whole variety of different game styles that we have is what elevates the whole value of the whole KWC 2026. It is going to be different heroes coming in, different understandings of the patches that allows us to see extremely good games.
Yeah, the best part about international competition for me is you do get to see the clash of identities, especially as a team, but also the choices that in their regions, the metas that work for them don't necessarily work on a global stage. You get to kind of see, okay, what's the top dog? And obviously there are some leaders in that avenue, but also there's some room for surprises, Isaac.
I'm telling you, I believe that the key for today is going to be, can BRU really capitalize out of those extra hero picks that they have right over there? Or can RNTX really understand what did Virtus Pro do in the previous match to really just be able to just lock down the whole BRU strat?
Yeah, and also about that strategy. I mean, BRU, they could do a little bit of, copying of that homework, if you will, right? Being able to steal some of those ideas. I think that the meta is still kind of being formed at this stage, but some of the top teams have kind of proven of what sort of compositions are working.
I believe that if we think about this hero picks, I know that Nora and Sagi, they already have done so much homework on that. I was listening to them in the green room, and then I was like, oh, am I ready for this game? Because These kids are crazy good at this, man.
Did Saki give you any of those hot snacks, that hot kanji snack? I mean,
he gave me one and still in my hotel room.
He thought he could get me. I enjoyed it. I liked it. Saki thought he could get me, but not this time around. Guys, big points before we throw it in there. I mean, obviously going to be two regions clashing. The start of this group stage, actually the end of this group stage, heading into knockouts. This is going to be a big day.
Yeah, definitely a big day. I mean, expectations, right? Elimination day, if you will. Win, you move on, you have a chance into the playoffs.
It is an opportunity to build an identity, man. People are going to remember you by this game, by this match, and we're really looking forward to see exactly how we're going to remember one of these two teams.
Well, my panel set it up perfectly. Holler and Isaac mentioning that every team that loses goes home. Keys crushed. But on the other side of that is victory. It may be a promise of lifting the trophy. Let's send it over to Mara and Milos to kick off KWC.
Welcome to the Honor of Kings World Cup at EWC. It's the final day of the group stage. Now, 6 teams are fighting with their tournament lives. 2 spots remain. We're gonna see 4 best-of-3 series to determine who will survive, who will go home, and most importantly, who will get the final 2 tickets to the playoffs. My name is Mara Aquino here with Milosh. Together with our reporter Sky, we'll be bringing you all the excitement throughout the day.
Well, Mara, we got to have a lot of fun last year at KWC. In Riyadh this year, we get to do it in the eternal City of Lights, beautiful Paris, to decide who will be the champions of KWC. And to follow up on what you and the panel were talking about, 4 teams today, their keys will be crushed and they will be sent home. Unfortunately, that's the part of the competition, and it's just how it is. And at the very end of this day today, we'll have our live draw show to determine who plays whom in the playoffs bracket starting tomorrow. It's all done live, so we're going to have a lot of fun deciding and seeing and reacting to how those games will go. But I welcome you all from all around the world to our stage here, the Lenovo Legion Gauntlet, from which all of the action will be coming in either today or throughout the rest of KWC. But we got games today, as you mentioned. Our kickoff game is about to begin. And that'll be Revenant X Spark versus Buriram United Esports. So let's get it started.
Even though Buriram, you guys are the AOV champions, we are also champions in our own region, and we will try our best to beat you guys.
ก็เลเวนแนนพวกผมก็จะผ่านพวกคุณไปให้ได้ครับเพราะผมจะไปแก้กับเวตัสโปครับ
Eu queria desejar uma boa sorte à Vitality, porque o time que vai passar para o segundo estágio e o playoff somos nós.
MIBR, gue rasa kalian prepare lebih buat kita lawan kita nanti lah.
Peu importe si on joue Buriram United ou Revenant X Spark, on vous détruira.
MIBR and Vitality, you better be ready to face us, because we're still confident that we can proceed to the playoffs.
Well, both teams feeling confident, but both teams have been tested. They're here for a reason, facing elimination, but one win means they can move on, and they will face up against Virtus Pro. For BRU, that would be a rematch, and for Revenant X Spark, that would be huge for them getting a win here on the international stage, having a chance to go to top 8.
Can you imagine just being in your first game in the international tournament, just such a big win over BRU to be able to play against Virtus Pro? Moving forward, that would be the best dream for RNTX.
I use this phrase, Holler, sometimes playing with house money. It means you already don't have anything to lose. You've gotten here, you feel like you've accomplished something great already. Would that be a fair assessment of Revenant X Spark?
I mean, it's something that they're going to keep in mind. But I also think that it's, hey, they want more than this, right?
Sure,
I think that now is the time to show up, shine, and to represent, of course, your nation here.
Would a win exceed expectations? Would it possibly put them in a position where we start having to look at them differently?
Oh, such a good question, man. I do believe that everybody wants to win.
Yeah.
Nobody prepares just to come and say like, oh, we're going to try.
Yeah.
No, you come in with the mentality of a professional, your mentality of a killer, going to come in, take the game. But the reality says they are the newest team in here. A victory for me would be exceeding expectations.
And that would be amazing. Again, international stage experience. BRU on the flip side. We talked about Taos, some of them, some of the players before heading into this. Who's the impact player in your eyes?
I think Valdez and Taos, those are the main two, right? I mean, when they played in the PKL and the IKL to some experience, I think that those are the guys that you're going to be looking into for this one to really set the tone, especially in this game 1 here.
Well, game 1 almost underway. And we're going to welcome our casters here. We're chilling on the panel desk, ready to get into it, but I know our casters are eagerly awaiting the opportunity to jump in. I know those two. Sagi, Nora, do you have any more snacks on desk?
Not for now, right now, but if you want it, I'm gonna bring it to you later in towards the green room here. But we're not here to talk about snacks here. Me, Sagi here with Nora, we're here to talk about the champions coming in from Kings Arise India and also Buriram United Esports here, the final hope of AOV. There's only one slot to proceed to that decider match later on.
I mean, I just can't wait to see it, right? Because actually we're moving to a greater stage, as you can see, right? Bigger, and you can just feel the tension there. And we know that it's gonna be the lower bracket. And today, the draw tonight, just pushing everyone to pull out all the effort that they can to grab that seal.
And I like what the panelist has mentioned just now, Aurora.
Yeah.
Throughout the first few days of play-ins, you have teams start to slowly move forward in towards this competition. But as you pace towards the final few days, keys are repeatedly being crushed. Hopes gone, and now they're on planes heading home. And right now, in this last day of group stage, we need to find out who amongst the final few teams makes it to the playoffs.
For these two teams, they're at their low bracket, and as you mentioned about the key, actually the key is out there on the stage. You can see the pattern there on the stage, and also the key, if they want to get through their lower bracket, it's gonna be the draft.
It's a very nice key, right? I don't want it to get crushed. I want to put it on my trophy that says like, yeah, I've been to EWC, that's my trophy right there. I don't want to get it crushed, but they have to crush the pick and bans here coming in, and it's really, really quick. Both teams already finishing up their first phase draft.
I mean, like on the side of BRU, they just banned away this Haya, and Jin tried to locate it, that they try to highlight their junglers for today's matchup.
I think it makes sense, right? We did see Revenant X Spark on the side of Jing Tian. Yes, it wasn't the first best game against KSG Kuaishou Gaming, but his first game plan was to invade the jungle, use that double smite. Yes, he did steal it away, but the execution on the escape combo wasn't really clean, but I like the idea coming in from Revenant X Spark's jungle.
And I feel like they're trying to maintain in the strategy that they used when they play up against KSG, right? Because they pick out this Yukio, Wizard Xiao Xiao, and also Dahlia that can be so powerful in the early game. And on the side of BRU, actually this Flowball Marksman with the Zhang Fei, they played this several times in the previous games.
They love it, right? And you know for a fact that if you are against an AOV team, those AOV characters, they're banned out. First ban coming in from Coach Diego is going to be the Florentino, then the Lorien. I think Nunu from the side of Buriram United Esports has been one of our tournament's best performance on the Lorien.
Exactly. Not even mentioned to Nunu actually is very experienced because he started his journey back in 2019, right? So he's been playing like over 8 years right now. But on the other side, for Candy, he's quite new, not only to the international stage, but also to those tournaments. So if he's going to play against this Nunu's pick, it's going to be a big pressure on Candy.
I want to jump back into your point, right? You talk about new. New is something that is really relevant to Revenant X Spark, where Honor of Kings has only been released in India since March 11th. So if you count the calendars, if I'm doing my math correctly, 1, 2, 3, 4, 4.5 months going into the competitive scene. And you take that 4.5 months going up against KSG. So I think for Revenant X Spark is already a very good sign. You challenge one of the tournament favorites, you learn from that. If you can convert that learning experience against Buriram, that's going to be key for RNT.
I mean, definitely they improved a lot after that game they played up against KSG, and also mentioned about sign. This kind of aggressive sign that RNTX just showed by their draft, just allowing BRU to pick out this Angela at the mid. As we mentioned, right, the mid laner matters a lot in the early game, and for Angela, it's going to be a great counter attack towards this Xiao Xiao.
Now, usually when we see the Angela coming in as a pick, you will have a Diadea, a Quay to combo with the Angela so you can secure that full burst damage here. So without that proper setup here, you think Nunu will have a really good chance on that Angela pick?
Yeah, I feel like a great potential can be seen on this Angela play, not even mentioned to with this pay, right? Can be quite powerful in the early game. But as for RNTX, they pick out this Irene. Actually, I really want to highlight Irene because I feel like it has been a little bit underestimated. Due to the statistics, actually Irene has been played 9 times so far in KWC and sharing with an 88% of winning rate.
That is a very high win rate for a specific pick here. And I do remember some of these teams coming in from Chalk BR, IKL teams, they really fancy that Aaron pick that you mentioned just now. With coaches shaking hands here, this will be on the way to that game 1. It's the final hope of the AOV team. Buriram United Esports coming in from the side of RPL Thailand.
Yeah, I mean, this could be their last game, but they need to use their last-ditch effort trying to gain the ticket.
Exactly the case here. Already coming in towards this early game 3v3. They are learning the fast clear wave style where Jing Tian picks up a few minions here, immediately goes for that early jungle clear. But I have a question for you here, Nora. Which of these two teams' draft do you favor more?
Well, I feel like I'll stand for both because they definitely just pick up those drafts that is really suitable for themselves. Oh, it's gonna be Flash first out.
Yeah, that's gonna be an early punish here coming in on the side of Crowley here. Do they get the steal? Yeah, Buriram gets an easy pickup on that early game.
And that's something to do with this Angela's power pack, right? Because of the vision control that Angela can has, allowing Nunu to do a lot of things and lead the pace for BRU.
Yeah, I fully agree with you on that statement here. And you talk about this, oh, that's a little bit hype of bros here. So close, keep fighting. I'll be cheering you on with all my heart, just like always here. Thank you, Tanapa, coming in from Thailand. And I gotta say, it's interesting that Buriram likes to shuffle around their clash laner. Usually we see Yu Xiong. He had that amazing Florentino play coming in against VP in the upper bracket. Yes, they lost, but it was a really 50-50 series coming in towards this lower bracket in a crucial match. They put in Little Boys instead for this elimination match.
And I feel like BRU is a great team to do team fights, actually.
Correct.
Just like what you mentioned, Little Boy matters a lot during the team fight. And in that case, maybe from 8 minutes to 10 minutes, it's gonna be the time for BRU to shine.
I think I will beg to differ. I want to see them go at it at 4th minute mark because we look at their first 3 picks, the Pei, the Ukyo, Diadia, Zhang Fei, it's just screaming to me like, hey, you make a mistake, your jungle is gone, your side lane is gone.
Well, then here's a saying from Taos, right? Just wait for me till my ult is ready. Wait for that 4 minutes mark, it's gonna be the time for BR to attack.
They are attacking right now. They have the timer here on that little jungle camp, the Spike Tail Beast. So that's going to be an easy pickup coming from the side of Buriram United Esports. So in the early game, I still like what Buriram is trying to do. They're just slowly but surely, Nunu, does he see Candy in that bush?
Yeah, he saw it, but he's like predicting because once Xiaotou just goes into that bush, hide his vision, it's a bit hesitating for him to do so.
Yeah, he didn't really know the exact position there, so it's more of like a play where he has to predict the position. If he hits, it's good. If he doesn't, it's still okay. It's just cooldowns at the end of the day.
Just give it a try. But at least we can see like how the ribbon control has been given on the side of BRU, right?
It's a strong 3v3, right? We keep talking about this. I sound like an old man now, like the panelist on the other side. I'm sorry, Holler. But this is what we keep talking about. It's like, if you control that 3v3 in the mid lane, you win that 3v3, you can attack jungles faster, you can move to the side lane faster. So, Valdez, Nunu, Taos, Jing Tian, Candy, Crowley. These 6 players are going to be crucial for these both teams.
And that's the reason why we're seeing some potential play on the top side of the map because they're trying to gain in the clarity of the wave and also that teleportation.
Yeah, that teleportation portal especially important, right? You want the 2 clash lanes, pick it up, come in for a specific flank, especially when you are Deadshot. Crowley getting caught on that 2-2 onto the side of Licky here. Licky has to burn a very expensive flash prior to that team fight.
Yeah, and I mean, that's something to do with RNTX rotation. It was really nice move down by Crowley, just force out that flash, allowing them to win the advantage during this team fight.
Well, that's a lot of people here coming in for the side of Revenant Export.
Hiding there.
Yeah, they're camping in towards this jungle here. Crowley coming in. Does get hit by the Unbridled Outburst. Nice flash away coming in from Crowley. Jing Tian finding onto his Taos. Taos has no spell, but he's a very tanky Zhang Fei. This pit goes over to the side of Revenant Export, but who gets the smite? We don't see Valdez around the pit. It will be going in easily for the side of Revenant Export.
I mean, I do like the way how BRU was ambushing in that place in the blue buff side, but how swift that Crowley just reacts to that kind of gank, just allowing RNTX to do the pushback.
It's 2 things, right? Crowley with the amazing reaction flash, but to me, it's also about Nunu and Taos. The synergy on that combo was a bit off. It was layered correctly. I think Crowley would just be like, poof, you're gone.
And actually, you know, we mentioned about the power packet is kind of like different. And as RNTX grabbed that Tyrant, allowing them to push forward, we mentioned about the high winning rate, right? On the side of Senpai. So this time, they're going to give Senpai the red buff and just play around him.
I think it's a very good point that we need to highlight is that the game between Kuaishou Gaming against Revenant X-Spark, that was more of a trial and test for Revenant X-Spark to see, as an emerging region, how you fare against one of the best regions in the world. Now, this for me is Revenant X-Spark's first debut against a global team.
Exactly. And if you mention about those improvements that they made, it's the cautious that they did, right? They're not that reckless into getting the kill.
No, being caught out by the Honey Sweet Breeze. We do see the Umbrella Albus catching all towards the back like here. Candy being taken down. Crowley, second to fall, and Buriram United Esports picks up 2 quick kills for trade 1.
It's gonna be 1-2 trade, and still Dharma waiting there.
That shot finding the true mantra towards the wall, but there is no follow-up damage here. Just a bit of a surprise play coming in from Deadshot.
I mean, it was RNTX trying to make something happen, right? Just look at this replay. But the thing is that after Nunu has been denied, it's gonna be Charlotte coming in, Pei coming in, Jumpy's ulti broken, everything just collapsed on the side of RNTX.
Just a beautiful counter initiation coming in from the side of Buriram United Esports. They're putting them a bit of a comfortable goal lead in this 6-minute fourth game. Yeah, 1,000, not a lot, but we need to include one thing for sure. You have a flowball marksman. This thing, it outscales the area in the late game.
Exactly. And I feel like it's quite equalized. You can feel like the pace is quite equalized, which is kind of rare when we see these teams play in the previous games.
And I like it, right? Revenant X Park throughout that very difficult game number 1 against Clash of Gaming. They're coming in hot and challenging Buriram United Esports, which is a team coming in from AOV background and RPL, and then they pace from play-ins all the way to the final day of the group stage. So it's a bit of a cinema storyline for me at the very least.
So true. And also, like, due to the experience that BRU has, you can see once they fell behind their track,
Run out first, catches off to the back like his senpai has no flash. He gets stunned down and a quick and easy kill sent towards the mouth of the hungry tiger on Valdez.
I mean, just look at the awareness that Valdez has, right? Just swiftly dash in and got that kill on the senpai, just cut off RNTX pushing wave in the mid.
The way that they answer these plays is just amazing here. Take a look at this. They know for a fact that senpai doesn't have vision and has no flash, gets caught by the unbridled outburst, knocked back into the stun, which sets up Valdez for the quick and easy kill.
I mean, like, that's the experience we mentioned about. That's how important that Valdez is to a BRU.
Exactly the case here. And so far, goal lead. Props to the side of Revenant X Park. Yes, they are losing a lot in terms of that kill department here, but so far in terms of the objective, in terms of the goal lead, they are holding neck and neck.
Yeah, but to those farm lanes, actually, Liggy is kind of have a slight goal lead against Senpai, which means they will be more powerful during the 10 minutes mark.
It's going to be quite difficult, right? 10-minute mark for me. Usually, if you're looking at a farm lane perspective, right, you need that Daybreaker. If you get that Daybreaker, you hit tanks like a truck. For Senpai, it's about the Void Staff coming in from the Aaron to convert that magical pierce into physical pierce.
But I feel like these teams are actually playing a quite safe way, because you mentioned about the pace that Yukio and Pei has, but in this case, they're actually not rushed in to make a lot of things happen.
Well, they are trying to find a bit of an aggression here towards the mid lane here. Honey Sweet Breeze towards the side of Lakey. Just a bit of a tip and tap towards that mid lane. Whoever gets to push first gets to move towards the side of jungle. For Buriram, they have the timer on the Crimson Golem. It depends whether they want to go for it or not.
They definitely want to go for it. Jumpy is already be in his exact positioning. Try to check in out where Daro is. It's going to be Pei getting in, and also Charlotte guarding the turret.
Taking so much damage from the Arrow Storm. Gets taken down by Licky before the start of the Tyrant here. That's a really good pickup by the Burrito farm lane.
I mean, when everyone is putting a marksman under the spotlight, Licky just did it and just shine.
Right out first towards the back line here. Jingtian, where do you go? He's getting hit on by the Arrow Storm coming in from Licky. Towards the back line, Deadshot finds a 2-man troop, but there's just no follow-up coming in from the side of RNTX. He plays with his life, and it's still another kill going easily to the side of Buriram.
I mean, Buriram just keep it going, right? Just being uncompatible in this game, in this mid-game. And actually, Buriram just did really good job. Just check the replay, check the positioning, right? When everyone's too busy to dealing with the Charlotte just do the split push and just play around with Liggy, this marksman. Was Dharma just jumping in, it was dodged by the all team members and just checked Liggy's position. It was so safe. Everyone's just playing as a guard, as a bodyguard.
It's so smart coming in for the side of Buriram United Esports, where you see for a fact that they play to know that, okay, Candy is down, you're 45. I see the opportunity, I immediately pull the trigger on your backline.
Exactly. So that's something for RNTX to deal with, because you mentioned about how good that BRU is doing this team fights. And They're looking for some skirmishes. Zhangfei just jumping in, gaining the vision control directly on this Candy.
Yeah, Jingtian has to force himself to walk forward here towards the backline. We do see an Unbridled Outburst slowly but surely marching through. But the two members are being cornered by multiple members coming in from the side of Buriram United Esports here. Towards the backline, Senpai gets tagged, has to force the flash, but the members are chasing Senpai all the way to the backline here. Deadshot, it's too little too late to be here. Candy forces out Splendor here, gets taken out. Triple kill goes over the side of Little Boys, and that is 5-1 in favor for the side of Buriram from RPL Thailand.
They just aced RNTX, such a big waiting in the mid game, and the triple goes over to Little Boy. I mean, like, how dominating it is. As long as BRU got the item, they're just gonna kill it.
They are just feeling so good in these team fights, Nora. Every single time we see the team fights, it's initiated by the side of Buriram, coming in for the flank, finding Crowley and Jingtian first in those exchanges.
And I mean, like, break it down a little bit more, it's all about their coordination. As we can see, like, the battlefield just divided into two different parts at the first time. Buriram's positioning just enclose the team fight, the spot that they want, and just take RNTX one by one down.
Yeah, it's about the numbers advantage and vision, right? They're like, okay, Deadshot, the Dharma's all the way to the crossback. Let us engage immediately. By the time Deadshot arrived, yeah, you found a pretty good truth mantra. But what's next? You have no more teammates.
So that's gonna be some problem for RNTX to deal with so far. You can see, like, it's gonna be uncontested when they face this Zhangfei with the ultimate available.
Yeah, 009 on Taos. He was on fire. He's on fire right now. We gotta see how they play towards the Overlord here. At the very least for RNTX, they need to hold these high grounds here. Potentially find a comeback play, maybe on towards Licky or towards the Valdez. That could be the game-winning moment.
Well, if we need to, like, put some heroes on the spotlight, that might be Deadshot's Dharma, the only chance seeker.
I think so as well. You need to find that five-man troop. Yeah, it's hard. Positioning is difficult, but he finds it. Maybe it's a shot to make a comeback here. For now,
already on his way.
High ground turret being pushed in by the side of Buriram United Esports. That's the first one of this BO tree. They're moving swiftly. They are not giving up hope.
They're pushing steadily, getting into it, but still threatening on RNTX. Two high ground towers down. It's all in favor on the side of BRU.
Yeah, Pilling is so safe, so macroly smart, right? They're like, okay guys, Overlord is done. Let's pick up the buffs. There is still a Shadow Tyrant on the map. We can slowly play towards it, and then we look for that game-winning fight. This is just clean macro gameplay coming from BRU.
And I mean, like, 8,000 goal lead, it might be too much for RNTX to chew so far, because it hasn't been like 15 minutes. Still, we're waiting for Arin's output, still waiting for Shacha's output, but you can see, like, there's no true tanks on the side of RNTX. So that's gonna be a problem for them to counteract this Taos Zhangfei.
We see some of these builds, right, from Dharma players, but you just go like Blazing Cave into the Dragon's Rage to be that front line here. But this game, RNTX Clash Lane, which is Deadshot, he's going for more of a Bruiser Assassin-ish build to go in towards the backline, but so far, he hasn't been able to find the shots.
And can he do it under such a great pressure? Because you can see, like, our BRU, they're pushing all those lanes. It gives me a sign that they're trying to close out the game, actually.
Final tier 3 down for the side of RNTX. Flash engage coming in for the side of Nunu, singling out Candy, and the Unbridled Outburst attacks towards the backline. Here, Little Boy jumping in towards the side of the backline, isolating every single one. Deadshot down, and with the minions marching through, this might be game over.
I mean, like, decisive thing that just Nunu did with the burst out damage, with a flash in, and with a numbers advantage. It's gonna be a 5 versus 3.
And with the minions marching through, Licky's like, nah, I don't want any kills. I just want your crystal. And game 1 goes to the side of Buriram United Esports, and it is looking good for the RPL fans.
I mean, like, beautiful playing, beautifully. You can see the experience that they got, right? Because they're so adapting to those international stage, and they know exactly what they're gonna do. They can read the composition, they just hold their composure, pushing steadily, and got such a beautiful, clean win against RNTX in game 1.
They're learning so fast. Take a look at the highlights coming in from the early game. It was back and forth with RNTX finding certain plays towards the backline of BRU, but It's coming down to numbers advantage, vision control, setups like these that put Buriram United Esports on track.
And I do want to highlight Nunu, the Angela player, right? Because you can see all the burst damage that she did. She's not only saving herself, but also protecting Liggy's positioning. He's doing everything that a mage can possibly do.
And this is the crucial team fight. Buriram utilizing the vision control, slicing the map to have, making sure that they take down Senpai and Jingtian first, and then the team fight later on. It's just easily going into the side of Buriram United Esports here. But Nora, that's it for us. Let's pass it over to the panel to check out what they have in store for this game number 1.
Thank you so much, Sagi. I will say, KWC is exciting for me because I've actually played Angela, and I love that burst damage and that stun that she brings. I'm a big mid laner. I love stun. I love CC, crowd control, and that laser at the end, man. But Nunu obviously performing. We talked with him earlier on. BRU take the lead in game number 1, gentlemen, and it was pretty convincing.
Well, I'm gonna open it in there, man. Like, I'm gonna say that from the BP, both teams came with a very clear idea. BRU, they didn't want to allow RNTX to be able to take the Jing, which would have been actually really difficult for them to defend. On the other side, RNTX just decided, you know what? I'm just gonna ban everything of the heroes that I do not know, that I have not yet seen. So the coaches came with a very clear idea that they were just unable to execute.
I'm going to go a different direction. I do think that while the draft is important, I think at the end of the day, the execution was completely off. They could have picked any hero, right? I think that what Revenant X Spark were able to do, especially early, they started strong, but then they started to make execution error after execution error of just going out of position, going super aggressive, and they paid with their lives multiple times as they got enclosed.
Revenant Spark, one of the talking points we had earlier was that there was this kind of miscommunication you brought up with Crowley going in and kind of not being on tempo with his, I think it was his jungler that you had mentioned. So, did you see that? What was the communication error that you might have noticed there? That
I actually did not see communication errors in this
execution error, excuse me.
I do believe that in this one, it was just completely on the other side. The jungler and roamer composition was a lot more on point. You can see on the other side that in the mid game, the Pei comes in and starts going around with the Tramfei, taking the kills, opening the gap. After the 7th minute, you can already see that they're already stacking up an advantage that for Revenant X Spark just wasn't able to come back from.
Yeah, not able to come back from, but it's like when one member gets killed, you cannot be fighting 4 versus 5. It's a simple math equation, if you will. If you're even, okay, we can fight. But if we're down a member, there's really no reason to be kind of forcing the issue. And I mean, I don't mean to highlight some of the members, but Deadshot here, it seemed like he was going a little too ham at times. He needs to play within the team.
Not calling any names, but you should not be doing that, my guy, please. I agree with Holler completely, man, because we were talking about that specific moment, right? Like the Ukio comes in, goes in too deep, and then after that, the whole team sees him die. And instead of just kind of just turning around, letting him be, they're like, no, I'm gonna go on. I'm gonna go and try to save him. They're gonna try to take revenge, and everyone falls.
It seemed like they had the army mantra of never leave a man behind, but I think in this case, you gotta leave everybody behind, right?
So
you just gotta survive.
I'm really sorry. It's been really nice. See you in 30 seconds, man. That's it.
You do have to do that sometimes.
Of course.
I'm a big believer in a bad plan executed well is better than a good plan executed poorly. But sometimes a bad plan in a MOBA is just very difficult to overcome. Like you genuinely can very rarely win with a bad plan, even if you execute it at the best level, because there's so many places, whether it's in the pick and bans, whether it's in the execution, that a good team can get you those little things, those little edges in this kind of economy game. And it just felt like, was it Deadshot that pushed that towards to where it was unrecoverable? Where do you think the big hanging point of this was?
So the strategy in the plan going in was great. Okay. I mean, that was what they got the early kill. Things were looking kind of good, but then all of a sudden the tables had turned. Once they lost one member, they're like, oh crap, now we need to force it. And that is kind of due to a little bit of inexperience. Okay. Where, again, you need to play within the team, calm down a bit, and understand that, hey, this is a long game. We still have the advantage here. We should not be throwing.
I believe that what happens is that little things, little plays have a little bit too much weight on them. So when things go well, like in one little play, then everybody's super happy. And when things go wrong, then everybody just goes like extremely sad. So it goes up and down so much. And they just need to understand next play, man.
Yeah.
That's it. If it was bad, next one.
Next play. You talk about just connecting your first pass when you get into a game, right? If you get upset that you lose that ball, that could throw 15 minutes down the drain if you just feeling, unconfident. Now, obviously, having the opportunity to jump back into it. RNTX, they need to win this next game. Otherwise, they are going home, Holler. So how do you change the approach now when little things had already kind of gotten you up and down? How do you keep that mentality?
Yeah, you just need to just calm them down. Yeah. Right? Easier said than done, especially when the emotions are running very high on stage. But I do think that this is one where, again, like you have a lead, play within the plan. Stick to the plan. Trust each other.
RNTX, not everything was wrong, man.
Yeah,
I do
what worked
believe-
for them? What did you like about what they brought?
I love the idea that they just pushed Nunu to go on an uncomfortable pick.
Okay.
We've been seeing Nunu just being so dominant on DeLorean. We've seen Nunu being so dominant on the Xiao Xiao as well. So they pushed him onto an Angela. And I do believe that from all the games we've seen Nunu, this was the first one where he looked like a normal player when actually he's been looking pretty godlike.
So how is that, again, the approach? Because it didn't work. Obviously, maybe it slowed them down, gave them a chance. There were some little things that didn't allow RNTX to snowball. But do you focus on Nunu again, putting him in a position where he's on a less comfortable hero? Or how do you approach this now?
Well, draft, you always want to make everyone uncomfortable on this.
Right.
I think Nunu is definitely one of the guys that you do want to do, especially in that draft. Target him as much as possible. But when it comes to execution, I think they let Valdez run a little bit too freely at times, as well as, again, letting Nunu get back in this one.
Yeah, maybe that a little bit of experience as well, just coming into it. Lights are bright, it's difficult. Now we're in a best of three, so the next game will send them home. But also, you've got to talk about what does this tournament mean for them? If this is their last game, again, we're getting a little bit preemptive. What does this mean? You got to leave it all on the field. You got to obviously find the way to show your stuff. Of course. Even Crowley had said, if we lose, but we do it playing our game, we'll be
with your
okay.
head up, man. You can actually just go back home with your head up, knowing that you did your best. You tossed everything that you had. Show that you are a champion as well. Nobody came here for free. They had to battle it out to be the champions of their own region, to be here. So they need to demonstrate.
For BRU, how do you close it out, Holler? Just more of the same?
More of the same. I mean, stick to your tried and true. I think that you saw the resilience of that team and their ability to bounce back whenever they want. I expect to see more BRU in this one.
All right, we'll see if BRU can take a 2-0 lead and move on into this elimination bracket to ultimately play Virtus Pro. One game away for them, and we'll see if RNTX can tie it up. For now, let's get it over to Sagi and Nora with the draft.
Thank you so much, panelists, for the amazing analyst segment here. It's Sagi and Nora once again back in towards Game 2 of RNTX taking on Buriram United Esports.
And you can see RNTX, there's some of the blue side already targeting on Nunu, right? Just taking this my being unavailable. And also on the side of BRU, they're targeting at Jingtian again.
I think it makes a lot of sense. Jingtian has been a star player coming in from the side of RNTX. And with these specific bans coming over here, you might be wondering like, hey, he's planning for a Lorian pickup here. It's like, no. Let's just remove it.
Lorian has been banned away. I feel like if they want go for, some safe picks, maybe Byron will be it. Or Zhangfei is still available, right? And you can check like Zhangfei's winning rate is super high, up to like 60%. It has been the most picked hero so far.
It's a very comfortable pick, right? But they have different plans right now. Crowley locking in that Lapu Lapu as the first and foremost pick. For me, I like Lapu Lapu. Very strong, engaged from afar. Zhangfei, you gotta wait for level 4, but Lapu Lapu with that skill 2 flash, you can actually go all the way to the back line for those early setups.
And also, here's the trick that RNTX just did, right? You mentioned about the initiation, but only little roamers allowing them to do so. But Lapu Lapu, as an open choice, they just take away, just sort like a ban away from BRU this time.
Yeah, smart, right? Smart. I think these are the things that you need to be prepared of, because now, without the Zhangfei, without the Lapu Lapu, you kind of have to scale into picks like the Lian Po, which has not been the greatest in this tournament thus far. But with the pick of the Byron and the Ao Yin, we might see a Diadea come true for the side of Buriram.
Oh, I totally agree with you. And also the prioritize that they gave to the side lanes, just showing they want to go for a safe play. And that's the strategy that I think BRU is actually executing for today.
Now, if you look at the specific draft here, and you think of the first game between RNTX and Buriram, how does RNTX improve their gameplay to fight for tournament survival?
I feel like RNTX has such a clear playstyle that they're trying to do a lot of early invasions, right? From like a game, maybe like level 1, but it relies a lot on Jing Tian's his
personal play, right?
Personal play, exactly. That's the word I'm looking for. So that's the reason why RNTX is always gonna fall behind once their jungler is not playing so comfortably in their game.
I think you make a very good point, but that also comes back in biting them, where if Jing Tian gets locked down, RNTX loses a lot of momentum in towards the map, because we saw from that previous game, the first 7 minutes, it was looking really good for RNTX. They were matching in gold, trading back and forth, but when it comes down to the important moments, we saw Candy being picked off multiple times, which led RNTX giving their lead over to the side of Buriram United Esports. And coming into the second phase, your jungle has still not been locked. You might be getting targeted down potentially by Coach Mizguns on the second phase.
And as Guan Yu has been banned away and also Jing has been banned away, they are trying to shred down RNTX team fight power. And also I do like the Xiao pick this time for Nunu, because it's not only gonna be a counter-attack towards Haya, but also this early pick.
It's a very smart pick, right? I like for the fact that Haya, this will be the game-changing moment. For Candy, yeah, he didn't play that well in game 1, but when you have the Haya, you are tasked to repeatedly go for those 1v1s, capture them, force both teams, the remaining 8 members, to wait outside. So it's a bit of a do or die situation, but if you can snowball the game, Haya is a really, really deadly pick.
And there's only little heroes allowing them to do so, to guard Haya's ulti outside, right? One is Lapu, one is Limpo, and since they are already being dealt with RNTX, BRU just go for another choice, which is called Anat.
And what do you think of this Anna pick, right?
I like it.
We've seen it really little, I think only once in the play-ins by DCG.
Yeah.
And coming in towards the main event of the group stage, there's more and more players trying to pick up this Anna pick, where they go for the aggressive flash engage, like GKZ, for example, right?
Yeah. I feel like they just found out the potential of this Anat, right? With his ulti, with his flash, and they can actually be contested outside Haya's ulti.
Oh, it's like everyone's come in, it's like, yeah, okay, pop the ultimate, disengage whoever Haya is ultimate, and then we back off or we go in aggressively. I like that idea, I like that.
And I like the Luna pick. I'm always going to be so thrilled once they're picking out this Luna. And this time, since there's less controllability that we can see on the side of BRU, just let Jing Tian to have that confidence that, okay, I'm going to carry the team for game 2.
What else junglers are there that can actually counter Luna? Maybe they go for the Musashi, or things like are aggressive in the early game, like Ukyotachibana. Maybe these are the picks to really limit down the Luna in that early game. But they picked the Agudo into the Luna? This is a counter pick by himself.
Exactly. I was thinking about some hero like Yang Jian or some hero like that, right? But Agudo, I'm not sure about this Agudo pick.
My idea is the Agudo can walk up, take the Haya ultimate, throw the ultimate to cleanse himself from the Haya link, but it's sacrificing the direct matchup against the enemy jungle. But if, and only if, Valor sneaks into the enemy Luna's jungle and steals away the first buff, maybe it'll work more.
Well, that's such a good point, right? So actually we can put both junglers on the spotlight for game 2. Whether it's gonna be BRU trying to do that early level 1 invasion or steal away the blue buff against with this Luna, or they're gonna do some trades during the team fight.
And this will be game number 2 between Revenant X Spark coming in from Kings Rise India, fighting for survival in Group C versus RPL Thailand's very own Buriram United Esports.
It's gonna be a do or die on the side of RNTX, and in game 2, as the opponents already reached the match point, they're just gonna put all the pressure on Jing Tian, which we're looking right now.
So far, none of the early game planning that we two geeks discussed actually happened on the map itself. So at the very least for Jing Tian, he's gonna have a very smooth and early game.
It start with the red buff first, and as we can see, Valdez didn't play aggressively, right? He didn't try to steal with blue buff, so everything just went so peacefully in the early game, which also means BRU with the promising winning lane at the bottom can gain those neutral objectives.
And interestingly enough, right, we do see the Arlie on the side of Senpai rotating towards mid lane. At the very least, you don't want the Arlie to fight a difficult lane. Put him on the side lane, put it on the mid lane, clear out the waves, and walk around different lanes to pick up farm. I like that idea coming from RNTX. It's yes, they are a really new team from a really new region, India, but the way that they structure their gameplay, the way that they structure their game plan, is really smart.
Yeah, and I do like the way how they're microing the... That's kind of scary, to be honest.
He's confident, man, Jing Tian. He's just looking for refreshes here left and right, just dancing on that Luna Moonblade.
I mean, no kills happened yet, but still, with this Luna play, you can see like Jingtian has been really confident about dashing in, dashing out, and just try to kite BRU.
I think we've been seeing a lot of Luna performances, especially, Deathshot forcing out the flash coming in from Nunu. That's going to be a critical one before that 4th minute mark.
And I mean, like, they are trying to gain a priority of the mid lane, and due to this Luna pick, actually, it's always going to be a winning lane on the side of RNTX.
They can't really just walk up in that 3v3, right? Unless Nunu finds a predicting spell 2 to knock him up when he dashes in. That could be something that we need to watch out for if you are on the side of RNTX.
And also, I'm looking for some potential play by Valdez, using his ulti to trade out Haya's ulti, which allowing them to win the upper hand during the 4 minutes mark.
It's a bit of a mind game, right? Coming in from the Agudo and also the Haya mind game. We've seen some games from KPL or any other region here. Jingtian goes in for the engage, but the flash whirlwind from Taos locking down Jingtian for his over-aggressiveness.
I mean, Taos, this is his day. Check Jumpy's performance, check this, and that's Flash. He's just being so into this game right now.
Game 1 on Zhangfei, finding beautiful engages. Game 2 on such an important timer. Remove Jingtian from the pool, take away the Azure Room, the most important buff for Luna, and check out the replay here.
I mean, like how decisive, right, he is, using his ulti flash in, got the control upon it, and not even mention to combine with Nunu's skill too, so double knockup, just deny Jingtian as soon as possible.
We were talking about like, RNTX, your mid 3v3 is so strong, but hang on a moment, Candy, using the Moonskin Mirage to abduct little boys into a 1v1. The cavalry is slowly moving, coming in from Valdez in towards that top side. No damage coming from RNTX to realistically take him down. Candy, dangerously low. Deadshot has to back away. Tao is already here, finding the knockup on towards Crowley. Crowley has to expense the flash towards the backline here. Nunu misses the spells. They do find the escape route coming in from RNTX. That was really close.
I mean, like, BRU is attacking unstoppable. I mean, like, everyone, like, each skill are pushing layer by layer and try to trade those skills as much as possible.
If RNTX got hit by one spell coming in from Nunu, that could have been a triple kill easily for the Buriram United mid laner.
And just check out the burst of damage. It's totally sufficient on the side of BRU, right? You can see those poking from this Agudo and also the burst of damage coming out from the Xiao Qiao.
It's gonna be difficult, right, for the side of Jingtian. No Azure Golem. Check out that mana bar. Just struggling to find the refreshes in the team fight.
It's gonna be even tougher for Jingtian to contest with Valdez from now on.
1v1 between Valdez and Jingtian. Jingtian goes dangerously low. Almost being taken out, but has to use the ultimate. But again, bye-bye Azure Golem. Valdez will take it in his pocket.
I mean, like, mission complete on the side of BRU. Just shred down those HP bars, trying to harass Jingtian as much as possible, taking away all those monsters they want and accelerating their farming pace.
Jingtian is not having a good game.
I feel like Jingtian is not like today, like Jingtian for Jingtian.
That Chinese one. I like that. I like that. Jingtian or Mingtian is definitely not his day-to-day, man. Bottom side here, an ultimate coming in from Candy, pulling Licky into that Moonscape Mirage. Most of the players coming in from Buriram United Esports are coming in. Candy almost gets taken down in that 1v1. Pays for his over-aggression in towards that play. Little Boys finds a knockup, a beautiful splash radiation to dodge crowd control. Valdez landing that crucial gospelization here, but yet again, Taos using the whirlwind to disengage his team. Licky towards the backline, taking down Senpai. That's 3 members going in for Buriram United Esports.
Crucial crowd control coming out from BRU, and it ended up with a 1-3 trade. It already been happened being like 6 minutes, but still targeted at the tier 1 tower. BRU's on their way.
They are on their way. Take a look at this replay here. 1v1, isolating Candy. Candy is like, wait, where's my team? Why is no one here? And then he gets taken down, pays for his mistake, and pulls Senpai Crowley with him towards the grave.
And I do like the way how Nunu is like flash in with the skill 2 and just initiate instantly.
Exactly right. So for the side of Buriram, if game 1 was about slow, patience, map play, game 2 is like, guys, we got him game 1, we are feeling confident, let's go for more.
I feel like game 1 is kind of like a warm-up, and game 2 is the true BRU that we witnessed on their journey throughout the game.
Fully agreed with you, Nora. And right now, at the 6-minute mark, with a 5,000 gold lead, India, your representative, your champion might be bowing out of this tournament in the next few minutes.
But I mean, like, just check the jungler's goal difference, right?
My
It's kind of
goodness.
significant when an Agudo got a 1.6 goal lead against this Luna. It's gonna be really painful.
Topside, Little Boy's getting tagged on by the Raging Sea. Good engage coming in from the side of Buriram United Esports here. Gets abducted into that 1v1. But where's the members coming in from Revenant Xpark? There's just no one coming in. Infinite advances towards the backline here. Jinkian gets taken down. Crowley, there's no way to go. Towards the backline, Candy also falls. Too little, too late, Deadshot, and you are in the grave dead.
Killing spree it is. Killing spree is exactly what BRU is doing right now. And just check Little Boy. This man holding till the end. He even didn't die. Just getting back, get recovered, and let his teammates to take control of the map.
0-7 at 7 minutes right now. Buriram United Esports with a 7,000 goal lead. They are wanting to rematch with VP in that lower bracket finals.
I mean, they're dominating the game so far, and we know that they actually went through that playing, right? They know how to play on those big stage. It's kind of like they're just trying their best to get into the rhythm of it, but now BRU is at their best.
But what do you do as Revenant Xpark? How do you come back in this game, Nora?
I mean, like, they really should let Candy to unleash his ulti upon some hero besides this virus, right?
Maybe the Tao's on that.
Yeah, maybe
And
more
right, just
flash
remove
hit.
it from the game.
Yeah, but they need to do some like risky way, but like with a higher reward.
They need to do it right here, right now. With the 8-minute mark coming on the line right now, for Buriram United Esports, if they want to take it risky, they can go for fights. If they want to play it safe, 100% win rate, go for objectives at 10-minute mark.
I mean, like, that's gonna be a double-edged sword because this is the lower bracket. And right now, BRU with such a significant goal lead. I mean, like 7,000. How you're gonna hold all those minion waves?
I'm just scratching my head as well. I'm finding a solution so that RNTX or India fans can feel good about it, or maybe find a team fight. Okay, maybe if Crowley finds a 5-man knockup, Candy finds a perfect target, and then Senpai gets a pentakill, then maybe RNTX is back in towards that game. But that will be maybe a 5 to 10% chance.
And that also means that RNTX need to be very, very committed into those team fights so far.
Jintian dancing along the players here. Little Boys being the first target here. Flash engage
They're
coming from
holding.
Candy, removing Little Boys from that fight. Crowley in the midst of everyone. Finds a beautiful 2-man knockup. Jintian towards the backline. Finding a refresh, but he has no mana. No refresh. Gets taken down. Valor is still going for the play. Finds a second pickup onto the side of Crowley here. 3 members already down. Where is the side of Senpai? Senpai is out. Triple kill and make that a quadra kill as in the 9th minute. Buriram United Esports are marching for your crystal as they want their rematch with Virtus Pro.
Explosive performance down by Focus, down by BRU. They ace their opponent and they are aiming for that spot. They're ready to get revenge.
AOV's final hope coming in from RPL Thailand. They want the crystal. They get it. That's a 2-0 going in for BRU.
I mean, clean, neat, but sophisticated 2-0. Goes over to BRU. Such a nice play that they did, and you can feel the rhythm that they play, right? Game 1 kind of warm up and showing their understanding towards the patch, towards the game. And Game 2, they just go all for it.
The absolute domination coming in from AOV, RPL's Thailand representative. Very well played, and they advance further with one more shot, one more opportunity to maybe make history as the first team coming in from AOV region to make it into KWC top 8.
So a lot of pressure, but also responsibility is out there on BRU, and this time, with this 2-0 clean win, they're ready to make comebacks.
Taos was just so clean on that Ana. The way that he found the initial pickoff on towards Jintian was just chef's kiss with that play. And ever since that, invades after invades, team fights after team fights, everything was looking so darn good for Buriram up until the finish line.
I feel like I really need to put it into a clear way, right? Because usually Luna is the counter-attack, counter-pick towards Agudo. But this time, Valdes just shine out with a quarter at the end.
If this fight Jintian had gold, had a 0 gold, things could have been so good for RNTX. But as of this point, 8,000 gold lead is really too little too late. They get taken down, and this is over for the side of Revenant Xpark. And with the conclusion of this game, let's show it on towards the stage to check out the interview with the Tage.
Yes, my friends, it's Buriram United Esports that take the win, and I'm joined by Nunu to have a quick chat about their performance, and there's no two ways around it. Both of your games looked incredibly clean. How did you prepare for this game today and really for a qualification spot at top 8?
ก็วันนี้นะฮะเราจบเกมแรกที่เราต้องเจอกับเขาเนี่ยครับไปด้วยสกอร์ 2-0 ทีเดียวโดยที่ค่อนข้างดูเนี๊ยบมากๆเลยนะฮะอยากถามว่ารู้สึกยังไงบ้างครับเกมนี้
ก็วอร์มครับวอร์มก่อนเจอ VP ครับ
Yeah, I think this is just a warm up before we face VP.
Well, speaking of which, Virtus Pro, their team, some of their players have had the experience in playing in playoffs in the past. How do you prepare for a team like that to have the big shot?
เรามาคุยเรื่อง VP กันบ้างนะฮะเนื่องจากว่าในทีม VP เนี่ยมีเพลเยอร์บางคนที่เคยเล่นไปถึง Play Off แล้วนะฮะเราได้เตรียมการยังไงกันบ้างครับที่จะต้องเจอเขา
ก็เตรียมให้เราเล่นแบบเนียบขึ้นครับแล้วก็พยายามสู้เขาโดยไม่พลาดครับ
Yeah, we try to make like play more clean and like be more precise to the plan that we have been practiced all along and like try to make the least early as much as possible.
I think your gameplay was very clear today in the message you're sending to Virtus Pro before that game. You're on the world stage in Paris here at KWC. Now, do you have any message to send to your Thai fans out there that have been supporting you since day one, Nunu?
ตอนนี้เนี่ยฮะเราอยู่ในเวทีระดับโลกนะฮะอย่าง KWC นะฮะเรามีอะไรอยากจะฝากถึงแฟนๆชาวไทยที่คอยเชียร์เราบ้างครับ
ก็ฝากเชียร์พวกผมด้วยนะครับก็จะทำให้เต็มที่ครับผมจะไปรอบ8ทีมให้ได้ครับ
To all the Thai fans, thank you so much for supporting us and please keep supporting us. We will try our best to qualify to the top 8.
Thank you, Translator K. Thank you very much, Nunu. Let's bring up the rest of the team. Buriram United, come on over. This is one of my favorite parts of KWC and EWC because you guys are going to get to crush your opponent's key. Come on over with me to the back. That's, of course, Revenant X Sparks' key. That is going to get smushed to bits. I know you love this part just as much as I do. Gentlemen, please approach our crusher. The Keymaster is waiting for you all the way over there. Go on in. We'll invite you over. We have our handle to push this one through. You guys can all get close to one another and you can start whenever you'd like. Keep it going. There it is. We're going to say goodbye to them now. Thanks to Buriram United Esports. It's Revenant X Spark and they're going back home. It hurts to hear, but that's just part of the competition. Another victory, a 2-0 clean one for Buriram. Let's send it to our panel to discuss it all.
Well, I mean, she's making sure she gets that on camera. I mean, I know a couple of RNTX fans that would probably have looked away at that moment, and that's just the way it is. It's brutal. It's sad. It is the end of the road for the Kings Arise champions, but that does mean that it still continues to be an opportunity for BRU to move on to the knockout stage. They will face a rematch against Virtus Pro coming up later. That should be an exciting one. Virtus Pro also now know exactly who they're facing, and they know it more in name. So we'll figure out how that game goes. But we still have more elimination matches, guys. It's always sad, however, Isaac, to see a team go home.
I'm sorry, man. Like, just seeing RNTX coming in, they were so happy just watching the games. When they were not playing, they were always there, just kind of like just looking at everyone enjoy the stage. And that is powerful, man. Like just not only as a professional, but as a fan, you come into the biggest stage and then you understand that you need to cherish this moment. And right now, after 2 games, just seeing them go, for me, I didn't have enough of them, man.
Yeah, we didn't get to see too much of them, and it was very sad, especially when you're seeing the key there being crushed there. Yeah. But then Milosh with the sound effect, it made it everything better for me.
I mean, I'm surprised. The players even like recoil a little bit. It's harsh.
Yeah.
But it signifies the harsh reality of a tournament like this. And I think Crowley put it well in his interview. There are winners, there are losers. When you jump into a game, you accept the possibility that you're one of those. And of course, if you don't win, that means, you're losing. But that's kind of the honor, I think, no pun intended, of going up in these moments. You learn something, you risk a moment, but you know that there's more, hopefully, Holler, down the line. And this won't be the end of what we see for RNTX.
So every game, you either win or you learn. And I think that in that one, they're going to go back to the replay and they're going to see what they could shore up in terms of those mistakes. Because it seemed like the team was really not on the same page at times. And they were, again, overextending quite a bit.
I do believe that from the whole beginning of the game, they looked at a little opening. It was, for me, concerning that Buriram United Esports, in their last pick, they picked the Aguto, when they already know that in front RNTX, they already have the Luna. Because in just that way, the Luna has multiple different targets just to refresh the ulti and fly around. So I was a little bit concerned about that. And I think that Jin Tian just played a little bit too confident in the first 2 minutes. He goes in, gets to level 4, tries to get more gold, and then he dies. Lose the Azure Golem, and then the game is gone.
Pretty much no chance at that point. I mean, you are a snowball hero. You need time, space, farm, all of the above. You're not able to get it if you're just going out of position and throwing your life away, like you just mentioned.
Like if you just start right over here, for you to be able to snowball, you need a little ball. Start just rolling down a little bit. If you don't have any snow, what are you trying to do?
Well, I mean, the ball was actually on the other side, right? With the Agudo, the Valdos, he was able to roll out, right? He was able to take advantage. He got the quadra kill. I mean, this is a guy that was like, when you need him to step up, he was there for you.
And I understand why they would go with the Agudo, because based on what we have seen from them, they really like to go for structural damage. They like to push the games quickly. They like to go around, take the turrets. They do not like the fights a lot that much. But then not having the Luna just allowed Agudo over there for free eats in that last fight.
Yeah, they were not really able to fight. RNTX, again, without the Luna, you had really no place to kind of take any sort of fight. And you saw BRU just being like, okay, we know we have this advantage. Let's go in as aggressive as possible, take down as many as possible. And again, they were just able to clean house.
Wow. It's a great thing to break down. I'm sure we'll have some more time to look at this game as we preview our next as well, see what our other panelists are going to say as they jump on in just a moment. But before we end this set and start transitioning, we have a chance to have what is obviously a difficult moment, but hopefully one that they've learned from, an exit interview from Candy.
Hello guys, it's Sky. So welcome to the post-match interview, and I'm here with Candy. So please say hi and introduce yourself to the audiences.
Hi, I'm Candy and I play mid lane for RNTX.
Thank you so much. It was a very good play though. So how do you feel after everything?
I think we feel satisfied with our performance, and at the same time we know that we can learn a lot, so it was a good experience regardless.
Yes, a good experience indeed. So looking back at the whole journey here in KWC 2026, what will be the biggest takeaway you think you learned throughout the entire journey?
I think we learned that, it's such the level of competition is very high it's very different from our regional competition versus when it comes to the international teams. So we just know we can do it, but at the same time we need to work harder and, come back stronger next time.
I hope this will be a very impressive, memorable moments for you guys, because I believe that you have plenty of memories here in Paris.
Yeah.
So what will be the biggest thing that you remember throughout the entire journey?
I think when it comes to EWC, the biggest thing I remember is just, chilling with the players in the player lounge and having fun with them, playing some other games and, just talking and meeting new people. So, yeah.
Yeah, so believe me, you have just started your journey as esports athletes here in EWC. I believe the future is just as bright ahead of you. So what will be the things you want to say to your teammates, though, after the whole competition together?
I would want them to not be disheartened. And, it's just the beginning of our journey, like you said. So, there's still a lot more to come, and we have a lot of time to improve. So we'll see the other teams in the next EWC.
Of course. And I also see a lot of friends and your fans coming from different regions, right, to support you right here in Paris. So what would be the things you want to say to them?
I would say just keep supporting us and, give us your blessings, and we'll do better next time and we'll come back stronger.
I strongly believe that we'll meet each other in the future. Yeah. Thank you, Candy.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for your wonderful plays. And that will be the end for the post-match interviews. And back to the decks. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Thank you, Sky, for spending some time with Candy there. Lovely gentleman, and also lovely approach to taking that loss and learning from it.
Come on, man. There is a path that you need to take. In Chinese, there is a saying that says, 千里之行始于足下, which means the road of 1,000 miles begins at the first step.
You're actually, this is crazy. I was about to say that.
There you go.
Not in Chinese. I don't know Chinese. But I was about to say that, which is so funny that you said that. I feel like that's such an appropriate way to describe this. It's the beginning, but in many ways, the beginning always starts with that beginning, and you have to accept it and own it as a part of your journey.
Of course. And it's never easy, right? You're going to fall a couple times. It's all about those baby steps. It's about, again, getting a little bit of momentum. You're going to get better. You just need to stick with it. And as Candy said, I mean, it was all very positive, and I love that, and they will come back much stronger.
Well, let's take a look at the schedule today because coming back stronger, that's one narrative. The other is staying strong, which BRU Esports, United Esports, is going to need to do when they face off against Virtus Pro. That decider match has already been cleared out. So now we're going to see who goes up against Blacklist International. Team Vitality, MIBR.LOS, they are coming up. You've got teams representing these regions and ready to go after it. We're going to switch out some panels, switch out some casters, and in a moment, we will be right back with that. But before we come back, I want to make sure you check out the new Princess Frost EWC skin.
A lot of people are haunted by their past. I'm inspired by it.
They're not just playing for themselves, they're really playing for their entire family.
They have defeated their demons! They have crushed the curse! He thinks he can come in here and play my game! Let's go. He knows nothing! Let's go!
Tyler Wine, you're done.
Raw energy, half from blow the house down! Ain't no regular thing. I came for the ring, you know what I mean. You see my name in the lights, better get right, champion.
We were there for every click, every clutch, every respawn. We were there for the years of grind, and we're here. Now, the proud founding partner of EWC, powering the biggest event in gaming, shoulder to shoulder with the world's best, making history. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion, reach your impossible.
Welcome back to KWC at the Lenovo Legion Gauntlet. We call it Stage 3 here at EWC 2026. It's where all the action is. If you care about Honor of Kings, Arena of Valor, this is one of the best places to be in Paris, I would say, because if you saw that first matchup, it was scintillating, exciting action. We hope the next one coming up is going to be the same, but I do know scintillating, exciting action will be happening on the panel next to me. We still got Isaac as well, ready to talk about our South American representatives who are coming up in this next match. But we also have my king. Is it okay if I call you my short king because I'm also a short king?
We are fellow short kings.
We are fellow short kings. Sagi as well. Great cast, man. How you feeling?
I'm feeling energetic. The crowd has been amazing thus far. And I gotta say, this has been an amazing event. And I'm happy to be here on a panelist as well.
I love the casting from Sagi, man. I loved everything that he said except the part where he called us old.
What is up with that?
I don't know. I don't know what's going on with this child, man. Like right now, like he moves away from my side and then he's just acting up like this. I'm gonna have to have words with him.
You
later,
really do, man. You really do. You and me old, you and me short. I don't know. I think I'm getting the worst end of this stick somehow. Let's focus in on our matchup. Is there something I got? Please. Team Vitality, MIBR.Los or Los Grandes are going to be taking on each other in this next elimination match. One going home, one moving on. These two teams, two different complete stories of how they got here, Isaac. But for those joining us after the group stages, seeing their journey, walk us through kind of what this matchup looks like as a preview.
MIBR lost. They came in Chalk BR champions, man. Like a lot of people that we've already seen for so many times, like Freaks, ABH1, Vento, Manu, Freezer. These guys, they're not new to us. They're not new to KWC. I really hope that today they can show something a little bit better than what they did last game.
I mean, it's tough, right? Considering the fact that every time that we talk about MIBR Los or Los Grandes that you talk about, they always dominate the local region, the pro leagues, Chalk BR. They are like what, back to back from 2025 spring, 2025 fall to 2026 fall. They've been dominating every single one of them. Every time when it comes down to the international tournament, they cannot find their groove.
And that's an important thing to get through. We looked at RNTX in our previous matchup, and this was a big international moment for them. Kings Arise League champions, but coming here, different level, of course, at this international stage. Vitality kind of had some, I guess, unluck. You would put it that way in the way they match up.
I'm really sorry for Vitality, man. It just happens every single international tournament. They come to KWC, first game, KPL. They go to Challengers Cup, first game, KPL. Like, it just happens every single year. I don't know if they're lucky or unlucky. That's another thing that we need to discuss, because when you think about IKL, you think about Team Vitality. All of these matchups against KPL teams, every single time, it makes them evolve. They get better and better, and that's an opportunity that, as we said before, not everyone has.
I think these are the growing moments that has been consistently improving some of our global teams, especially from IKL. We saw one of the IKL representatives coming in from all the way in Group D, Nemesis. They are marching towards that playoffs in top 8. Now, the question is, can IKL break through the lower bracket gauntlet run? Because currently, if they lose to MIBR Los, there's no more second chance. They are going home on a plane.
Oh, no. Oh, no. I think that it's partly some of the setup of a tournament like this to be surprised, to have a little bit of things go in your favor. And then also when you don't have it necessarily, maybe a great opponent that puts you into the elimination bracket right away. Well, hopefully you learn from that so that 2 tournaments, 3 tournaments down the line, maybe even next year's EWC, KWC at EWC, you learn and can take advantage of those things. But speaking of Vitality, who, as we mentioned, went up against the KPL team to start yet again to kick off their international journey, they are looking to build back momentum. One of the players that I was told to look out for was on cue. We have Sky standing by with an interview.
Hey guys, I'm joined by Q from Team Vitality for the pre-match interviews. How are you doing, Q? It's been a long time since the last time I saw you. Oh, do you like the weather here in Paris?
Yeah.
Do you like the food?
Yes.
Do you like the matchup in Paris?
Yes.
Do you feel confident about today's matchups?
Yes.
Can you tell me about other things, like other than yes? How do you feel? How would you describe yourself now?
Excited.
Excited, of course. So how would you describe the overall game style for your opponent today?
I don't know.
You don't know?
Yeah.
Haven't you watched their former plays?
Have.
Did you notice any like patterns, their habits during the game? 你有发现他们有一些习惯吗？
习惯我 I don't know, but I know they maybe like the Brazil dance.
You know their game style, you know their personalities, right?
Yeah, maybe.
So if I were asked you to make a prediction towards the score, final scores with this matchup, what do you think?
I don't think about the score. I just hope my team today can play like. Yeah, we expect. Yeah.
Anything you want to say to your opponents before everything started?
Fighting.
Looking forward to your play. Thank you. Take your time.
A man who does not waste words. Thank you. Having a great interview to prelude this matchup.
Just one word. Like,
one word answer.
Yes. He said yes. He said excited.
Like fighting.
Yeah. There you go.
It's some activity there. I love it. And Sagi, he's obviously an important part of this Vitality team.
He has been in this team since 2025 and 2024, and coming in towards a specific roster, he was top 8 last year with the previous addition here, and coming in towards spring of 2026, they rebuilt the entire roster around ZonQ, went all the way to win IKL Spring Champions, and coming in towards this specific tournament, there is a storyline for BTR and specifically ZonQ. For him, he has always been top 8 in every single international tournament that he has been with Vitality, but only top 8. How does he break that curse? I want to find out.
I want to find out too, and we will ultimately see him begin that journey to break past top 8, but he'll have to go through MIBR.los as well, or Los Grandes, as we talked about. One of the great things about that interview is ZonQ did say one thing. He said the Brazilian flair, the dance, somehow he understood that South American representative would be bringing some style and identity to this matchup that he had to be aware of. And we had a chance to talk with Vento earlier before this match.
Hey guys, I'm Sky and I'm joined by Vento and Rocco together for the pre-match interviews. How you feeling today? Basic questions.
Como é que você está se sentindo hoje?
Eu tô me sentindo bem, melhor do que os outros dias.
I'm feeling good, better than the other days.
Oh, really? What are the improvements you have made, like after the previous matchups? What do you want to do better for today's matchups?
Quais foram os pontos que vocês melhoraram para o dia de hoje e o que vocês estão esperando para a partida de hoje?
Os pontos que nós melhoramos foram sentir o palco, que é importante. Imagino que jogar o nosso jogo ao invés de tentar correr atrás só do inimigo.
So we improved a lot, like our experience on the stage, and we kind of stopped like trying to like just run to the enemy, and we are improving our gameplay.
Yeah, so overall, what do they think of their opponents today? Did they have a lot of like homework, trying to investigate on their opponents? Any impressions?
Sobre o seu oponente de hoje, vocês estudaram bastante o time? Quais são suas expectativas para o confronto de hoje?
A gente tem um jogo dele só do campeonato, a gente estudou o possível, a gente sabe coisas do time que é um time um pouco antigo, já Zan, que são pessoas bem conhecidas, então a gente está confortável contra eles.
So they're a very experienced team, so the roster's been for a while, some of the players. So we kind of watched that, we made our homework, they had one game and we watch and review it, and we are pretty confident for the match today.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure the match is going to be awesome. So I just talked to your opponents, they seemed very confident. So what will be the thing you want to say to them before the matchup?
Vocês estão bem confiantes, vocês têm algum recado para dar para eles, alguma coisa em específico?
Nada demais, só queria desejar boa sorte a eles, tanto boa sorte a nós, que eu acho que jogando 100% os dois times, a gente vai sair com a vitória.
So I want to give them like a good luck and good luck for us as well. But I think if both teams are on 100%, we're going to win the match.
Of course. Good luck to you. Looking forward to your play. Thank you. Thank you for this time. Thank you for your help. And this will be it. Back to the studio. Bye-bye. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Sky. Vento, a few more words, but also a similar sentiment, feeling confident, ready to go, and actually having done some homework, feeling like they're very aware of what that first game revealed about Vitality.
No, of course, like they need to be looking at the little mistakes, right? The little mistakes coming in from Vitality are going to open the doors for MIBR.los to stay here in this tournament. They just need to communicate with each other a little bit better than what they did in the previous matches. In the previous matches, you can see moments where everyone is going in different directions, and that is the big thing that they need to solve.
Sagi, identity has come up as a part of this South American flair, and I'm not talking about dancing. I know that ZonQ pointed to that. What do you think the identity of this team is, and how can they use that to their advantage to get a game here?
I think if highly focuses on their mid and roam, especially in that specific pool, one and also Mana Freezer, they have been the backbone coming in towards this team. Yes, if you check the tournament statistics in their Chalk BR, it's always Freaks, it's always Vento, but you have to give props towards people who set the foundation for those wins.
But I'm telling you, when we think about identity as a Latin American man, I'm telling you, it is just a matter of the passion, what you put out there. And that's why we love to see Chuck BR teams right over here in the KWC 2026. Just the intensity that we put out there, that might be the one thing that we need to learn to control sometimes. Just understand that sometimes like you want to be out there making moves, making plays. Sometimes you just need to calm down a little bit more.
It's a very important element, the stuff that you don't see, the emotion, what it takes to get here, all the expectations. You can do as much homework as possible.
Yeah.
But Isaac, when the lights are bright, I mean, it's about how you perform.
Completely agree. Sometimes when the pressure is on, your brain just disconnects, you let your instincts take out the best out of you, and then you're just going on automatic, and that has not worked for MIBR loss.
I think it goes back to one simple thing. Chalk BR, they like the vibe, they like to play aggressive, follow the vibe, follow that groove that they're finding here, and once they're in tournament mode, then maybe they can find it.
All right, let's bring in our casters, Holler and Nora, who are going to get us going in our second set of the day. One team goes home, one team moving on to play Blacklist. Guys, how are we feeling?
We're feeling great. I think we're going to be super excited for this one. Of course, it's do or die going into this one. MIBR LOS versus Vitality. My name is Holler. With me is Nora. What are your thoughts on this one?
Well, you know, after game one, I mean, the first matchup, actually, it already set the hype really high. So exactly like jumping into this game, Vitality play against MIBR loss. It's going to be the game for Group A. And actually, both teams are not that they're quite familiar with the international stage, especially when we're looking at Janky, right? The man in one word. He also stayed the same. He maintaining the same as the definitely core to Team Vitality.
Yeah, and I think that when we're talking about what we just saw, even from the interview, Zankyu is usually a man of many words. And I think that the severity of this game and this match is basically like, hey, this is so important. I don't want to give any sort of fuel to the enemy team. I don't want to trash talk. I'm going to give one-word answers.
I'm going to stay mysteriously, right? So it's going to be a good point to Vitality. And also, like, due to this draft, I'm really looking forward to seeing those unique heroes being picked out because in my perspective, both Team Vitality and also ML are really creative about those hero pickings.
Yeah.
Vitality, they actually played Charlotte before at the farm lane, and also ML played again and more as a mid lane.
Yes, and now we're going to talk about Loom, going to be picked up by MRBOLOS from Vento. This is one of his tried and true. He loves this hero. It actually kind of synergizes with almost any sort of pick. And then if you're looking at the other one, Lapu and Pei, they want to go fast, furious, and you know that Team Vitality right now looking to make some waves with these early game picks.
It seems like they're already showing different features, different play styles that they want to do, right? ML, they're trying to build up a really solid winning lane at the bottom with this Loon and with this more this poking damage. And on the side of VIT, they just want to play it in a more aggressive way.
Okay, and now if we're looking at the other end, Yukio and Mots, again, this is the nice little combination in terms of the counter. They know that the Pei will be there, so any sort of way that they're able to kind of burst him down, this is the perfect pick to, again, counter at least the Lapu and Pei to start them off.
Yeah, and after the Charlotte picks, you know, usually we'll say like Charlotte, alright, it's going to be ball playing this hero as a top laner, but as we mentioned, last game when they play against AGAL, they actually rotated Charlotte as a farm lane, which was played by Lanfeng back then. So I'm still thinking whether it's going to be a flex pick or not in this game.
Yeah, I mean, when you have the Charlotte, I think that it's going to like lock down that top lane. I think that you will be able to carry. I think that this is more to kind of let Ball do Ball things. He tends to play like a very, very similar style to Chammy 1 in the sense that he can carry and he has that potential.
And also, they are actually protecting the winning lane at the top. They just ban away this Byron pick, and Shi is not usual to see Shi being taken away on the draft. So definitely, ML, they relies a lot on one's initiation. In that case, maybe this time they are going for another Xiao Chao pick, possible.
Actually, very interesting. The show has been largely not picked too many times, I think. And to ban it out here, it looks like they had a little bit of intel in terms of what one likes to play. But again, on the other side, the Haya and the Xiao Chao, both of those heroes taking it away from, Gen Myth in that mid lane who likes these heroes.
I mean, like, Angela can do great thing in the early game, so definitely it's going to be quite promising in the early game on the side of VIT. They're trying to pushing forward more aggressively, and And as for ML, if they want to do the poking damage as much as possible, maybe Garuda will be the answer to 1 this time.
Actually, not a bad pick. Yeah, I mean, but also you're taking away the Angela from the MIBR side, where they like the moats as well. That's a nice little 1-2 combination where they're able to stun lock. I do think that this is also something where, again, shore up the mid lane, right? Let Gen Myth do his damage.
I mean, Gen Myth definitely the damage is out there, and for ML, again, that is the hero we just mentioned, right? Put one on the spotlight, get them all again. Last time when they play against Blacklist, it isn't work very well as a result, because actually that was a double warrior composition with Chicha and also Florentino on both side laners. But this time, with this Aoi promising bottom winning lane. So is going to be any difference towards ML this time?
Yeah, it might be on this. If we're looking at ML from the perspective of their lineup, they're kind of on the squishier end. Yes, they have control, they have damage galore from the back, but if they ever get jumped on, they're kind of glass cannons. They will definitely struggle.
I feel like it's kind of risky, you know, speak of ML's composition in game 1, because it just relies a lot on Guan's positioning and also about your poking damage, right? How accurate you can to shred down the HP bar on the side. And as for Team Vitality, they can just use this play and also with Angela to play more aggressively in the early game.
Yes, and I think that will be all about aggression here. If Team Vitality are able to get the snowball going, especially when you know Zankyu, he's going to be so determined. I think that it's funny because when he got into the group draws and he was going up against AGAL, he was just like, oh my gosh, again, right? And then now that he's only playing with 1 life, with everything on the line against MIBR LOS, you know that he's going to be super determined to win this one.
I mean, huge pressures on Zankyu, but this time it's going to be his 3rd time to doing so. And not even mentioned to actually yesterday, the 2nd place of IKL, which is Nemesis, already made it into the group stage. So as the champion back in IKL Spring this year, VIT, they weren't just gonna lose it.
Yes, definitely. A lot more pressure here. And plus, you know who's waiting in the wings. It's, of course, going to be the 3rd place from PKL, the last team in from the PKL. And to take on the winner of that series, you know that those guys, as well as the fans, will be tuning into this one.
And I mean, speaking of the last one, ML is also gonna stand for Chalk BR, right? And as you can see, ABH is playing really aggressively. He just stole away the red buff away from VIT.
Yes, and I mean, all hopes are on Chalk BR, right? And then on the other side, the IKL, I mean, this is their top dog, the champion, if you will, to continue on to make themselves get a slot into that playoff. It will not be easy, but again, it's all about making it, surviving. This one team ahead of you is going to be key to set the tone again for the rest of the day or the rest of the season, if you will.
And I mean, I really want to share some background story with you guys, right, who's watching this game right now, because as we put our shoes into ML side, we would say last year, actually, they was known as loops, right? The rotation just stayed the same. And last time in KIC 2025, they just lost the game against DMT, which is also representing IKL region. So this time again, in the group stage, in the low bracket, they're playing another IKL team again. So will they make it or not? And as for VIT, you mentioned about their top 8 curse, well, they just broke it this time.
Yes, looking to break that curse as well as hopefully just getting into the top 8, breaking many other curses. Although this team, at least pieces of it, had previously done so in the EWC in 2024 as they were top 8. Being able to do that again would be huge for this team as well as the region. But again, it's about the experience. Those players, are they able to make some sort of play? And look at how they're going to be a little bit aggressive and putting the pressure on here. They're not going to find too much as F1 is just like scurrying them away.
And I feel like when we're moving into group stage, especially lower bracket, as both teams are actually slowing down their pace, right? They're trying to play in a more safely way.
Yeah, and I think that Team Vitality, we haven't seen too much, right? They've only been able to play that one series against AGAL. I think for them, it's about finding their groove, right? You don't have too many opportunities to warm up. This is pretty much it. So again, you want to hit the ground running, if you will.
And I mean, speaking of those farming pace, actually Pei is rotating down, trying to make something happen at the bottom. bottom.
Yeah, and Vento here, he's going to get jumped on. Mono Freizers are like, hey, get off my body, you here. And the rest of Team Vitality, these are things where you're always tracking Zancu. Where is he across the map? He's in the bottom lane. Again, a lot of intel for the rest of the team to move around that.
He's definitely the leading character on the side of VIT. And also we said like the team is just rebuilt around Zancu, which also he showed with a great responsibility and also result because he grabbed that FMVP title twice in a row.
Yeah, it's funny that you say that because I always feel like Zancu, he was the last man that survived and he was the only one. So he's kind of like Nick Fury, where he's just like, okay, I want this guy to be Avenger, I want this guy to be an Avenger, and he just like created this super team. And again, when you've got the first place in IKL, I think he chose correctly.
And also I do like the way how both junglers are playing right now because they're trying to accelerate their farming pace, and as ABH also rotating down, trying to make some potential play at the bottom.
Yeah, ML though, this is the way that they've been playing. They've been aggressive. They've been hiding into that brush, finding if somebody just happens to be walking on the wrong side of town. This Tyrant fight though, Vento probably doesn't want to give it up, but Zancu already taking the Tyrant.
Oh, how speed he is, right? You can see like he's being so decisive to do what he's like just reading the composition.
Oh, but Ball, he has to actually flash away the power grenade. He gets under the tower. Freak's not able to find him, but the blade will slice him down, and one gets first blood.
The flying swords. That's a signature hero of one, and he really did it in a nice job.
Yeah, really well played there. But I mean, it seemed like Freaks was able to try to find him, but the way that he was able to kind of move it around, but of course, Nora, please break it down.
I mean, like Charlotte, the position is not that nice to him because he was pushed back by this Guan Yu at the first time, and also the burst out damage is definitely out there. It's sufficient for them to take Charlotte down in the game.
Yeah, and I love the fact that both of these two teams, very close, very competitive, and
Very
knew
even.
that they were going to bring it, right?
And now they're trying to pushing forward at bottom lane, but it's going to be a little difficult for VIT to do so since ML, they're poking out those damage. They definitely had a longer attacking range against VIT.
Yeah, I love it how the movements are happening. You can see some aggression from ML towards the bottom, and then you see the Vitality responding in kind, not giving up anything, but at the same time, just taking the space that's available to them.
And speak of the space, you can see like Aoying is trying to sneak into the blue round side, and it seems like they're trying to make the team fight.
Oh, but the Razor Cavalry on the back end, they find Lan Fang, they shut him down, F1 with the flash, but he's not going anywhere as well. 2 members down, and now they're going to siege this mid T1.
I mean, when VIT is too busy about farming, ML just take the place, get them at the first hand, and get the kills. It's going to be a 3-0 advantage of ML this time.
And a lot of teams and a lot of players were kind of like, hey, how would MIBR LOS do, right? Would they able to answer the call, play on the international stage? They've dropped out. They have not done well internationally, but it looks like today they are ready. They have shown up. A Mono Freezer getting knocked around. He's going to be killed here by Ball.
They just sacrificed Mono Freezer, but trade for that red buff, which is going to be really crucial to VIT. So I would say it's going to be a fair trade on the side of ML.
Yeah, they'll take whatever, right? And I think this is also a time where you're kind of looking at the status check, right? The 3-1 favor in front of ML, but now Zancu, when does he come online? Because it looks like he's actually falling behind in terms of the net worth with ABA.
I mean, you know, the biggest shortage about this pay hero is that once you fall behind, it's really hard for you to be the initiator, right? You rely a lot on your Angela, on your Lapu Lapu. So I would say we should like focus more on FD, whether he can find a nice spot and try to get first hand.
Yeah, if F1 is able to do so. But at the same time, you're looking at the other side from ML. If Freaks finds that perfect angle, he's going to just like herd everyone into you. So they need to be very careful because Vitality, if you're looking at that lineup, aside from maybe F1, everyone's kind of on the squishier end.
Yeah, and I feel like each players are actually kind of afraid of this Freaks.
All the plays. Gen Myth, no chance. One has been an absolute sniper.
I mean, no need for Guan Yu anymore. The poking damage is definitely sufficient. It's out there. It's going to be explosive. It's going to be so clean to take that kill down. And as we are seeing at the map, it hasn't been 10 minutes mark yet, but ML is totally dominating the game.
Yeah, totally dominating. And it looks like, I mean, ML, the way that they've been able to kind of just weather that storm, taking the pickoffs and turning it into objectives. I mean, the mid T2 has already been taken down.
I mean, like, the GOAT's different is now building up.
Oh, the Raging Sea, F1, charging away. Freaks looking looking for this play, but it looks like ML have grouped up. They don't want to continue on. They're going to turn their attention to the mid lane.
They're trying to secure their play in the mid game because already the gold lead has been built. The only problem is that how they're gonna stop JanQ to do the splat push, to do so as he can buy time for his teammates.
And look at how ML are just like moving across the map, taking everything, and they haven't given up anything, right? So the way that, again, they're taking up space, they're putting on that map control. Vitality right now, they are in a bad spot here.
Yeah, so the only thing that they can do is just rely on JanQ's play, trying to do some splat push and trying to buy more time. But the thing is, they still need to deal with the poking damage dealt by ML so far, so it's going to be a big problem.
Yeah, and ML right now ready to go. They've gotten the Tyrant as well. We haven't even hit the 10-minute mark, but again, more push top lane. Look at this. Freaks waiting in the wing. Who wants to come near? You know that he's looking for that jump in.
It's going to be Freaks hiding in the bushes.
Looks like he's just going to drive away, understanding that he's been kind of scouted out. They've already taken what they wanted. Top T2, let's go move elsewhere.
And also, speak of the crowd control, just check the KDA, right? Both Freaks and also One is sharing.
Freaks with the jump in, finds Ball. He was just trying to run. We call back, but the blades, everything being thrown. Ball is going to be down as well.
I mean, skirmishes everywhere. That's how ML always going to play, right? Being so scrappy, so aggressive. They're looking for hunts.
Yeah, and I mean, I totally understand what Ball is trying to do. He's trying to split push. This is a losing game. The way that you create space is by split pushing, but again, he was spotted out, and the way ML, they're actually pretty fast in terms of these rotations. They were able to punish.
And I feel like maybe after this kind of trades happened, VIT is just gonna play around their high ground tower, just play more defensively, as long as Channel got enough item. But he still got one more to go.
Yeah, he's got one more to go, but at the same time, I mean, when you're talking about just hiding on that T3, that's a losing proposition. You need to, again, protect your buffs. You need to be able to take over your own jungle. You're not able to do so if you're kind of playing scared.
But I mean, with 4,000 gold deficit, especially like Guan Yu pose such a great threat towards VIT, and how they're gonna land hand on One on this get and more with such a long attacking range, it's gonna be really tricky on the side of VIT.
Yeah, One has been on point. I mean, he's been completely just devastating with these blades, but the Tyrant getting a little bit low. The Raging Sea, they're gonna go in, but Vento taking the Tyrant. It looks like ZonQ goes for the backside. He tries to go for ABH. The reinforcements have arrived, and they take down ZonQ. It's F1 looking to charge away. Freaks is gonna continue forward. The Infinite Fast is gonna go aggressive. They leap on over the ledge, and it looks like Vento will be caught, but Freaks wants it. Goes for the Soaring Green Dragon. He's not able to get any sort of catch.
I mean, that is fantastic team play by ML. Just check the layers. Everyone just play around Vento, protecting him away from JanQ's pay. Those kind of attacks, and allowing them to push back.
Like, I understand what ZonQ was trying to do, but he's being over-aggressive. There was no one there that could help him out because, again, he was pouncing beyond the lair. And, again, once your target priority, like, he's a glass cannon, he will fall like you just saw.
But that was pretty much like VIT trying to vie for the tower because they know that, as you said, right, it's going to be really passive. It's just hiding behind their high ground tower. So they're just going to want to have a try. And Pei just did his best, but still, like, the burst out damage isn't out there.
All right, normally I don't knock people for trying hard and all that, but in a game like this, I think that you need to play within the risks that are available to you. You got to play a little bit safer. It's not about try hard. It's about making sure that everybody's on the same page together.
And if they want to do so, they really need to make sure that they keep eyes on Freaks. This Guan Yu is just being so scary all the time.
100% agree, right? I think that every single time he's there, Team Vitality, you're like, okay, we cannot herd ourselves together. Yeah, we got to be spacing ourselves out. And Freaks, he's looking to lock this one up. I mean, in terms of this Soaring Green Dragon to just potentially jump in, but he's waiting for somebody to get a little out of position. They've slow siege, but it looks like they're going to disengage now.
I feel like ML, the most thing that they need to contest right now is about how they're going to take those high ground towers down, because Aoi is not these kind of farm lanes allowing them to push it fast.
Yeah, and it's just a matter of time. Now they've got actually backed up. The timing was perfect. The Primal Bond had just disappeared. They picked up the Overlord here. Again, more push. This game has been incredible by ML as they've controlled control the pace of it.
And what's more incredible is that we know that ML is very good about playing those team fights, but they used to make some mistakes, you know. They used to be a little bit over committed, but this time, check game one, they're just playing such a smooth way.
Yeah, very smooth, right? And I think that the Cannon Blast a little off the mark here, but this is not a normal game, I would say, for Vitality. They're playing on the defensive. You thinking with this pay that they would be able to be aggressive, but again, the way that things have turned, it looks like they're going to take the bottom T3 essentially for free.
It's going to be another high ground tower taken down at the bottom, and still Vanguards are spawning on the top side of the map, so ML is going to turn their head to the top lane and try to close out the game.
Yeah, can't even get close. One with these blades, then you see Mono Frizer covering him. Anybody that goes nearby, he's got that Cannon Blast stun locking you. So this 1-2 combination has just been way too much for Vitality.
And also, like, this Guan Yu is just waiting for his right moment to jump in, to dash in, and close
the Raging Sea on the backside. It looks like Freaks tried to go in for this one, is not able to do it. The leader stance is going to be used, but they use the box and they push him back, and it looks like one will eventually fall. They found him, but they trade away for Ball. Ball went all in to take down one.
I mean, I do like the way how Ball is piloting this Charlotte, right? He knows that it's going to be his last-ditch effort, so just directly aiming at this one, and also even this move to just break his out, try to lock the Charlotte down, but check Charlotte's mechanics, right? It was almost like a 1 versus 5.
Yeah, 1 versus 5, but he knew that, hey, if I take down one, most of the siege will go away in terms of that damage. And I think that at the same time, ML are like, actually, we'll trade one for Ball. I mean, we took the top T3, which is really what we wanted.
I mean, like, because of the gap, because of the advantage that ML already got, so it's totally acceptable for them to take that sacrifice. But the thing is that you can see like Vitality, right? They're trying to push forward, and as long as Charlotte with this Pure Sky and also Channel got enough item, there might be a slightly opportunity goes over to VIT to push back.
I mean, at this point, they need any sort of opportunity to get in. I mean, you were kind of hoping that Ball or Zankyu, one of those guys, would be able to carry Lanfeng as well, but it seems right now like we're kind of in a middle slot. We haven't found the perfect moment to really take the fight back because, again, we don't have any towers.
But this time, actually, they just guard that Channel got his red buff. So that might be a potential play that we're looking for from Lanfeng.
Yeah, and we got to talk about baby steps, right, for Vitality to come back in, find some sort of pick-off, maybe turn it into a mid-T1, open this game up right now because, again, the lack of towers has really put them behind as they're about 5K deep behind.
And as you can see, Freaks is playing the game in another way. All right, everyone is just being so into that team fight. I'm just going to split a push, right? I'm a blind riding horse. Like, speed is all I got.
Yeah. He's able to just ride away wherever he wants. I mean, a little bit of a disadvantage. I mean, if you're looking at Lanfeng, he's got his own wolf, if you will, with Lanfeng on that Chano here. But look at ML, looking for the play. The Raging Sea, it's going to be onto the Infinite Vast. It's going to be used instantaneously. F1 will try to find at least Mono Frizer, who dashes away, but Zankyu's on the backside. He's going to be picked off just way too deep, but Freaks is going to be traded away. Ball doesn't want to give this up. He goes for the power grenation. ABH out healing this one. Ball is not letting Vento go. He knows that he doesn't have a dragon, but Ball is going to be picked. ABH with the damage, and the blades will cover the retreat. It's a 2-for-1 in favor of ML.
It's going to be a 2-for-1, but as we can see, like, VIT try their best to get one done. Check Jankyu's pushing in, right? He's directly aiming at one, but one with the Splendor and also all team members is protecting him, allowing ML to go in.
Yeah, but now it looks like F1, the Raging Sea, but he's going to be picked off just a little too far up the blade, just slicing Lanfeng. They're going to all-out retreat. Now ML on the chase.
They got numbers advantage. It all depends on ML because the Vanguards are still there, so they're trying to make a secure play.
Yeah, make a secure play. A little risky one when you don't have Ball and Zankyu. Those are the guys that, again, you want that are making that initiation, that jump in. But they were like, okay, we need to force something. And it looks like Team Vitality, when you're playing a losing game, you kind of risk it. You play a little bit out of character at moments.
And I mean, like, when we're jumping into the late game, still, Vitality, they're capable enough to make some team fight happens. But still, how they're gonna take one down? One with this 217 KDA allowing his passive to scale up.
Yeah. I mean, one has just been an absolute. I mean, like the one time he died was Ball had to go literally all in to just find him. So one's positioning in this game has been quite good. And now with this slow siege, they're waiting for the next minions. Ball taking some serious shots. F1 going in. Now he's going to be targeted. The Raging Sea is going to completely win. The Razor Cavalry actually pushing him under the crystal. Freaks is getting a little bit low himself. The Blades are doing a little bit of work. ABH with those heals, trying to outlast this one. The Blazing Brilliance is not really hitting much. Team Vitality dealing with the Vanguards. And it looked like that was a Marvel fight if I saw anyone. All of them fighting, nobody dying.
I mean, they're baiting, they're doing trades, but still no kills happening right now, and ML didn't really utilize the Vanguard spawning on the top side. So I would say VIT is actually holding it really well.
Yeah, holding it well. I mean, they have to, right? They don't hold, they lose. So I think that, it was an all or nothing in terms of this base defense. But again, they haven't gotten too much. They haven't been able to chip their way back into this game.
And I would say, as for ML, then man will be brought back to the table, which will be Freak, right?
Yes.
Guan Yu is already being his positioning.
I mean, he finds that perfect angle. They will have a problem, right?
Yeah.
I mean, he's on the problem. He's going to be at the top lane, so he will be scouted out there. But Team Vitality on the other side, it's just all hands on deck in terms of this defense.
The only threat that they might be afraid of is going to be Guan Yu in the late game, because all 3 high ground tower has been taken down, which means that Channel can be very vulnerable during the team fight.
Very vulnerable, right? So his positioning, he needs to be further back, maybe in the fountain for the team fight, so that it makes sure that he doesn't get pulled into the fight. So I think that the rest of Vitality, understanding that, hey, ball's on cue, if they're able to find any sort of pick off early, that will really set them up for this team fight.
So that's the reason why you can see like Ball is always checking Guan Yu's positioning, but with the minions,
yeah, nice Raging Sea. He actually flashes away. Vento's going to sidestep most of this. Ball tries to go in, but he gets on top of his dragon. The box is actually going to push Ball away. He's been the heroic strike is going to push him all the way on the side, but Ball will survive. Freaks is a little bit low, and it looks like again a lot of fighting, no killing.
I mean, this is so interesting and enjoyable to see this kind of team fight, right? A lot of skirmishes happen, a lot of back and forth, but at least no one died.
Yeah, no one died, but still a chance. Team Vitality, this Tempest Dragon, game number 1. I mean, we knew it was going to be close, I didn't know it was going to be a Tempest Dragon.
Yeah,
right?
I feel like we didn't know it's going to be a Tempest Dragon fight at the last team fight.
Yeah, I only expected nothing but a Tempest Dragon when I'm passing with you, Nora here. But it's been an honor here as Team Vitality, again, hanging on. Somehow without any sort of tower, they are still in this game.
They're still in this game, but the problem is that they got all 3 winning lanes in favor of ML. So how they're gonna deal with all those lanes on the side of VIT, right? Actually, ML, they are going to play it in a smart way. Just trying to let those winning lanes to distract VIT's position.
That would be best case scenario if they're able to do it. At the same time, ML have to be a little worried. They were like, why is this team not giving up? Why are we not in game 2? Yeah, really, they're sticking around, and this is one where it gets a little bit frustrating if you're an MIBR LOS fan.
And I think we should get our trust in Freaks, right? His Guan Yu is still riding on his way, and it seems like he's gonna bump into Channel.
Yeah, he's gonna bump into him, but F1 is the main target here. Look, Freaks getting a little bit low. That would have been a disaster, and Lanfei gets the snipe in, but they need to worry about the crystal. Ball is all the way in the back, but now with the Tempest Dragon, it's already so low. The Raging Sea, the Sage of Sanctuary's already been popped as well, and now ABH getting the Tempest Dragon, salvaging this. Vento is so low, he's in the world spot, but he takes down Jet Myth, and how much more can he do as he too will fall? Zanku is still alive as well. It looks like ABH is on the run, but that's only Sage of Sanctuary for him, and now Lanfei trying to go for ABH. He tries to dash away, he's gonna out-heal, he gets the stun, and then he too will fall. Lanfei gets the pick.
I mean, at least it's gonna be a 1-3 trade. Who can imagine that could happen? Channel, Lanfei, he was the first one bombing into that Guan Yu, and he even made it as a solo to take that Guan Yu down. So it's gonna be a 4-4 team fight around this tyrant. And as you can see, when Vento just ulti in, it's gonna be a little dangerous for him, right? A little bit overcommitted, but just check Lanfei, dash in and chase that Yukio down. Alright, I can give you the Tempest Dragon, but I'm gonna take you down.
Yeah, and I think that Vento right there, that infinite vastness forward was probably the not the right target. And you just saw in the crowd right now, Danny and the team right now still representing the Chak BR team and helping with that support. But the game has completely shifted. Team Vitality bottom T2.
I mean, the tension's definitely out there.
Yeah. definitely has that opportunity. Freaks, though, he cannot be killed earlier. That was a bit of a disaster for them because you need his CC.
You need his CC indeed, so actually they really need to landing all those CC upon their opponents before the team fight happens.
Yeah, before they do, but again, look at how Team Vitality, net worth, this is a wash. We're in even territory. The only problem, of course, these Tempest Vanguards and the fact that Team Vitality have no towers.
Yeah, they're still using their resilience, how resilient they are, right? Guarding all those towers, but right now, still, they need to fight back. And as for ML, they need to calm down a bit, right? Play the game with composure because still they got towers advantage.
They definitely need to calm down. They need to be patient. But this is a golden opportunity. You have the Tempest Vanguard. Nice two-man box. Oh! ZywQ somehow surviving. He's going to be back in the fountain. The Raging Sea on top of this one. Paul is doing his power grenation. But all four members in the back, they 5-vent up, but they're trying to go all in for the crystal. Are they able to do enough? It's so low, and somehow Fraser not able to get the kill. Team Vitality somehow holding on.
They are still holding it. We're so close with the HP of the crystal, but still didn't fall down yet. It's gonna be VIT making their tables around.
How are they not able to take the crystal? It gets so low. You literally sneeze on it, it goes down. They were not able to fight it. The Vanguard all the way in the back. Mono Fraser was trying to be like, hey, I can knock it down, but he's just a roam at the end of the day.
They are making the impossible to possible. But well, they grab the chance and turn the table around.
I mean, it's going in, this mid T3 being taken down. They're slowly respawning. It looks like Team Vitality understanding that, hey, we need to back off. We need to regroup here.
And right now, both teams are actually on the edge. Not only for game one, but also for the whole matchup. They're in the lower bracket and they are waiting for the last-ditch effort around the Tyrant camp.
Yeah, but they're not going to completely start this Tempest Dragon. It looks like Loudfang getting a little bit low. That's so close. Mono Fraser off to the side he goes with that Peacemaker. Oh, nice little stuff by F1. It's unreal as Mono Fraser gets taken down. Vento has to get on his Dragon. Ball is doing a little bit of work. They want to take down Freaks, and he's trying to take down Loudfang. It's not going to be possible. Freaks also falls. Vento with the Sage of Sanctuary, but the numbers are there for Vitality, and they take him down as well.
It's gonna be a 0-4 trade. Gillisbury goes over to jam it, and with all the minions on the top side of the map, it's gonna be ABH only surviving, trying to guard his tower, but will he make it? I mean, VIT is totally on fire.
I mean, completely on fire. ABH has got Sage of Sanctuary. Maybe he can do some sort of wave clear, but Team Vitality, all 5 members, they're gonna just knock him around. ABH is gonna use his gauntlet, but now with Sage of Sanctuary, the crystal has been taken. Team Vitality steal game 1.
This is impossible, but they just turned it into reality, ladies and gentlemen. We are watching Vitality being so resilient, and not mentioning it's only game 1, right? Those audiences sitting down there cheering up for VIT. Such an amazing performance in game 1.
It took them a time to get a little bit of a warm up, right? And I think that they're going to be so happy with how they performed. But man, it took some mistakes and it took some resolve and resilience to somehow hold on and to survive game number 1.
Wow, that's such a game. I mean, the tower has been taken down so close, but they're still holding it, right? And we can see throughout the game, actually ML went up against VIT for such a long time, for over 10 minutes.
Yeah.
But still they're holding it into the Tempest Dragon and turn the table around.
That game was as Nolan intended. I mean, that was absolute cinema, the way that they were able to come back. And if you're not a fan of Honor of King Esports, well, watch this game. This will turn your tide.
I mean, even you don't really know about those techniques or whatever. Just feel the pace, feel the vibe, right? You can see the resilience they're holding it, and several attacks can be seen on the side of ML. But just check ZywQ's face, right? Man with composure, man with one word that we're gonna take the victory.
Yeah, and he's gonna be a man of more words after that game 1. I think that he's gonna be very happy with not only his performance as well as the team of just saying, hey, we're not out of this. Let's not give up. We will find ways. But if you're checking the highlights, miracle hold after miracle hold.
I mean, this
This is definitely a miracle, but it's holding by their coordination out there. Everyone just, we're just representing all the members that is watching the live show, actually.
All right, okay, I didn't know that camera was going to be running on that one, so a little embarrassed on that. But again, what an amazing game. And I mean, we can be nothing but happy and want to see more in the series here. Oh, but
well, what an amazing time. Holler, thank you so much. I'll pick it up. You need some rest after all that dancing during that set. I was dancing too. The crowd is dancing. You see the action. It was one of the best possible scenarios as a fan of HOK Esports. If you're watching KWC, you want to see the elation and you want to see the other side. Look at this man right here.
Oh my gosh.
He can barely believe it.
I'm telling you, this is why people fly all the way here to Paris, France for this kind of entertainment. It was so good. It was filmed in IMAX, 8K, if there's 10K, 16K on that. It was just cinema. It was lovely. It was the best game that I have watched in this whole tournament. And I'm gonna tell you why. Because it's not the classic, let's just play the gold, let's just play the resources. It's just pure identity. It's the flair of going out there with the passion of trying to take the kills, the wins. You can see the whole HOK family right over here enjoying different game styles clashing against each other.
I know you got some stuff to break down, Sagi, but before we get to that, general reactions. I mean, that was maybe the closest game it could be to not end when they first made that push on IMBR.los.
I think they had just a fantastic goal lead. The way that they structured around their team composition system draft that we would talk on later on, they did it perfectly. And in the late game, Lamfeng was that guy to bring Vitality in towards the late game.
I told you, man, like when we were watching the game right over here from the stage, I kept pointing, that channel is a problem, that channel is a problem, that channel is a problem. And did you see he picked up in the last 5 minutes, ended up with what, eight kills in those last 3 minutes? Insane.
It was such a great lead, Isaac. It was almost worse to lose that way, right?
Yeah.
Because you get so close, but yet you're still so far.
And I'm telling you, man, that's going to be really difficult for them to calm down.
Yeah.
Because the roller coaster of emotions of just having such an amazing opening, being so close to be able to seal the deal. The crystal, just a little bit of the health bar, and then after that,
look at
not
Rookie
being
there.
able to take it. No way!
The choice of the all-in, that was a choice. Obviously, patience, maybe not a part of, you said the identity, the flair. Maybe wanted to just finish that off. They saw the opportunity, they took it. If it goes well, great play. If it doesn't, well, now we're here. And Sagi, break down what you saw. I know you got a couple of segments, including the draft that you felt contributed to this game.
All right, let's hop in right towards this replay right now. I gotta tell you, this specific play coming in for this entire MIBR front victory is because of these two picks here. Take a look at this Guan Yu. Take a look at this Gan and Mo. Without these two picks, it wouldn't be so difficult for the side of Team Vitality because they just didn't have any sort of crowd control to stop these two picks. And then this converts into the early game wins. Take a look at this one. All right, let me whip that clip up real quick here. Remember this one. My, oh my. How did Freaks get into that backline? They immediately just whoop the entirety of them into the welcoming hands of MIBR. And ever since that, snowball after snowball, towers after towers there. And then you can start to see MIBR, they're feeling confident. They're playing with their composition here. Multi-stun into the freshly forged. Perfect. Now what happened? All three towers down for the side of Team Vitality, but the stronghold coming in is just too darn good. This is because take a look at Lamfeng's positioning here. He's always playing safe, always collecting all the damage here, and if he falls even one time, he's out of this game. Gone. And then you look at this. This was a really, really crucial one. This right play here on towards Lamfeng, picking up Freaks. He's like, yeah, I know you want to get me, but I have that mentality. I'm getting you first. Ever since this, you get the Tempest Dragon. But what's next? It's a 4v4 Lamphong ultimate carry here. He's right here, right now. All the damage just doesn't land on towards him. Taking down Vento, taking down members of the side of Team Vitality. And then Zanki with a very good defense over to this side so that the minions doesn't end the game. And the heartbreak that Isaac suffered in the stage comes to this final play.
I was jumping, man.
You were
I was jumping.
Take a look at this. This specific play from the side of ABH, he wants to go for the end, but that little health bar just couldn't make it. And with this final play coming in towards the screen, you can see items are starting to come in, waves are equal, 50-50, there's no more deficit coming in from the side of Team Vitality. They find the perfect fight. Yes, it's about Lamphong, but Bao has been the one to drag the team in towards those crucial moments here. All the high ground defense is Bao. Then Lamphong comes in, finds the swooping play, and they clean house and they march for the victory.
Fully stacked channel right over there was just so much damage. At this moment in the game, 24 minutes, there is no hero in the meta right now that can stand the channel damage.
I'm curious, Sagi, did they make, and this is someone who's, new to HOK and wanting to learn about this, backcapping is a thing that I'm aware of. That looked like the perfect opportunity to potentially backcap. Is that available? Was that an option?
I think as of that point when they got that 3 high grounds, it was already looking like GG, MIBR lows, you're going for that game 1. But the crucial mistake that they did was like, guys, let's force the end. But every time they forced the end, it was just giving gold back to the side of Lamphong's channel, giving gold back to the side of Bao. And when the game scaled into that level, you sort of have no more space on the side of Freaks go on you to find those flanks.
I'm going to take it to the other side. I do believe that Team Vitality played amazing and just taught us exactly how to play the game when you're actually losing. When you're losing, it's not about just the rush, man. Because they're losing since the minute, 4 of the game? 4 or 5 minutes in the game, they're already behind. And they pushed it all the way to 24. 20 minutes just being at the back. Just being patient, being disciplined, being able just to understand that it comes to a moment where your power spike is gonna come and then you're gonna be able to take the game back.
If you're Los Grandes, Sagi, and you see what happened in the beginning of that game, do you feel good? Even though, yes, you're calming down emotionally, do you feel good about how you approached it? Because they were out to the lead. They looked the favors the entire time.
I think if you're on the coaching staff from the side of MIBR Los, you have to tell that it was fantastic gameplay aura. Just a little mistake towards the end. Because if you carry that loss into the momentum of the bigger shot by Vitality, you're going to be feeling really bad because you know you had it in your hand, but small mistake, let it loose and send it over to Vitality. So, coaching staff from MIBR Los, crucial. You need to calm down the players because you need to tell them, you did well. Don't think about the last game.
Sometimes that just happens. We know it in football. The way the ball bounces that day, right?
And I'm telling you, Rain, they just the moment where the coaches don't need to overcoach.
I think so.
Right now, this is the moment where you need to let the players play, man. Like you as a coach, what you need to do is to support them a little bit. Just tell them that it's gonna be fine, and let the players just take control.
It's one auto attack away, maybe one moment away, one different position, one creep that changes that game, and we might have been seeing South America taking the lead, having a chance to close it out. Can they tie it here, or will it be Vitality who sends it to a 2-0 and advances to play Blacklist International? It's going to be Holler and Nora on the cast for Game 2. I know you're ready to go.
Thank you so much, Rain Day. As we go into Game 2's draft here, I think that, hey, after that break, after that epic Game 1, Nora, what is the thought process? How do you get yourself back into this?
Well, first thing first, that game should be put into the history of KWC. That's
Agreed.
I want to say. But stepping to Game 1, I would say after the loss that ML just suffered in Game 1, the most prioritized thing that they need to do is trying to keep composed, right? You need to get away, just throw it out, just whatever done is done. Just keep focusing on Game 2.
Yeah, and I think that that's the biggest thing, right? Where you're just about focused. MIBR Los Grandes right now looking, I mean, at least from my end, MIBR Los scared, right? I would definitely be worried going into this one. Are we able to bounce back after a game that we thought we had and we were able to control?
And if they're trying to do do so, then I would say this time they would go for more well-rounded composition, right? No more pressure on attacking, because you can see like how restricted they were trying to protect one at the last team fight, right? Because like Ganamo is quite vulnerable, but this time on the other side you can see like ML, they're picking out this Byron with die there. Full sufficient HP recovery and also tankiness is what we can see so far in the draft.
A lot of sustain, right? I mean, if we're looking at the Vitality side, they're going to go with the Guan Yu. We saw that Freaks had done very well. They're like, hey, ball, bet. Right, I'm gonna make sure that I'm gonna show you how this one is played.
And not even mention to like last game, the shell play was really decent.
Yes.
And also mention about the initiation that they got, right? This Haya with the Xiangfei classic duel that we have.
Yeah, very scary, right? When they're able to abduct you, they're like, hey, I've got some candy, get in the white van. I mean, I think that we're talking about the mid lane to really set things up, but they have a lot of control, a lot of that stuns and that abduction, if you will, but they need the damage for the second phase of this draft.
And I mean, like, speak of the damage, Garuda, which is on the side of ML, is totally enough to do those poking damage, right? And also, it seems like ML tried to play those pushing strategy for game 2.
Yes, and going into it's funny that they're picking up the Garuda. This is the national hero of Indonesia, and to use it against them, I don't know if it's for evil here, but as we get it again into this second phase, the Flowball Marksman going to be banned out as well as the Loom.
Loon has been taken away, and so does Flowball Marksman. Also with this early, Vento actually did a really great job in the last game playing with this Aoying, but this time, as you can see, they're trying to build up a winning lane at the bottom.
Yes, and I think that, again, Team Vitality, this is smart. I do think that you want to limit Vento as much as possible. I think that he's more than capable to carry. He's incredibly scary on this team. I mean, ABH right now, his hero is still yet to be selected as well, but you're kind of, you have the second or the last two picks going into this one, so you have a little bit of an edge to get that information first.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. And I mean, like, the hero boys kind of shared, I mean, like against between Lanfeng and also Vento, because Chicha is still an open choice for both front lanes.
Yeah, as we go into the last two picks, I mean, the Ying is going to be selected. This is an advantage. Zhang Q can play literally every single jungle hero that's available, and being able to counter it, because you've shown this is a huge advantage for Vitality.
This is definitely going to be a huge advantage that they had. And also, like, for ML, they just take this in very well-rounded. You know, a lot of tolerance, that is what I can see on the side of ML's composition. Poking damage out there, tankiness out there, and as we're speaking of that Chicha open choice, actually Lanfeng just secure it as his play. It's going to be very, very aggressive on the side of VIT in game 2.
Yeah, very aggressive, right? And I think that also it's maybe to the detriment. I mean, this Jing, assuming he's able to get going, you're going to always rely on old Zhang to get his own farm, but then you've got the Chicha to really accelerate into snowball, but come late game, they might have some potential issues with this lineup.
Yes, because the shortage in the late game will be how they're going to take down all those high ground tower, because we are selecting those double warriors, which pushing Vitality to be more aggressive during the mid game, right? You need to initiate all the time to make sure that you win the upper hand during the team fight. And also speak up those pushing strategy, I would say ML would be really dominating in the front. They can actually concentrate in pushing in the mid lane, play around with this Garuda, but on the side of VIT, they should highlight their side lanes.
Yeah, and it looks like they show you for the last pick for them. This is, again, about that late game. You're talking about, you know, having that range advantage, and this is something that they kind of struggled with in the last one, where they weren't able to close out that game. Maybe the Shoyu is going to be just enough here.
So I feel like this is going to be the pivot for ML this time, right? First thing first, they actually did a totally opposite style draft in game 2, right? They tried to slow down with those double poking heroes, which would be Shoyu and also Garuda at the same time. In one composition, they're trying to secure the late game. They don't want to rush into it. Not even mention to they're actually feeling like fall behind right now.
Yeah, they can't. I mean, Also, at the same time, MIBR LOS's lineup is more just survive early. Don't let them take over this game.
Yeah.
And we will just win in the late game if we're able to get there.
But we will just dive right into game 2 since VIT definitely on fire, making those bouncing back. And Bao already showing his aggression, gaining the vision control to the red side.
Yeah, we always love Ball's play. I think that even in game 1 with that Charlotte, the way that he's able to kind of just have so much of an impact. It started when he found Vento that excuse me, and that initial pickoff, and you're kind of thinking, was that a great trade? But in the end, he was just like, basically saying, hey, I'm not scared here.
It's really like proactive, actually. Right. And on the side of ML, this time they're just trying to play defensively on both side lanes and wait for this Shoryuan to farm out a little bit more. They should just rotate with Garuda's efficiency by cleaning all those mid lanes.
Yeah, I think one will just be kind of moving from lane to lane. If anything, you want to get Vento going. He's a late game hero, the Shoryuan, and to have some sort of impact, he needs, again, that space and time.
Space and time is exactly what they need for game 2, and now they're trying to accelerate the farming pace for Ying because Jin definitely going to gank on the side lane faster than Ying.
Okay, so let's isolate some of the lane matchups. Which is the most important in the early game?
Well, I would say the top lanes, right? Because top lane is going to be very competitive. And speak of those efficiency difference between both junglers, allowing JanQ to secure that teleportation and also the mini monster surrounding that.
Okay. I also think that Freaks, the Byron, has a little bit of a lane matchup edge. But with the numbers that are being shown in the top lane, it seems like, okay, we want to make sure that Freaks has a good game and he's not caught off guard by Ball.
So true. Especially when Freak got enough item, at least he needs to go that pure sky, right? And with that is sustainability, allowing ML to hold enough time and just create the setting for Garuda and also Shoryuan to do the poking damage.
Yeah, and just like that, Ball was kind of sticking around the mid lane for a potential jump in. He's just going to go back in the top because, again, the waves were there. But ML on the other side, they had a great early start. It looks like they got a little bit of an edge here. I mean, is this something that they were looking to do here?
I mean, like, that actually is very impressive for me to see ML play such good micro in the early game because, again, we know that this team is good at fighting, but they used to be a little bit reckless in the early game. But these two matchups, including the first one, they're actually microing really well in the early game.
Yeah, I think that it's kind of like a calculated approach as they actually have a decent amount. The Umbrella Outburst pushing them away as he goes Titan mode.
Nice HP trade in favor of ML because of the long tech reach that a Garuda has, just allowing them to force out F1's ulti, which is really crucial on the side of VIT.
Yeah, it's a big ult being used early. I mean, he's going to have it back when that 4-minute tyrant does spawn, so not the end of the world, assuming he's able to build up that madness. But if we're looking at the rest of Vitality here, I mean, XanQ, quiet, but happily farming. He's just kind of by himself, if you will. He's kind of being shepherded around by Genmyth for that gold sharing. But again, is XanQ, like, how do you stop this guy?
I mean, like, it's going to be a little difficult to stop Jin dashing into the backliner. So I think maybe this time one will go for a early Splendor in game 2.
Yeah, I think that will definitely help. And also, there's so many different targets from ML. Like, they're very squishy. ABH to a degree, one. Vento, Mono Frizer, definitely. So this XanQ, if he's able to get that farm, find the back line, MIBR LOS might have a tough time.
So that's the thing that they need to deal with, right? They need to make sure that Byron is actually in front of all those backliners. So trying to create a more secured place for Garuda and also Shoryuan.
Yeah, and I think that Freaks, a lot of pressure on him to be the security guy, the bodyguard, if you will, making sure that nobody gets touched because, again, everybody else is like, you look at them and you might just take them down just by looking at them.
Yeah, and also, as we are looking at JanQ's farming pace, he already got almost like one level ahead of ABH, right? Because he got like more experience and also gold lead.
Yeah, actually, that could have been scary here. Genmith, level 6, might have gone for the abduction, but it was under the tower, a little too risky. But the rest of ML are like, actually, we're happy with this because we only had 2 members.
And as we are double checking the Go Different, actually ABH is doing good. It's quite equalized, quite even. But JanQ with this kind of invasion just being so daft.
Oh, ZanQ right under your nose is taking the smite, taking that one away. Yeah, I mean, anytime it's up, it's a 50-50 going up against ABH like that. And I think, you know, ZanQ is like, swipe.
I mean, that's the mobility that Jing has, and also that's gonna be the mechanics JanQ is going to showcase of.
Yeah, and Genmith making the rotation, pushing him back. Nobody wants any of this action. Wildwind is not gonna connect onto anybody, but this Spike Tail, it looks like it's gonna be taken away by ML.
Just some slight vying for those neutral objectives, but the point that it hasn't been any kill happen yet, but we are reaching to 6 minutes. You can see like both teams are actually slowing down compared to like game 1's pace.
Yeah, because nobody wants to make that first mistake. You know what I mean? It's like, you're gonna blink first. No, you're gonna blink first. And they're kind of a bit of a staring contest, if you will. But ML right now, it's about protecting your own jungle.
I mean, like they are trying to make this still happen.
Tries to go in with that mirror domain. The Umbrella Outburst on the pushback. They're going to have the Moonscape Mirage locking him down, but it's under the tower. Freaks is off to the side. He wants to go for Lanfang. He knows that that's the right target, but one is going to be giving up first blood. They find Freaks as well. Lanfang looking to dive the tower. They are not playing scared as they go very aggressive early.
It's going to be a 0-2 trade. Start with VIT in favor of VIT. You can see like they are just being so proactive and so accurate to landing all those skills on those targets that which they want.
Yeah, and this goes back to game 1. Because it's so frustrating and it's so demoralizing to be winning and to lose in that fashion. It was such a long game. It really hits the confidence, and you're kind of seeing it right now. Team Vitality have built up that confidence, and they have a massive lead early.
I feel like Vitality is just keeping their momentum, right? Which they gained from that huge bouncing back in game 1. And right now, because JanQ, like Jin is definitely his signature hero, right?
Yeah.
He played around this hero several times and just gained a lot of victories to Vitality in the previous tournament.
Yeah, it's actually pretty scary. If you're any other team playing a Team Vitality, when ZanQ gets his heroes like the Jing, as you rightly mentioned, he's incredibly strong and very scary on this hero.
And you can see how proactive he is, right? Just hiding his vision. He knows that identity is definitely enough. He's dashing in.
On the back, finding 3. Vento, he's going to get sliced and diced, and with balls damage, they have just enough. They're going to dive the tower because they know they have a massive lead. The Umbrella Outburst, he's going to try to stampede away. F1 gets a little low himself, but Genmith with that Moonscape Mirage, the mid T1 being taken down, and they're going to cover the retreat on this one as Lanfang is off to the side, finding Freaks. He's going to be controlled, but Ball is doing some serious work, and it looks like Monofrizer, ABH all down at this point.
0-3 trade it is, and gaining them a 4,000 goal lead advantage. It's going to be JanQ dashing in again, almost make it as a solo kill. Everyone just put JanQ under the spotlight, please.
Yeah, I mean, you saw the interview in the pregame, right? They were like, ZanQ, can we get some thoughts? All of these things. And at this point, I think he's going to give the same one-word answer, yes.
I feel like, you know, game 1 just kind of give JanQ that feeling like, all right, it's going to be interesting to bounce him back, and it's going to be his time to shine out. Such a neat kill that he did, right, upon Vento, upon this Shoryue. Just easily made VIT got numbers advantage, and after tier 1 tower in the mid lane has been taken down, they're just guarding around this highest ulti, waiting for the right person, dashing out, it's going to be E, and just wait this group hound, gaining them the advantage in the mid game.
Yeah, it's a huge advantage already, right? This is one where, again, if you're looking at ML side, they need to just, you know, calm down, get to the late game. They are so far behind by about 6K. They need to, again, just play within their means, take whatever sort of farm they can find. Maybe you get some sort of pickup to get yourself back in.
I mean, with this kind of gold lead, it's kind of like the too much for ML to choose so far in mid-game. Because we mentioned like how late game they are, right? They definitely need to wait for Shoryue's items to build up. But you can see like how squishy they are. Like with double backliners, it's gonna be a pure target on the side of VIT, especially for JanQ.
Yeah, and also at the same time, Vento is your win condition. He's actually 2 levels behind Lanfang. Is now ZanQ doing some serious work, always with a push. The Razor Cavalry not gonna really do too much on this one, but they take the bottom T2 again with all the space. It's so much aggression from Team Vitality here.
I mean, like the map control is definitely out there, and as for VIT, they are totally dominating the pace.
Totally dominating, totally in control, putting the full court press on. ML right now on the defensive, have still yet to find a kill, and we're entering the 10-minute mark.
10-minute mark, it's going to be quite optimistic. Goes over to VIT because it is going to be a little bit hard for you to contest such a like mid-game power pike composition, especially with a almost 1,000 goal deficit on the side of ML.
It's so much, right? It might be too much, right? MIBR, LOS, they need to kind of channel the team vitality resilience of game one to get themselves back in this game, but the Overlord even going to be taken away by ZonQ.
It's hard for them to gain the vision, you know. Actually, on the side of ML, if we just put into their perspective, I would say the vision is totally in dark. You don't even know where Guan Yu is hiding, right? Actually, Ball is waiting for the top laner, but they don't know it, right? Yeah. And you don't know where the Chicha is. You don't know where the Haya is. The only man that you can spot is this Zhang Fei.
Yeah. And actually, if ML are hopefully not like me, I'm afraid of the dark. So for them to just have that darkness, it's going to be incredibly scary. They need to, again, figure out a way to kind of break out, get some of that vision across the map so that they can potentially find a pickoff.
But I mean, the only way that they can extend their vision is to rely on Shoya's first ability, right? True. Those eyes that you can put on the ground, but you can just easily spec on it, just exactly what F1 this Zhang Fei is doing right now. Try to gain more vision control, gain the map control, and just manipulating, waiting for those minions coming in.
Yeah, Freaks and Vento, both of them taking some shots here. But Vento, it's one thing to put those tranquil eyes around, but you just like, it's a defensive position where you have to run off. With this map control, it's very hard to find perfect placements for, again, those CCTVs.
So I feel like it's going to be very hard for ML so far, but still, it's gonna remind them if Vitality on the upside can hold that long in game one, why does ML can't?
Yeah. I mean, it's the same thing, right? It's still nobody's game. Obviously, it helps when you have a bit of a lead here as the bottom T3 is going to be under siege. But ML can find ways. If they're able to find a nice little team fight, they're going to go in for this one. Ball with the Soaring Green Dragon, but he's going to be Moonscape Mirage. That might have been a little bit of a miscommunication in terms of the timing, but now Ball is going to have to be backing off. They've already found Mono. Fries are off to the side. ABH is going to do a little bit of work as he too will fall. And now back to the fountain. One goes. The Crystal's already at half. They find Vento as well. And Team Vitality, just like that, take game two in the series.
Easy game in game two. To Vitality make it as a 2-0. That was a 9-0 kill in favor of Vitality. You know what? From game one, from the lower bracket, the beast is awake.
Yeah, definitely awakened right now. And we had questions like, would this team wake up? Would they be ready to go? It looked like they started off very sluggish in game one. But man, once the end of game two into game two happened, you could tell they were all gas, no brakes.
And you know what? The next team that they are going to play up against is Blacklist International, which is exactly the team who put them into the lower bracket. But check their performance. They're ready for revenge.
Definitely ready for revenge, but I think at the same time, it's all about momentum. They're going to be incredibly happy with this victory. That's a great win for them. They can build off of that as they go on. Of course, as you rightly mentioned, Blacklist International waiting for them.
Yeah, are they ready to take this Vitality? I feel like everything just went so optimistic on the side of VIT, right? They're just manipulating the whole game as they does back in IKL. So everything, just put all the effort into it because they realize how important it is to get that ticket into the group stage.
Yeah, a huge win for them, and you saw some of the IKL fans in there. We saw Momo-chan and Rookie as well. Both of them cheering on their countrymen, and they were able to pull off the victory, and they did it in a dominant style. It didn't seem like MIBR, LOS were able to get themselves back into game two.
I mean, I do like the improvement that ML did, and as we can see in the early games, micro, but it seems like they're kind of influenced by the game one.
All right, but let's find out exactly what Team Vitality thought as they go into the winner's interview now.
Here we are with ZonQ from Team Vitality. Congratulations! You know, the talk of the town right now is what happened in game one. Game two, it was obvious that you guys were composed, but game one, we thought you were gonna lose that one in the end, but you remained patient, you remained composed. Let us know what was happening in the communication with your team and how were you able to stay so calm, or were you calm during those moments?
No. We 5 people are so nervous, you know. Yeah, the bass will just little bit, right? Yeah, we all our heart will bang 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 bang.
Your heart was basically making that sound and you could feel it. But you have one more matchup. One more. And you get to go to top 8 just like last year, but there's one team standing in your way. And that is Blacklist International. I know you know Josh G. You've talked to him before. What do you want to say to him now?
Fighting.
I want you to challenge Josh G.
Huh?
Challenge him. Say a message to him. Look at the camera and challenge Josh G.
Fighting.
And that's it. That's what he's gonna hear from you. How about you give a message to the IKL fans and the fans of Team Vitality?
Terima kasih. Thank you.
And thank you for giving us such a great fight. How about I get all your team, come on over. You're gonna love this part, come on down. This is what we do in EWC. Let's head right this way. In EWC, elimination comes with a consequence. Every team comes here with their key. And now, Team Vitality, come on over. You have earned the honor to officially eliminate your opponent. There we have the key master instructing Vitality with one press. They will now say goodbye to Team MIBR Loss. And with that, Loss is eliminated. Team Vitality gets to move on to the match later on, and their fight for the championship still continues. And now we will head over to the desk. Lead the gorge.
Thank you so much, Mara. Great interview up there. Sang-Kyu still a man of few words, but doesn't need to say much when you get the win. If you keep winning, you still don't have to say much. Welcome back to the desk. My name is Randy. I'm joined by Isaac and Sagi again to break down that action. Vitality move on. Isaac, I think we've all emotionally recovered from that first game, and now it's clear that Vitality had been awoken. It was like Los Grandes awoke a sleeping giant, and now there was no way to turn around.
It is just really difficult just to be able to turn things around in a moment where you were so excited about just a probable win, the possibility of a 1-0 lead, and just coming back immediately. It's not every single team the one that they can actually do that. And Team Vitality showed us how to defend and showed us how to attack and how to finish games early.
Sagi, what was your takeaway from this matchup?
I mean, the game number 1 was just a heartbreaking moment. Yeah. Not only for Lost MIBR fans, MIBR Lost fans, but Chop VR fans at home. If they won that game 1, the entire storyline could be so different. You could see after game 1, like what you guys mentioned, they awoken the giant, which is Vitality, and in game 2, Sang-Kyu was just owning everyone.
And not only that, right? Like I think that it just comes down to not only MIBR Loss, but it comes down to the INF fans and the players over there on the stage. They were just supporting for the whole Chalk BR just to move forward, right? Like you can see everyone just biting their nails, trying their very best to support them. But the fight just was not there. The composition didn't work out. Team Vitality was just too much.
And you can actually relate that to a lot of, whether it's football and you look at South America, passion, emotion. Important. When things are going well, they're going very well. Unstoppable. When things aren't going well, it could feel just as strong the other way.
For us, it's all about momentum.
That's right.
We need to build that momentum and then just to ride that wave, and it's gonna be all good. It's gonna be fine. MIBR lost. They needed to turn things around, and Vitality didn't let them. They did have a strat, man. They wanted to play the poke. They wanted to come in with the Garuda. They wanted to come with the Shoyue. They wanted to play the poke, not allow Team Vitality to jump in. But Sang-Kyu was on point with that Jing.
Yeah, the Jing just sliding in towards that back line here. Yeah, you want to play on the tower, but the Guan Yu, Shoyue, the Zhang Fei, all these providing the engage opportunities. Yeah, you want to poke. You got to stand so far away. When you're standing so far away, your turret gets exposed. So for MIBR Lows, they were in such a pinch of a situation. You gotta pick one, and both of those choices, bad.
It could have worked out because the beginning of the game works really well for MIBR loss. So Yue just being able just to stay over there in the farming on his own without having to think about like, okay, I need people to come in. Got vision, got distance, got the poke. It's totally, everything's going well. But it's just such a late hero. You need items for that. You need gold. And Team Vitality had a better composition, I believe.
Well, as we get to transition into these upper brackets now, we've done the eliminations. We've sent 2 teams home. Saki, I'll start with you. Maybe Isaac, I'll close with you as well. What have we learned from these 2 matchups here heading into now their upper bracket decider matches?
Momentum from the players and the energy from the fans. I'm telling you, if you're on the side of Team Vitality as a fan or the player, you went through that game number 1, you gotta be feeling good when you're going into the matchup with Blacklist International later.
Go with the early game. That is exactly what I need to tell everyone. Go with the early game. Go with the aggression. It worked really well today. And I do believe that if it is do or die and it's only a best of 3, toss everything that you have right over there. Don't play the late game. Just play for the beginning. Try to put everything in the first 10 minutes.
Coming into this, it was clear that it was Los Grandes, MIBR, Los, who were really kind of the passionate but also potential underdogs in this matchup against Vitality. What we would find, however, was that they would turn around and get the lead almost in this game. And that gut punch of being able to say, hey, we almost had it, really was something they didn't have enough time to turn around. In a best of 3, little mistakes like that could mean the world of difference. Hopefully they've taken a lot from their loss. And I know Sky has the opportunity. Oh, actually, I'm hearing she does not. So we're going to find out if that comes up in a way. I think we're going to figure out where we're going for a moment. And
that's, you know what? That's totally fine because we get to talk to you a little bit more about KWC 2026, man.
That's right.
We're super happy to have you right over here, man. I know that today, since we're moving to a new stage, a lot of new fans are coming in, just getting online. We have already 6 teams over there in the playoffs, and we're going to be fighting for 2 more tickets, and we're going to have that. There's going to come down to between Virtus Pro against BRU, and it's going to come down to Vitality against Blacklist International.
Now, that's a rematch. Both of those are rematches, right, Sagi? So what does it mean now coming into that upper bracket again, knowing you faced those teams? Is it more of an advantage having faced this team, but now waiting on the side watching? Or as a team who's got to make it through the elimination bracket, do you have a little bit more momentum, but also a little bit more learning that you've been able to put into practice to face the problems that you suffered when you first had that matchup?
That's a actually very good question here. Now, if we take the example of the match between Vitality and MIBR Los, that was an amazing game coming in from Vitality to regain that momentum, and your hands are hot right now. It's like a hot potato that you will feel good going into the series against Blacklist International. And for Blacklist, they're like, okay, these are pretty good strats that I found out. Yeah, it's just strats. But when it comes down to cold hands, good momentum, Vitality has it all.
Yeah. And ZonQ, how much of an impact is he going to have to be? Did you feel game 1, game 2 different, ZonQ?
Completely. Completely. Because the game 1, he played the pay, right?
Exactly, yes. The pay.
So game 1, he plays the pay that is supposed to be one of his main heroes, and it does not work out. It was supposed to have momentum at the beginning of the first 4 minutes, and it was just stopped on its brakes by the Yukio. All right, so ZonQ did not play really well. Bounces back in the second game right over there with his Jing pick, which is actually really good for them. Now we can see the Team Vitality depends on ZonQ being able to really do his job. If he's in a good momentum, game, 9 minutes, 10 minutes, clean up, let's go home. If he's not well, most likely they won't be able to beat their opponents today.
So with the global ban and pick, which I love, I think is so innovative, so exciting to see in an esport. And I'm getting my first look at it here on the Lenovo Legion Gauntlet. Guan Yu seemed to be an important pick. Now, mentioning the impact it had even in game 1, it's tough not to take advantage of that when he's playing so well. But how important is that hero, do you think, going to be playing in the meta? How important has Guan Yu been in kind of those clash laners, which he is, right? He's a clash laner?
He's a clash laner, perfect, right? One of those insane set of clash laners here. You can come from the back, come from the side, find those important targets here. And if you do not have crowd control in game 1, like what we've seen so far from the side of Vitality, you're going to get punished in these teamfights because there's no one stopping this horse. And this pick, like you mentioned, in the global ban pick, 99% we'll see it in every single game going into that BO7 lineup.
Now that does mean though the team that picks it once isn't going to be able to pick it again.
Correct.
But the other team who had to face it now has their opportunity to use it. So Isaac, how much does this, as someone who's coming into this and saying, "Wow, that's interesting," how do you prioritize the timing of bringing out these picks on your side, of course, as these sets extend? Best of threes now, but I mean best of sevens. I assume we start to see that strategy
completely
win.
Different games, man. Completely different ball games. I'm gonna tell you. So best of threes. Global ban pick, if I used it, I cannot use it again. So it means that I'm gonna have to ban it so I do not allow my opponents to have it. So we become into what I can say is gonna be a chess match. This is just gonna be a chess game, and that is super lovely just to be able to make that connection. It's about strategy, it's about thinking, it's about just trying to predict 3 steps ahead what your opponent is going to do. In best of threes, it's not that hard.
Yeah.
But as we move into best of sevens, Agi, it's just insane the level of depth that you need to have to be able to stay online.
And let me geek out a bit on this.
Oh, let's go. Let me take some notes.
Also the global ban pick. When it comes down to best of sevens, it's more about strategy. When we talk about BO3, it's more about how you pick up the strong drafts and end it in a 2-1 or 2-0 score. Now, pacing the BO7s, there are specific strategies, different styles from different coaches. Do I want to win you in a 4-0, 4-1 fashion? Then I'll just pick strong picks all the way, which puts pressure on my players if we don't close it out fast. But if I want to plan for the long run into game 5, game 6, game 1, usually some coaches, they will open out a lot of picks, bait out the enemy to pick it, so it disrupts your pattern going into the final few games.
That's a really interesting aspect. I love the idea of chess coming into play here in Honor of Kings and at KWC, where the board is always moving and the pieces are always shifting. Sometimes pieces fall, and that, of course, is what happened to MIBR Los. This time, we do have Sky standing by with an exit interview with one.
Hello guys, I'm Sky ISO. I have these 2 gentlemen joining by my side to attend the post-match interviews. So Juan, I'm so sorry to say this, but it's so heartbreaking to see the games going like this. I believe it's a very tough moment for you to solve at that right second. What do you feel after the whole games? So what will be the improvements? What will be the things they wanted to do better next time?
Então foi um momento bem difícil, né, esse jogo e tudo que aconteceu ao decorrer da série. E depois dessa série, dessas partidas, o que vocês tiram como aprendizado e o que vocês podem melhorar para as próximas vezes?
Acho que a calma, né? Confiança também é bastante importante para qualquer jogo que você for jogar, qualquer série, de qualquer outro estilo de jogo, esporte. Então, confiança e calma é o principal. E acho que a gente poderia ter jogado melhor sim em alguns jogos ali, demonstrar mais do que a gente tem treinado no bootcamp que aconteceu antes do campeonato, mas não conseguimos transferir o nosso desempenho, que realmente foi bom, mas no campeonato não deu muito certo. A primeira partida a gente conseguiu encaixar um jogo muito bom, um early game bem agressivo. Os caras tentaram jogar um invade ali que não era para ter feito, acontecido. A gente aproveitou, punimos a jungle deles, não conseguimos fechar o jogo. E o segundo, acho que a gente não construiu muito bem a linha de pensamento, então eles estavam melhor, um draft um pouco que facilitava as plays deles também. E foi basicamente isso.
So, in my opinion, I think for all the series, it doesn't matter the game. You have to be confident. You need to be calm, and you need to be confident about your gameplay. We had a boot camp and we were performing really well. So, in my opinion, the first match we managed to do pretty well. They did they messed up a little bit in the invade, so we kind of capitalized on their jungle. So it was really important for us. And during the second game, it was a little bit rough, but I only take we need to get a little bit more confident and always maintain the calm.
Yes, I think everything happened is a lesson learned. They will improve better in the future. So I was very curious about what happened after game 1, especially they have that break time. What are their discussions? Are they talking about what they feel, or are they talking about the future plays?
Depois do primeiro mapa, no break vocês conversaram muito? O que vocês falaram mais? Estavam bem confiantes pro segundo mapa?
Basicamente, depois qualquer time, assim, perdeu um primeiro mapa que é ganho, e tá ganho para ele acaba tomando uma virada, é sentar, olhar um pro outro, pedir calma. Foi um jogo atípico ali, não conseguimos fechar, então mantenha calma, vamos voltar confiante, foi só um jogo próximo.
So during the break, we just talked about the match. It was like a pretty tough match for us because we were like very far ahead. So we just maintained like our calm and our confidence for the next match, so we could win.
Yeah, so among all the memories, all the things happened in Paris here in 2026 KWC, what will be the things they remember the most after the whole journey?
Depois de toda a jornada de vocês no campeonato aqui em Paris, qual momento para você mais importante? O que você vai levar para o resto da sua vida aqui, sua carreira?
Cara, foi uma experiência incrível, né? Jogar contra os melhores do mundo, assim. Querendo ou não, a Vitality é Seed 1, né, da região deles, então máximo respeito por eles, jogar contra eles é sempre muito bom. Queria enfrentar também a EG, mas felizmente isso não vai acontecer. Então, cabeça erguida, vamos tentar jogar melhor da próxima vez, voltar pro Brasil, tentar vencer de novo o Choque BR e voltar e performar melhor no próximo campeonato.
So it was really like an amazing experience for us to play against like all the very good teams, the best teams in the world right now. So Vitality, they're seed 1 in their region, so pretty tough match for us. We wanted to play against AG, but it's not happened this time. But we're gonna go back to Brazil, we're gonna improve, and we're gonna win our championships there.
That match with AG will happen in the future. I strongly believe that. Thank you so much for your sincere and honest answers, and I enjoyed our time together. Thank you so much, and we will leave the time to the banner.
Los Grandes, very successful regionally, weren't able to get it done here on the international stage. It will be the IKL team, Team Vitality, who will be moving on. They will face off against Blacklist International coming up in our final decider match of the day. Coming up next, though, Virtus Pro and BRU United Esports. We saw BRU Isaac start the day. They'll get a chance now to prove if that was just a quick start or if they actually have what it takes to last it out and find their way into the knockout stages.
They do. I have.
Oh, you believe?
I believe.
Okay.
I'm going to ride the BRU United wave, man. I'm telling you, I like BRU United. They played really well. I love the way that Nuno is taking his peers just around, doing everything. But they need to be careful not to let Virtus Pro ride the same strategies as they did before. If you can understand what they did different in the previous game and fix it, then I believe that BRU United does have an opportunity.
I mean, first things first, right? They gotta get Jabba out of the way. Jabba got a pentakill in the game too against them. Was on a Jing, got that Kings moment in. So that's that coming in from Buriram, one of the last few AOV teams that we have in the KWC 2026, surviving for a shot to make history, top 8 in the world in honor of Kings World Cup. This is their first shot going in.
Little thought about Blacklist International now in this new matchup with Vitality. What do you think it's like?
Oh, you know it. Rainy, you're new to the broadcast, so let's
You shouldn't have poked that one.
Let me introduce you to the PKL-IKL rivalry. Yeah, we talk about the Philippines and Indonesia being brothers, but when it comes down to competitive esports, last few days, we've seen Boom Esports getting eliminated by Nemesis Indonesia that just sent them home. Wow. And now in another elimination match for the decider into the final slot for that playoffs. It's another PKL and IKL team.
Man, so the drama continues.
Exactly.
We love brothers, man. Brothers just always fighting just to see who's the better one.
Well, you know, you got to do that, especially as brothers. You got to figure out who is the best. And as an older brother, I am. Of course, that's how it goes. Okay, guys, welcome to the show. If you're just joining us, we're going to go to a quick content break. But when we come back, we're going to see these upper decider bracket matches. And in the meantime, we want to let you know that there is a brand new skin for Momo from the show Dan to Dan, which I love.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.
A lot of people are haunted by their past. I'm inspired by it.
They're not just playing for themselves, they're really playing for their entire family.
They have defeated their demons. They have crushed the curse. He thinks he can come in here and play my game. Let's go. He knows nothing. Let's go!
Tyler, one, you're done.
Raw energy. Half a puff and blow the house down.
Six teams away to the knockout stages for KWC, and 2 teams are trying to join them to round out our final 8, which will begin our quarterfinals tomorrow here on the Lenovo Legion Gauntlet. But before we do that, there are still 4 teams vying for those 2 spots. So if you do the math, there's not enough. 2 people have to go home. 2 people have to move on. We've already sent 2 home. We're going to see if they can continue the run. The winners, BRU, and of course, moving on. They will face Virtus Pro to begin our first decider match, and I cannot wait to get it started. My name is Randy. Welcome back to the Lenovo Legion Gauntlet. I am here with Chantel Cass, and of course, Ken Dofu, but I'll call you Ken, my man. How you doing, Chantel?
I'm just thrilled today. I mean, imagine we started KWC with 20 teams. Now we're saying goodbye to some of them, and we will know at the end of the day who will make it to the playoffs.
If you haven't been following Chantel's Instagram, you are in for a treat, because I'm surprised she's not on a run right now. If you're following, you will see.
I ran going here.
Oh, so she did run here. She ran here. If she runs off stage, I'm going to have production try to get her. Ken, it's been a pleasure catching up with you, man. We've been talking HOK, but this is the good stuff.
This really is, and there's a lot of important points today, because once again, we are left with the last hope of AOV. I'm talking about BRU here, Buriram United Esports. And you know what? They had a test in the early parts of this week, and their teacher was Virtus Pro. So today, there's another test in store for them. I'm curious whether they can pass with flying colors, or is it going to be another difficult lesson?
Well, talking about Virtus Pro, this is the team that we kind of need to focus on, because we already introduced BRU. We saw them play. They won 2-0. They had a great performance. But Virtus Pro, they've also tasted defeat. The reason they're here is because they weren't able to beat out on one of our KPL teams. But to get past this matchup only guarantees that they're going to face either KSG or AGAL or GK Esports or Rock Esports as well. So, Ken, no easy challenges for Virtus Pro either from this point on.
That's the way it should be, right? For every challenge that you get, you only grow stronger when you learn your lessons. So this is also a secondary part for the journey of Virtus Pro. Look, they have been part of the international scene for a couple of times now. And did they find the success that they want? No, they want to be champions. And this is the only way you get to be champions, by beating the best.
Well, one team riding a little bit of momentum here, and that's BRU, who have played already. But Virtus Pro, introducing them on the stage for the very first time. From T-Gold, of course, to 90, Jaibao, and Clue. We had a chance to speak with them earlier about their expectations going into today's decider match.
Hey guys, I'm Sky, and I'm joined by Clue. So say hi to the audiences.
Hello.
Wow, you seem excited.
Yeah.
Are you feeling good?
Yeah.
So comparing with the previous like matchups, I think everything different today.
I mean, yeah, because it's a new best of, So
Yes.
It's a new preparation. It's like everything is new again, and we have to do it to be top 8.
So how do you feel about your opponents that you're going to be facing in the matchup?
I mean, I just saw Buriram playing versus Revenant. They won both game. They seem pretty good today.
Oh yeah. So how would you describe their gaming style? For example, they wanted to do the early game fights, or they tend to scale to the late games.
I think from what we played last time versus them, they were like playing it like really, really slow. They were waiting for us to play.
Yeah.
But maybe this time it will be completely different, They can be like really aggressive, and we have to adapt our gameplay to it.
Okay. It seems like you were very confident and well prepared, right?
Yeah.
So anything you want to say to your opponents before everything started?
I mean, I'm sorry for you, but you will lose.
Wow, that's super cool. Do you have any like scores you wanted to achieve, like 2-0 or 2-1?
I mean, of course, 2-0.
Wow, definite confidence.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And there will be time. Thank you so much. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Pastor, back to you.
Thanks, Guy. I mean, speak in English and in French. I think he might have the Paris buff as we are here in Paris, France. But Chantel, sorry for you, 2-0. That's how he's feeling going into this.
I love the confidence coming in from Clue. I mean, he is aware of the potential progress of Buriram, and it says a lot about a team. I mean, if you're prepared with the possibilities or the changes in a team when they're facing off a different team, it means that they had the research. Probably we will see a lot of heroes coming from them, or maybe changes for the rotation of Virtus Pro.
And looking at that, it is important to prepare, but also you kind of have to expect that if there's a moment that a team's going to pull out something new, it's going to be in these elimination matches.
I don't think you can pull out anything that is new to VP at this point. Now, maybe the history of the roles might be new to them. So, for example, if you take a look at Buriram, Taos, he used to be a coach, but now he's a player. And going up against Clue, this guy has had very consistent performances throughout all HOK tournaments. So I want to see if he can shake Clue up, right? Clue is a very bubbly guy, very fun guy, but when it gets serious, he is there.
Well, go ahead.
Now that you've mentioned about Taos being a coach, it just means that the knowledge about the game and even the leadership is just there. So it's a good chance to look at for both of these Romans, because I kind of feel like that for Taos is good as a player, and he gives that information, like a lot of map control all throughout the games that they play.
We saw Taos become a feature in the first set. We also saw all of BRU have a really great start to today's competition. But when you look at the teams, it's just where do you focus? Nunu was also a big kind of heavily focused point about this matchup. If they can solve this problem, it'll obviously be well for Virtus Pro. But if BRU bring their signature style, maybe they will find their way into the knockouts. We had a chance to talk with Valdez earlier on and see how he was feeling heading into this one.
Hey guys, welcome back. I'm Sky. I'm ready for the pre-match interviews. I'm here with Valdez. So, how you feel after the first match of today?
ก็รู้สึกยังไงบ้างครับหลังจากที่เราเล่นจบเกมแรกจบไปแล้วครับก็รู้สึกว่าดีใจนิดหน่อยครับที่แบบได้มีโอกาสได้มาเจอกับ BP ครั้งครับเพราะเขาเป็นคนทำให้เราตกรอบ
Yeah, so to be honest, we are very happy and excited to play against VP again. So it's going to be a revenge map.
Yes. It's going to be a revenge story for you guys because you just had that best of 3 versus VP. But unfortunately, that day doesn't went great. So what will be the changes when it comes to game plans, when it comes to the statistics?
ก็ครั้งที่แล้วนะฮะเราเจอ VP เนี่ยเราแพ้แบบว่าแบบไม่ได้แย่เลยนะเราแพ้ไปนิดเดียวเลยเนี่ยอยากถามว่าในวันนี้เนี่ยเราได้ปรับเปลี่ยนอะไรมาบ้างครับเพื่อที่จะได้เจอเขาอีกรอบครับปรับเปลี่ยนเรื่องสไตล์การเดินเกมนิดหน่อยครับแล้วก็เรื่องฮีโร่อีกนิดหน่อยครับ So we're gonna change a little bit of our play style, including the hero that we're gonna select.
So I've watched the whole games, the full series, just before everything started. In the first match, I noticed that you are very aggressive in the early games, especially even though you're picking very late game heroes, but you have a very full vision control over the river. How do you manage to pull that off?
ก็ในครั้งที่แล้วนะครับพวกเราก็ได้นั่งดูเกมของน้องกันนะฮะแต่ว่าถึงแม้ว่าเราจะได้เลือกตัวที่เป็นตัวเลดเกมนะฮะแต่ว่าในช่วงต้นเกมเนี่ยพวกเราเล่นได้ค่อนข้าง aggressive เลยทีเดียวฮะอยากถามว่าแบบมันเป็นยังไงบ้างฮะในตอนนั้นพวกผมนำแบบความได้เปรียบในเกมในเลนมาใช้เป็นความได้เปรียบในการเล่นต้นเกมครับ Yeah, so we're using like the advantage that we're gaining from the laning phases to play in the river lane instead.
Okay. So is it fair to say that you're looking for those early game aggressive invasions into the jungle, especially when you're a jungler of this team?
ก็เพราะว่าด้วยความที่เราเล่นเป็นจังเกิลด้วยใช่ไหมฮะเราเลยเล่นค่อนข้าง aggressive ในการควบคุมพื้นที่เป็นสัดส่วนใหญ่ใช่ไหมฮะใช่ครับ Yep.
Okay. Thank you so much. Good luck on your play. Okay. That will be the time. Back to you, casters.
I do sometimes find it funny if there's like a one-word answer and then the response and the translation is extremely long. You can tell maybe they're stretching out what they might think is a little bit too short of an answer. That one, he said no. He just said yep. Talking to Val, this impact on you, it feels confident, feels good. How do you feel about that approach to the game, Shinto?
I think for Valdus, he's this type of player that has great control over the jungle pathing, if I might say, and he's a great leader inside the map. There are instances wherein he actually leads the way for the rest of BRU, and I like that they mentioned that there might be changes on the heroes that they might actually use on this game, because earlier Kin said that it's not advisable, but
that's true.
BRU surprises.
This is true.
I want more surprises, but Valdus, I mean, he needs to hit a different quality at this point, because BRU was also the team that the opponent jungler, Jiabao, got his first ever pentakill at this event. And it was off of BRU. So, you know what? Today, Valdus did show up. He got a quadra kill today.
Yeah.
Let's see if this exchange is going to be even spicier between two junglers.
All right, it's going to be exciting to see this one. We've set up the stage. BRU trying to make it through with a chance to go into the knockouts, but they'd have to do it against a team that they had already fallen down to in Virtus Pro, who is sitting ready with fans up front here at the Lenovo Legion Gauntlet, ready to root them on. KWC continues with our first decider match, and a ticket to the quarterfinals is on the line. Let's send it over to our casters to begin the show.
Welcome everybody to the first decider match of the day, and it's Virtus Pro got up against BRU United. And I have to just point out there, we've got some obviously ex-pro players there as well. We saw Benji, Jash there, all supporting VP. I'm very happy to see those guys.
Yeah, looking at the new faces coming into HOK, especially with not only VP, but also BRU United bringing in so many fans to the gameplay. And this is going to be their rematch again with the beforehand. It was 2-0 VP.
It was 2-0 to VP there, but I feel like we do have a different change within the roster, right? Obviously, Little Boys this time around is going to be played up into the Clash lane, not Usong. So is this going to be enough of a change here for the side of BRU United, you feel, Rookie?
I think like coming into HOK with like this changes in Clash Lane dictates the tempo of the game. You can see like a lot of great Clash laners such as Guyu and Swanran. They have performed really well in the international stages, breaking the tempo of their enemy. And with the changes coming in the Clash Lane for Little Boys and BRU United, this is gonna bring some interesting gameplay, because I think BRU operates in a system different to VP, where they play very, very well, controlling the tempo in the river, as Sky said, and also they really dictates the tempo in the early game, with Nunu rotating most of the time into the Clash lane. And again, with that said, coming in for the first pick, the Lorian.
I mean, it had to be, right? I mean, you saw the respect band for Jiabao there on the Jing, the pick up Valorian here. BRU United once again, obviously, like we said the last time they met up in the upper bracket, right? Virtus Pro was like, okay, we'll allow you to have that Lorian. Obviously, we blocked out the Florentino here, which was obviously in game one the last time these two teams played, and obviously the Diadira here as well. But red side for Virtus Pro means that automatically Clue is going to get that Zhongfei.
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting coming in without the combo for the Lorian, because we've seen a lot of teams playing Lorian with the Zhongfei pick, or there's still another combo coming in with the Lapu or the Lianpo. So basically just saying that Lorian needs another CC dealer to hit that combo with his ult. So it's going to be very interesting looking at the double CC combo coming in from VP. The Mai Shirnuin Zhongfei pick, they're going to get the control in the mid game. On the 4th minute, they're going to be dangerous in the river.
Yes, absolutely dangerous in the river here. We are seeing a little bit of a return back to the former style we've seen already. Kind of like a blend between the two games we've seen with the draft here. Obviously, Ying was from game 2 last time they played, and then Chano from game 1. Chano's been one of like the highly kind of like participated heroes so far within the KWC, right? We've seen at least about a 50% win rate on this hero. Future here going to be locked in for the 3rd pick for the side of Virtus Pro. A little bit of a flex here. Could go Clash, could go into the farm lane. I feel like this is a good way to round out that first part of the picking phase.
Yeah, I think like if we're looking at the draft of Virtus Pro, they're going to be looking for long-term team fights.
Yeah.
With the sustainability of the Cha and also the control of the Zhang Fei and the Ma Xianui, looking to catch Team Buriram United off guard. But coming in with the Chano pick, I think they could play a little bit safe in the early game, open the vision with the Lupin trap, and probably not worry about the farm laner.
Yeah.
And as we said before, Nunu, as the mid laner, he likes to go to the clash lane to play the early game tempo.
Yeah, I absolutely love this. The fact that they banned out both of Jai Bao's picks in the first series I've ever played against him, the Nerd set as well as the Jing, really shows that like Buriram United is not really risking anything here. They're like, right guys, we need to get at least one win on the board. Game 1 needs to be frightful for this team, right? Because they can't just let Virtus Pro just go for that 2-0 score again, you know? The Anet here as well as the Lapu kind of forces that support to be potentially looking at the Lianpo, maybe going for something a little bit more of a utility here.
I think it could be a Lianpo pick for Buriram United. Also, a idea is a potential. Basically, just anyone with the CC. But again, considering like the ban, the idea has been closed out. Not a lot of options left. And again, speaking of the Jing that Blam said, it's the first ever pentakill to come into KWC, right? So again, of course, they're going to be wary of it. Buriram United, the second matchup with VP, they won't repeat the same mistake.
Yeah, no, you definitely don't want to give over the hero. This has got the first pentakill within KWC onto the player that has that first pentakill as well, right? But, I mean, if you look at obviously the early part of the banning phase, it really kind of shows that the Ma Xianui is going to be considered because the idea is a great counter to the Ma Xianui. But we're looking for more pouts. We get that with Jai Bao for the first time picking up the Zilong here.
Yeah, Jai Bao, looking at the Zilong pick, it's a very, very good sustained jungle coming into new patch. And with the recent buff making him deal damage, not only physical but magical damage, so it's going to be very interesting coming into the late game. And we've seen a lot of great jungles playing Zilong just to control that amount of CC. Basically another CC hero with the Zhang Fei and the Ma Xianui. So potentially the last pick of VP is going to be a high output damage dealer.
Yeah, it could be. I feel like it kind of needs to be in a way, right? But at the same breath, we could look at obviously a little bit more frontline. But over to Buriram United, they go for the Byron as well as a Hue1 to get that sustainability as well. So that's going to be down to the bot side of the map here. A great way of means for Taos to get that information as well, right? Using that big AoE, check the brushes. If you get that stun, it's going to mean that you're able to kind of like try and get the follow-up with either Lorian's orbs or even get Jing in there.
Yeah, 100%. Like, we have seen the meta change a few times in HOK, but these roamers have been appearing couple of times in the international tournaments. Yuan, Zhang Fei, a classic matchup coming in for these two roamers from Buriram and also VP. But again, we have already said before, Lorian, they need another CC hero. So Byron and Yuan is the complete package.
Ooh, 90 gets the Guan Yu. We haven't saw it in the last series. Obviously, Guan Yu did go over to the side of Buriram United last time, but this is scary, man. Like, if you get the pounce with Ma Xianui so long, and then the Warhorse, Guan Yu comes out of nowhere, pushing you into Zhang Fei, like, there's a lot of potential here just to completely compose the team fight completely in the favor of Virtus Pro.
Yeah, I agree 100%. Like, we have seen the first two picks coming in from VP. They wanted a long-term team fight pick with the Zhang Fei, with the Ma Xianui. It's all about the setup. And coming into the early game control, they are going to add a Guan Yu to the addition of the draft. It's going to be a very scary team fight if they drag this game to the late game.
Yeah, I mean, the last series we saw, right? Obviously, both teams used the Guan Yu and used it very well. So I feel like today we have the elimination matches, decider matches, Guan Yu coming through. Is this going to be kind of transitioning into those longer best of sevens, right? Guan Yu is going to be something that's going to either close out the game or just secure you that first point in such a big marathon here. But it's game number 1, ladies and gentlemen. Virtus Pro, Buriram United, decider match. That person, that team that loses, leaves the competition.
Yeah, we're all going to see who is going to go on again to the the massive playoffs. But again, coming in for the highlight of the game, Nunu being the star of BRU United, starting off pretty strong. And I like to say that I think even though Lorion is a pretty good hero on the late game, the early game phase of Lorion is not the best compared to other mid laners.
He's not the best, but he's able to do a lot of damage, right? We've already seen that translate onto Highline. Highline played very aggressive onto the red side, trying to find out where Valor is actually going to start. But if you look at both of the jungle's game state right now, none of them have yet to procure their first buff.
Yeah, it's still a pretty slow-paced gameplay, considering their mid laners are pretty weak in the early game for clearing the waves. And with them helping, it's a good lead and helping the mid laner rotate. And Taos getting pressured in the early game. Looking at T-Gold and Licky, two of the most disciplined farm laners coming into KWC, we're going to see a couple of fights in the early game.
Yeah, it's very hard to find either one of these two farm laners, right, getting caught out into these team fights. So I feel like it's a really good point there to make out and a good comparison between these two players. But I feel like there's a lot of respect being given between the two teams within the early phase of the game. And to my surprise, BRU United's actually got that goal lead so far.
Yeah, it's a fast-paced early game coming in from BRU United, and we've seen a couple of AOV teams playing pretty fast under the 4th minute. They love their team fights. They love their clashes. So again, BRU United still being the last representative coming in from AOV. It's going to be very interesting.
It puts a massive burden on their shoulders, definitely indeed there. Obviously level 4 is going to be Valdez. He's going to be able to get the proc of the ultimate. No, it's going to be Jabao into the back line, but the first blood goes over to Clue. That's going to be a trade for jungle.
Yeah, this is what we said. They love their early game team fights. We've seen a lot of pattern coming in from BRU United. They love to start the fight under the 2nd minute, and that's what they did really well. Look at how they tried to control the tempo with the Yuhan and also the Ying ult, but again, not enough damage coming in from Nunu. And we know that Jiabao coming in with the Zilong, it was very good coming in for the trade, but again, it's a 1-1 trade for each team.
I mean, you saw in that picture there, Virtus Pro almost lost their second life there. Obviously, using that space that towers can create from the Hu1, almost got that extra bit of damage onto Highline, almost fatal for the side of Virtus Pro. But I feel like they've got to be a lot more careful there. Maybe that first battle there, first skirmish, was a bit of a litmus test here for Virtus Pro.
Yeah, I think they're just testing the waters here because they know that each team has a good team fight potential. But again, it's all about the 4th minute coming into this big team fight with the Zhangfei ult dictating the way of how they can control the tempo of the game. We know that teams that like to fight in the early game, they would stay away from that Zhangfei ult. And the Zhangfei is going to bring so much threat at the level 4.
Yes.
So again, they need to be careful because right now Clue has the ult.
And I feel like they don't really have the means here onto the side of BRU United to actually force that ultimate out from Clue, right? Obviously, it's going to take quite a while to actually run him down, because in terms of damage right now, early game, it's not quite there to take down the beast himself. But priority has gone into the mid lane here.
Yeah, it has been that way, I think, if we're seeing at BRU United for a couple of times. We love to see they help Nunu out a lot of team fights. But again, coming from VP, their mid laner is also insane.
Mid laner is insane. The unending sorrow has to be forced out here, as well as the flash onto Towers, but it's going to be the levitation from Lorian. Can they serve off a bit of an ulti? Clue has to drive away the side of BRU United, but it's going to be 90 trying to force them into the T1. Takedown here of Little Boys as they are looking to get to that final moment of that neutral objective. They need to clear this wave in the mid first.
Yeah, it's crazy. That last pick coming in from VP, that Guan Yu controlling the tempo of the game, even making Little Boys unviable for the team fight. But again, it's still a good trade coming in from BRU United, getting that Tyrant under the 4th minute. It's going to reward them with a pretty good gold lead, considering the gap is under 1,000 gold.
They made a very good play for it though, right? Obviously, if you are rewarding the enemy team here with that Tyrant, they are going to be needing it, because obviously after that last team fight there, it does put them behind the gold lead ever so slightly. So I feel like VP definitely have to kind of be a little bit more calculated, disciplined into these next team fights, unless there's going to be so much burst damage here. There's going to be too much here for Licky. He's not going to be saved by Taos. He gets taken down. They get a neutral point. Back to game state is Virtus Pro.
This is very interesting. Like, looking at this game, it's not like VP to engage as much as a team fight in the early game, but they know who's they're facing with. It's BRU United, a team that loves their team fight, a team that has a really fast tempo. That's why they've been engaging again.
Oh, okay, zone there. Thanks to Clue. Keeps Nunu about far away into the opposite side of that T1. Not going to quite get that takedown there as well. But this Lorian, yes, he deals the damage. Yes, he can kind of be the center of a team fight, but he can also get himself out of there. He's quite a slippery hero for a mage.
Yeah, especially the one who's controlling it is Nunu.
Yeah.
With 10 years of experience with Lorian itself. It's going to be an interesting match coming in for Buriram United, getting that hero power.
Yeah, speaking of hero power, the 2v1 here is not going to be the favor of Little Boys as he is Byron. Normally, sustainability is the aim of the game here, but now we have 3 members top side of the map. Virtus.pro get the takedown here. They're looking to create some pressure. Valdez knows he needs to clear this minion wave with the help of Nunu. It's going to be too much damage onto Clue. The takedown is here, and they save the T1 top side.
Yeah, it's always about the trade coming in for Buriram United.
It's speaking more. It's literally brawl for brawl, isn't it? Top side of the map, bot side of the map. We don't know where this action's going to stop, but it's going to be Valdez here, diving onto T-Gold. He's too far away from Highlang. He gets taken down.
This is the team that was praised around by KSG being one of their threats in this tournament. But look at how they're engaging in early game team fights. They are hungry and they want to fight back. Looking at Buriram United with the very aggressive gameplay, they still get their trade. Like, it's amazing how we are seeing Nunu almost everywhere across the map. That ultimate, that Starry Night gets one almost each time and making so much space for the team. And Valdez coming in with the Starburn is a very effective CC jungler for the long-term team fights.
Exactly. I feel like that's where Lorian's real mobility shines, right? Obviously, his real presence within these team fights is that active roaming from that mid of the map, but Little Boy is trying to get the catch-up here onto Jaibao. Jaibao is actually level 12, but one level ahead of top of them there. So have to be forcing Clue out with the Unbridled Airburst just to kind of push them away from this team fight, because Virtus.pro don't want to be fighting on Buriram United's terms. They want to be the one to ignite the engage.
Yeah, it's a very good decision coming in for Buriram United to just kite out the outburst, making the skills of Team VP extorted before the team fight. And right now, without the Zhangfei ult, it's going to be very difficult for them to fight back.
They don't need to fight back, right? Obviously, VP, Clue, if he gets caught out here, is looking like it could be a potential setup for the top T2 down bot side there, but it's going to be 90 pushing 2 into the T1 territory. Valdez is able to just escape there thanks to the healing of Taos. The clutch plays from the support. T-Gold into the backline, just drawing away the Buriram United, so there is no follow-up for themselves.
Yeah, I think I like how now VP is just going with the tempo that Buriram stated in the early game. And we know that when Buriram controls the tempo in the early game, VP couldn't do much. Because right now, with so much control, bringing in the Lorian and also the Ying, it makes them very difficult to fight the long term. Even without the Zhangfei ult, VP wouldn't want to trigger any more team fights now. The late game is the key of VP.
Exactly. I mean, you pointed out there, obviously, Valdez, Nunu, are very good tempo slowers of the side of Virtus.pro, right? Like, when they go for the engage, they've got a lot of slow, they've got a lot of knockups from the Ying and the Lorian themselves. So it's almost like a counter-engage measurement here, but it's going to be the Buriram United going for the Tyrant into the bot side of the map. They do lose their Azure Golem here as well, so trading objective for objective. Is that going to be enough here for the side of Buriram United to keep putting these team fights into their favor?
Yeah, it's all about team fights here. It's all about the micro trades. Coming in from VP, they know they wouldn't be able to contest the Tyrant. That's where they're trying to turn their heads, getting as small objectives as they can. Getting that blue buff, meaning that they're getting 200 goals for the whole team, which is very great coming in for VP.
Very brave, and I mean, very risky play there by Jaibao, right? Like, he was diving in with the Zalung. I thought he was going to get picked off, but no, he's able to escape there. He's just trying to kind of just create this pressure into the mid-wave, and it's not quite gone into the results of VP just so far, but now that bot side of the map has really been opening up here, it means that the Crimson Golem is going to be a little bit more available here for the team.
I think it's just the play style of Zilong, being so aggressive but still managing to be sustainable in the front line. It's a very great jungle to kite team fights and apply CC. And it's very interesting coming in for Nunu because he's building a full damage build. The Mass of Agony being the tank killer without any anti-heal prospect. It's going to be very dangerous for Buriram United when they're going to be facing a lot of sustainable heroes such as Cha and also Zilong.
Exactly. 9 seconds left on this Tyrant buff as well, so really Virtus.pro just taking their time to make sure they're not taking these unnecessary team fights, but we have to look over to the KDA of Nunu, right? Everybody else, bar Nunu, bar Taos, have been actually caught off, so they're really struggling here on the side of Virtus.pro to actually close the distance to get the takedown onto the Lorian, but 10-minute mark is an important part of this game.
Ooh, but 90 gets a choke point behind the Tyrant. It's going to be a very dangerous play coming from VP.
Yes, but Lecky here, he's going to be the prime target. He gets set up for the first takedown of this brawl. Can they get a trade here onto the side of BRU United? They're looking for more here. Little boy's trying to keep them away, but Taos is going to get taken down. It's going to be the sustainability of BRU United, but they might be able to get the claim here onto Jiao Bao.
Ooh, Nunu is engaging another team fight, getting a Starry Night, connecting to the jungle of Little Boys here. Jiao Bao entering at the choke point of Team BRU United. Valdez still wants more, coming in for the team fight. Clue trying to sustain Jiao Bao, just disengaging for the long-term team fight, but look at Hailong initiating a good combo in the mid lane. VP is standing up again.
That was an amazing brawl, right? That seemed like a whole minute almost, right? The brawl started just as that Tyrant was spawning there, the Shadow Overlord. Obviously, they had to use Clue's ultimate very early there just to kind of create that disengage, or at least move the tempo into their favor. But unfortunately, it means that Clue obviously got run down, burst down towards the end of that one, and that's going to be a real solid hit to the front line of VP.
Yeah, we said that VP is going to be a threat on the late game because they have so many sustainable heroes. They have the Chita, they have the Zilong. They could ask for long-term team fights and survive.
Yeah.
Because they have so many CC skills coming in with Hailong's knockup, with the Zhangfei ult. So BRU United late game is not going to be a good game for them. So they need to be a little bit more wary, kiting those resourceful skills such as the Zhangfei ult or the Hailong flash to get the advantage on the long-term team fights.
Yeah, I mean, the late game state of obviously Little Boys and Taos is going to be really kind of the front line, the sustainability of their team, right? And then the Lecky is really where the damage has to kind of transition from Nunu into Lecky, but Lecky's been getting caught out too many times, man. He's 0-3. That's not what you want to be in if you are a late game marksman like the Chano.
Yeah, it's going to be very dangerous coming in from BRU United's side. Looking at the map control, VP is taking over the whole gorge, and they wanted a team fight here. The Zhangfei, the ult is ready, Clue is ready for some action, but 90 just waiting for the perfect moment. Because if we're talking about Guan Yu needs the flank. Because when he gets a choke point on Team BRU United, it's going to be a good game for them.
Yeah, exactly. We see, you kind of saw there, like the shift of both of those sides of the maps, right? You saw obviously 90 trying to stalk the top side, whereas Hailang was looking to try to kind of like keep saying like, keep an eye on me. I'm going to be the one that's kind of trying to draw you into a team fight right now. And maybe this is going to be it. Maybe the takedown of the Shadow Overlord is going to be enough to be a bait here for the side of BRU United. But they can't find a way out of the base. It looks like it's going to be not contested.
Yeah, it's very interesting looking at the items of BRU United. Considering the anti-heal items is only brought up by Valdez, it's going to be a very hard game. Considering that Valdez is going to be the main entry point of Team BRU United. And if Valdez gets picked off, there will be no more anti-heals. And you're facing a lot of strong heroes coming in from VP. There's Zilong and there's Cha. We have said that before, that they need to counter that heal effect with some anti-heal items. Maybe BRU United is trying to get a more of an aggressive approach, but I don't think it's working right now.
This is a very interesting, obviously, damage graph as well, right? Nunu's all the way down to the bottom there. It's very interesting to see that that's where the damage is really going to be shown there. Top side is obviously for Jiao Bao as well as Valdez in that one. That was actually the gold one. Damage dealt, definitely where we thought Nunu was going to be, right? Get top up there. He needs to be. If you are a Lorian, that is your whole game. It's just throwing out those orbs, trying to get like triple man knockups with the levitation there, but also just dealing a lot of damage over time. But for BRU United, I feel like they are living on borrowed time for now. With the launch up into the air onto Clue, maybe a way in onto Virtus.pro, but they're playing very disciplined.
Yeah, they're trying to control the tempo of the game right now because they still have the outbursts coming in.
Yeah, speaking of tempo, it's going to be the push and then the pull away from the Guan Yu as well as the John Faber. Highland gets taken down into the early part of the team by Nunu as well. That's a 2-3 trade currently right now. Taos has to use the unending sorrow. He tries to keep this base alive, but now Virtus.pro have to play a little bit more careful. They have to retreat a little bit just before they wait for this Vanguard to come through. Clue 90 Jaibao. They need to make the go. They need to go for the trigger pull right now. And there it is. Takedown as well. Baldis is the last one alive. The health bar is there. But can they keep the crystal alive? VP, game number 1.
VP gaining a dominating victory against Buriram United, secures the first point of the game.
I mean, you say dominating, right? There was parts within that match where I was twitching. Buriram United definitely had a better go within that series, right?
Honestly, like looking at the gold gain on the early graph, you could see like a lot of gold coming in from the Buriram side.
Yeah.
But at the long-term game, on the late game, it makes it very difficult for Buriram to contest a lot of these team fights without any anti-heal items.
Any at all. It's very difficult here for the team, but they did give it their best shot. I feel like that performance from Buriram United was probably the best out of the entire series they played so far against Virtus Pro, right? And maybe this is going to be a little bit more of a highlight for the boys on Buriram United. A bit of hope for themselves, their fans, but the problem is the same problem that arose in game number 1 of the last series. They've used the Lorien already. What's Nunu going to click to next?
I think Nunu has a very, very diverse hero pool, considering like there's a lot of like flashy mid laners. We have Maishu and Yui, we have Shangguan. Also, we still have a lot more coming in from the mid lane. They still haven't used to any of like the utility mid laners, but we'll see what will happen in the next game. We'll throw it to our panelist desk.
Thank you, Rookie and Blam. Back to the panel it goes. And Virtus Pro take game number 1, but not so fast from BRU. They make them work for it. Jaibao just too strong. That's what you said, Ken, as we come back here. Chantel and Ken with me, Rain Day, as your host here for this EWC, KWC at EWC 2026. And it's time to see how we feel after that game. So, Ken, I'll start with you. You said Jaibao was too strong. Was that where it all went wrong for BRU?
No, so it actually starts from the draft, the BP. This is where it went wrong for the side of BRU, not by their choice, obviously. This was a composition that was built to win from the get-go, but there was one weakness, which is during the laning phase, right? So let's take a look at the bottom side of the map. This is where T-Gold and Clue are at, right? So why this is so important is because Shicha actually is quite a close-range hero, mid to close range. You need to get the hits to have your passive unlocked, to have your ultimate and do the full burst damage with the sniper as well. So in order to, give more space for T-Gold, they actually pick up the Zhangfei, the beast.
Okay.
So with the shield, you get to have more chances to be more aggressive, actually step up in the lane to get the free hits.
Right.
And this is where they started to have that goal difference built up. The second thing I want you guys to notice if you watch the replay of the game is that before the first 10 minutes, VP did not take any neutral objectives. They went for farm. They went for the turrets.
Yeah.
And once the map was a lot darker, ding, 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 10 minutes, this is where the Shadow variants come up, enhanced versions. That's where they got the buffs and the fight started going in their favor.
And also to add to that, I kind of feel like for the lineup of Buriram, they're heavy on the skills, or very dependent on the skills. So it just means that every time that whenever the skill doesn't land on a specific player, there's no secure kill for the team, that it just means that they're bound to lose that team fight. So it's very crucial for a team against Virtus Pro, because for Virtus Pro, they're known to be a team to actually punish the errors or give entry points every time that there's a possibility for them to win over that team fight.
And they dug so many potholes for BRU. There was nothing they could do on that spot. Like, Nuno had no game to play at all.
And obviously, he is a big part of this team's success. When he's having a great game, he's controlling that mid lane, he's opening up the river, and obviously opening up those rotations, which did not go their way. But it wasn't, as the caster said, and Blam and Rookie were kind of looking at this, they had a better go at it. And Chantel, obviously, it's tough to face a team that you faced already, because they kind of know what you're doing. You've had the similar stumbles. Ken mentioned potholes, but does it give you a little bit of hope going into this next matchup that it's not all said and done? It's not going to be necessarily the same result so easily?
Yeah, definitely, because I think Buriram played better on this game number 1 compared to their match previously. And there are changes actually on how they normally rotate, because we don't really see Taos that much on the heroes that he usually takes. It's mostly on the hard tanks. But this time around, they kind of changed with U1. So it's something that they could work on, but they don't need to double down on specifics up against Virtus Pro.
Okay, this is a challenge, though, obviously. You're down 0-1. You go home if you lose it again. Chantel, I'll go back to you. In running terms, is this like a 5K? Is this a half marathon? Is this a full marathon? What is this?
Actually, it depends on how they warm up.
Oh,
so I hope that it is a great warm up already for BRU because definitely for Virtus Pro, they're ready for a marathon.
Ooh. Ken?
I think besides a marathon, we talk about a gear, right? You need to have your running pants,
That's
your running
right.
shoe.
That's right.
So for BRU, I think maybe try to steal a shoe.
Oh.
And that
or untie a shoelace, maybe?
Yeah, just take the whole shoe.
Just take
right?
the whole shoe.
Just take the whole shoe.
Just hobble over there. Okay.
Because at this point, when we're heading into the next VP, look, 90 is one of the players we have to highlight on VP. He played a wonderful Guan Yu game.
Yeah.
And next game, you can be safe to say that he's going to pick up the martial monk, which is the Dharma, right? This is his signature hero. Ban that out first and let's start from there.
Yeah, and the Guan Yu can go to the other side now, right? So what does that look like, though? Does that something that, if you're VP, do you ban that out? Do you prioritize taking that away?
It depends on you, right? There's many ways to play HOK. Yes, you do have the ability to flank, but if you make him weaker in the laning phase where he has no equipment, no gold, it doesn't matter how fast he's going to push you, right? Because he's jumping to his own death instead.
Yeah, and I think also for Virtus Pro, they're not really the type of team to actually prioritize the heroes of a 90 because he has a flexible type of hero pool.
He's got a deeper pool, so it's hard to ban him out.
Yes, of course. It depends on whether or not they want to prioritize on winning that specific lane, I guess, for 90's case, because definitely on that game number 1, he played splendidly. Every time that there was a supposed play, they just stop every team fight.
Okay, before we throw to the casters, who's the big player that needs to step up here? I'm talking BRU. Who do you need to see a great game from?
I think it has to be Licky. At this point, he was not allowed to play. Nunu as well needs to step up. They need to give the best possible space for the jungler. Valdez got a quarter kill. Can we repeat that?
Chantel?
I can't. Definitely Valdez.
Okay, Valdez. Nunu, Valdez, lots of different choices here, but either way, it's BRU who have to step up to keep this series alive. Otherwise, their key will be crushed, and Virtus Pro will find themselves in the quarterfinals. Let's send it back over to Blam and Rookie for Game 2.
Thank you very much, Rain. We are going to be bringing it back to game number 2. And I have to obviously point out there, like, I'm scared of these teams going up against what they're going to be facing in the playoffs, but I don't want to be going up against Kindo Fu. He's going to be the Singapore Sling, stealing your shoe.
We gotta be wary about Kin after this in the talent room. But coming into game 2, we are gonna be seeing some interesting picks because Blam said before that the Lorion pick is unavailable now for Team BRU United. Maybe there's still Annette, there's still Florentino that is available. Mai Nui, one of the best heroes of Nunu, coming in for HOK. In the other game, he was one of the best Mai Nui players.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, definitely, we've seen his performance on this pick. It's definitely done well, but I also obviously have to give shout out to obviously his Xiao Chao performance, right?
Yep.
Generally, when he gets the Lorian win, they give over the Lorian pick to the enemy team, and then he goes for Xiao Chao and gets the phenomenal trick shots with that second skill, right? But this time around, he weren't able to get that confident victory there from the Lorian pick. Will he go for Xiao Chao? Will he go for the newer like we saw in the last series too against Virtus Pro?
Yeah, I love how Nunu utilizes Xiao Chao, like especially when on his match against Team Flash, he performed it really well, timing almost every skill on a perfect momentum. And coming in for the game 2, Jing and also Lorion is going to be shut down by Miss Guns, the coach of BRU United.
Once again, we're just seeing the switcheroo of the Chano, right? This matchup between Aween and Chano has been pretty much the matchup into the farm lane in this best of 3, the play-in stage and the group stage. And Chano's definitely kind of coming out on top of that one just a little bit there, but then Aween, generally with that 56% win rate, is going to be a little bit more harder to calculate on this one. But the last time we saw this between these two teams, it came out on top for the side of T-Gold.
I think like if we're speaking about farm lane matches, Long is one of the strongest farm laners in the meta right now. And the only one who is able to counter that, it's either Chano or Fullborn Marksman. So it's either those two picks. And I think VP, they wanted a strong early game start coming in with the Chano. And also the counter to that Lapu pick is going to be the Zhongfei and the Pei, Valdez main hero.
I was really hoping we were going to see the nerds to come out there as well, right? Because it would make sense, obviously, going against the Aoin, using the Starfall to drive out that ultimate. But when Pei arises, generally we get the Ukiyo Tachibana as well, right? Just more burst potential here for the side of Virtus Pro. But Chano here, last time we saw T-Gold play this pick, it wasn't his most confident performance, I feel. So for Virtus Pro in this draft, I feel like they need to kind of like coddle T-Gold a little bit more.
Yeah, I agree. Especially coming into like HOK, where there's a lot of team fights happening in the late game. I think T-Gold needs to play close to his peers, making himself untargetable by the enemies. And again, with the ban and picks here, coming in for the 3 ban on Nunu. The Heino pick, the Haye, and also the Maisher Nui. Maybe there's one option left for the Xiao Chao, but again, it's also a dilemma coming in with these 2 good picks from VP. They have the Ukyo and they have the Shano. So again, Xiao Chao is not going to be the answer for this match.
Yeah, let's see what they go for here.
Wow.
We were talking amongst ourselves, me and Rookie, before this game was like, hey, Buriram United, that might get the Florentino here. But no, it's actually going to be Virtus Pro. It's actually going to be 90 coming out with this bad boy. So that's going to be an interesting one to see here. But what we have so far for Buriram United, if they got any real stellar counters against this Florentino?
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting coming into these drafts because Florentino, as we know, is a leading monster.
Yep.
He could dominate the early game. He could dominate the team fights. We need a stopper coming in from Buriram United. And a stopper, we get the Xiao Chao pick that Blam said before.
Yes, Nunu gets his Xiao Chao pick here as well. And then Dharma going up to the top of the map here for Little Boys. Little Boys actually has only really played 4 heroes this entire tournament so far. Charlotte, Muet, Dharma, and Byron. So we haven't seen his Charlotte. We're seeing his Dharma for the second time. So maybe this is going to be the way in, but it's going to be the Angela once again. I honestly thought pick 4 would have been the Angela, but then it would have meant that Florentino could have gone over to Buriram United. So that level of 4D chess here by Virtus Pro means that they get to procure a pick away from Buriram United and then get high rank on this Angela, which we loved last time.
Yeah, Angela has been a very, very favorable pick, especially coming into KWC by EWC 26. And we see the matchup here because Angela has an anti-CC ultimate. The Blazing Brilliant Shield gives you anti-CC for a certain amount of time. And looking at the drafts of Buriram United, they have the Zhongfei, they have the Dharma, so a lot of CC coming in from their side. So again, just to be wary about the mid lane picks, we know that Nunu is very dominating. That's why they wanted to play a safer pick for the Angela.
Absolutely. I mean, we say a lot of CC, anti-CC coming through here as well for both of these 2 teams, but what there is a huge gravity, right? If Buriram United goes through for this one, this is the first AOV team ever to get into the playoffs. But if VP do it, they're one step closer for players like Highland, players like 90 to retain that top 4 spot or get even closer for it. So game number 2, ladies and gentlemen, we are going head to head here. Is it going to be the match point that Virtus Pro set up from that win in game number 1? Or is Buriram United going to be able to sully the scoreboard this time?
We're going to see how they turn out on this match. And again, the jungles are going to be meeting in the mid lane. Hailong getting help again from Jiabao. And it's going to be very interesting. Buriram United's early game tempo has to be good here because he's bringing 2 good heroes. They have the Xiao Chao, they have the Pei. Dominating the early game would lead to a very successful late game gameplay for Buriram United.
The thing we haven't seen with Virtus Pro with this entire series is what we saw when they last played it, right? They were heavily invaded into the enemy jungle, stealing neutral points in the beginning part of the game. It feels like they don't want to make that mistake. They don't want to kind of pay that disrespect over to Buriram United because they've seen how they played already today. They've seen a different form from themselves.
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting coming into the early game. The first minute always has been the most favorable minute for Buriram United. They love their early team fights. That's why they're trying to dominate so much. And they've been one of the faster teams to adapt to the HOK meta. Getting the teleportation sprite, getting the control on the river has been their utmost possibility on this game.
Let me say on the last hit onto the space sprite there, Little Boys gets the hit onto 90s. One is a knock up from Nunu, but it's not going to be enough to get the follow up here. Boulders, you can see on the prowl, on the Pei here. Can he clean the gap? But no, it's going to be 90 just going into that T1 territory to get saved.
of course, we've said this before that this early game has to go to BRU United with those good starter heroes such as Pei and Xiao Xiao. And Xiaobao, he knows this very well. That's why we haven't seen him that much.
Oh, okay, forcing the flash there from Nunu. The burst came through, the ultimate there from the Ukiyo Tachibana there. They really wanted to get that first blood.
Yeah, they wanted to get their lead over the Pei because we know that once the Pei gets started, it's very hard to stop him. Especially with the Lapu and also the Ukiyo combo being viable after the 4th level. So it's very difficult to control the early game, to leash the Tiger onto the cage.
Yeah, I mean, we don't want to be seeing that for Virtus.pro, but for BRU United fans, they definitely want to see that Tiger come out, right? They want to see the unleashed beast here, and we're not talking about Tao's other Zhangfei, because we know that player as well. On this pick was denied in the last series they played against VP.
Yeah. Absolutely. And coming into HOK, coming into KWC by EWC, Taos has been amazing, right? We have seen a lot of his gameplay, especially like the Yuhan last match and also the gameplay of Lapu and Zhangfei. He has been very, very controlling the tempo of the game. He dictates so much around the game, making Nunu and Valdez comfortable, especially going into the big team fights.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, to be honest, he has obviously not only the game knowledge, but also maybe the mental of a coach as well, right? Just keeping people calm on the team of BRU United, just creating discipline on the spot, making sure the decisions are made correctly here for the team. But we are obviously 800 gold ahead here by Virtus.pro, so a little bit of a different change in the game state from last game that we saw here, where we saw BRU United try and take the charge there, take the lead, but that 1K is looking a little bit harder to kind of like try and curtail here if BRU United don't get a few pickups.
I think they don't need to hurry because it's not the 4th minute yet. It's all about the 4th minute in HOK. And I think that coming in with a Tyrant Overlord, they're going to have to choose which one they want to get. It's either the big team fights, the big rewards, or the big objectives.
Yeah, speaking of big objectives, big fights here, it's going to be 90 going to be the first blood here for BRU United, but maybe the overcommitted. The flash has had to be used. Whoa! Little boys, and Valdez has to pounce off the wall. He escapes the clutches of death, but Tao's into the back line. They get the pickup on the high line. This is probably the best early game state we've seen from BRU yet against Virtus.pro.
They're not done here. BRU United still wanted that early game advantage coming into this game. Making Virtus.pro uncomfortable is their main purpose. Getting the team fights, the first 2 kills, and also a Tyrant. This is such a big bonus coming in for Team BRU United.
Very big. They now obviously 80 seconds on the board here. They're going to be enhanced within their damage, and their team fight's been fantastic so far. Like, they have been playing this one to a T. It's been very well played here from BRU United, but this pickup onto the replay here was a little bit of an overstated play by the side of Virtus.pro.
Honestly, they didn't predict that Taos would be there to stop them with the outburst. They predicted that Taos was in the backline of Team BRU United. That's why they were able to be overextending that much by the team fight. But once they saw Taos, everything was over. The outburst, he got that triple man knockback, and it was an amazing start coming into the BRU United game in the second phase. And looking at the item choice of the Florentino from 90, he's playing a bit safe. He wanted that long-term appearance for big fights, so the Pure Sky is going to help him getting that momentum.
Yeah, well, he was hoping for that, but he didn't quite get that, right? And this is going to be a 2-man dive, 3-man dive, top side of the map. They are punishing 90 for taking away that Florentino. It's like, this feels pretty personal for BRU United, right? They are going for 90. They're gunning him down. He had massive influence in that game number 1, so maybe this is where the pressure needs to be put for Virtus.pro, is focus that clash lane.
It's going to be pretty personal coming into BRU United, like considering they've played this hero for over 8 years. That's why they're pretty possessive about this coming into this game. And look at how they punishes every team fight. VP getting cornered on their own jungle, making them very, very hard to release their aggressive gameplay in this early game. But again, no worries for VP fans, because we know that VP has a good game on the late game. It's not about the early game, but here it's about control and tempo.
Oh no, the control just come through here for the little boys, but it's going to be met by the Blazing Brilliance. Can he just get that last little bit of poke? Finally, Virtus.pro get that kill onto the board, but the cavalry needs to go down to bot side here. Clue Tigo was looking like in a bit of a scary situation, but everything's been forgotten into that top side. We see that 90's making a good play to try and just bring that game state into an equal guard.
I think BRU United has been pretty good here.
Pretty big here, but that's going to be a pretty big ult that's been mitigated there. Like, nothing really followed up.
Yeah, it was very, very risky coming in from Taz, and we know that Taz is a very, very aggressive roamer, trying to get the best out of each ultimate for the sake of his teammates. That's why he popped his ult, trying to guard the backline. Nunu and Licky, at least they're safe here.
Yeah, at least they're safe. But I think what's the one thing they're not really safe from here as well? Like, we were talking about maybe putting the pressure onto 19 to the top side of the map, but I think the fact that he lost that T1 just means, you know what, I've got no home to go to, so I'm just going to demolish the game state, demolish the structures here. He gets the T1 down to the bot side of the map. The ult there from Lecky is not going to hit anybody and fear them, but Clue has to force the flash over the wall to keep himself safe. At the same time, the smoke and mirrors play here by Virtus Pro is definitely the one that BRU United wasn't counting on.
Yeah, I got handed to them. Like, VP, they've been controlling the tempo of the game. Like, almost every team fight that they give, there's always a return. Whether there's like jungle camps or towers or even just big objectives. It's a very good gameplay coming in from VP. And again, representing their team, representing their club. Of course, pride is going to be on the line. That's why the utmost perfect gameplay is needed at this highest level.
I mean, not always the most perfect, right? Like, if you do make a mistake here, Virtus Pro kind of showing the masterclass, right? Like, if the mistakes happen in the early game, is it something you can't come back from? No. Virtus Pro is just like, you know what, guys? Don't worry about it. We've made mistakes, but we're going to come back. We're going to make sure they take the team fights, but we're going to take something that doesn't respawn, their T1s.
Yeah, it's always about the risk and the reward coming into HOK, and whether you can get the most out of the risk you take. And coming in here with the 8-minute, this is going to be a very dangerous play for 90. Like, the vision, the dark map is going to be very dangerous here.
It's very dark and very dangerous, but it's going to be 3 men to take down 90. I mean, I feel like that's kind of like a homage, right? Like, if you need 3 players to take you down, that shows the strength of this player.
Honestly, if I was 90, I would be careful when I get back to my hotel, because I'll be wary about like the 3 people that are going to gang me after this. Like, almost every team fight, almost every time that Little Boys has his flash, he always wanted to get 90. So it's going to be a big question mark. Will they be able to get this lead, protect it until the late game, or are they going to force that team fight?
Yeah, you think you get into the hotel elevator on your own and all of a sudden 3 members of VP just comes out of nowhere. You got to be careful, right? You've got to watch your back now, right? You definitely don't want to be on their wrong side. But if you look at the votes in the pit, obviously something we haven't pointed out yet, VP actually has a lot of votes, and BRU United's been one of those teams that's been hard to vote against because they have such a big fan base.
Yeah, it's going to be very difficult coming in for the game here. But again, trying to open that ultimate from the mid laner VP.
Jai Bao, he's getting caught out there. He has to flip over the wall. Can the damage over time get him there? No, it's not going to be enough. It's going to be a takedown onto Highland though, and Clue soon follows suit. BRU United once again. They are the takedown kings. You can see they've got 7 kills to 1. They are just looking for blood.
Yeah, they just wanted the early game favor to go on their side until the late game here. But again, reminding the game about the 10th minute is going to be coming. The Shadow Overlord and the Shadow Tyrant is going to be their big objective, their big focus, their big highlighter of this match. And looking at the draft from VP, bringing the Ukyo Tachibana, it's going to be very hard to compete with a very, very well-fed Pei.
Yes, Pei here already starting the go on to the Shadow Tyrant with the help of Lecky. I feel like Zhao Bao has to play a bit of a risky move here. We can get that smite through, but it's going to be onto the back line. It's going to be 90, but it's going to go over to Lecky as well. Nunu into the back line, may fall down to 90. It is going to be a dark night for him, but can BRU United look to take the back line of side of Virtus Pro? The answer is no, he falls down. Towers as well. That's a 1-3 trade here for Virtus Pro.
It's going to be very dangerous if BRU United keeps on initiating like unwary fights like this, because right now the power scaling of Team VP is available. Looking at 90 and also Hailong, their power spike is here with the outburst damage coming in for big team fights. BRU United, they need to follow the same pattern as game 1. They need to kite, they need to bait the gameplay. If not, VP is going to make the most out of those trades.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the fact that they've got the Shadow Overlord here as well now, right? Obviously, the structural game is definitely going in favor of Virtus Pro, whereas we've seen here, like I've already pointed out, BRU United, they're looking for blood. So are they even looking for the victory at this point? Are they just looking to see how many kills they can take from Virtus Pro? Because they know the macro play here is not really going in their favor.
Yeah, they've been pushing a lot for VP. Like, they know that the weakness point of Team BRU is their macro play. They know know which point to pressure. And right now, they need to split their focus, not only for the big team fight, but also the laning phase that is coming for the top lane. So again, focusing on BRU United, they need to focus on their laning phase, because right now, we've seen them before. They got beaten by the minion in the before game, so they need to be careful.
Yeah, that comes to something, right? When the minions macro is better than your teams. I mean, that's something you need to learn from if minions are going to be finishing out the game for the side of Virtus Pro once again. But we have to look here as well. Obviously, itemization-wise, we see the clues picked up the Frigid's charge as well, right? That's just an extra little beefy bit of CC here that we have for the Lapu-Lapu. If the Rising Tide isn't enough, you can charge in, get the Frigid charge locked down onto one important part of the backline, and then get the follow knock-up and maybe even convert it with the flash, just to completely change the whole tempo of that team fight into your favor.
They have to try to defend this, because right now they still have a lot of utility skills available coming in from BRU United. They still have the outburst, they still have the meteor kill.
Oof, oh, we saw a very rowdy little boys there into the backline. He tried to get a cheeky 3-man knockup, but there it is. The soaring signal from T-Gold. He gets the takedown. T3 is looking to be next.
It's going to be very dangerous coming in from BRU United here. Without any more resource skills, they need to defend. The Overlord Vanguard is aiming for the crystal.
Yeah, looking for the final frontier here. It's going to be BRU United. They need to defend these minion waves. They have Xiao Xiao's AoE. Towers gets taken down. There is your front line, Lecky. We need to see some results, but the result is Virtus Pro go through to the playoffs.
Dominance is going to be their key, making their way to the top 8. Virtus Pro joining their colleagues in the Big 8 of KWC.
Absolutely. KML's champions do follow through further into the tournament, trying to get closer to that last year spot within KWC. Top 4. The boys with Highland, they are happy with this victory. I mean, BRU United through the play-ins have been a stellar team, right? We've really been looking at these AOV teams thinking, wow, this is their first time onto the Gorge. What's the second time going to look like?
It's an amazing underdog story, right?
Yes.
Coming in from BRU United, taking down so many teams, going in almost to the Big 8.
Yep.
But again, their performance in such a short time coming into HOK, they still need to be applauded. They played really well, they gave their best. And fighting VP, the team that even gets applauded by KSG, is something for BRU United.
Yeah, I mean, at this part of the competition, is there an easy team to fight? The answer to that question is no. Like, there is no easy team. There was no way in. But if you look at the players' faces on stage, they were having fun, and that's what this is all about, right? Coming to KWC for the first time, representing your region from Arena of Valor, not quite getting into the playoffs, but you got as far as this. I feel like BRU United needs to be proud of that fact.
It's going to be an amazing story coming in as the invited teams, proving so many teams that is coming in and playing HOK for a long time that they could and they can. But again, I'm going to pass this on to our panelists.
Yes, my friends, VP have qualified on, and that's the question now to ask Mr. Clue. Clue, merci beaucoup. Thank you for joining me here. I'm going to ask you first in English here. In both games, you're actively going around the map, securing kills for your team. You got the highest kill participation also. How does communication work between all of you on the team in these sorts of moments? Bien sûr, durant toute cette game ou les deux games, tu avais toujours le kill le plus haut, toujours en participation durant ces grands teamfights. Bah, en fait, ça ressemble à quoi la communication entre vous durant le match?
La communication est assez simple. Mon jungle s'occupe de toute la communication. Je lui fais la vision et on a tous les kills comme ça.
In fact, communication is pretty simple. My jungler is getting the kills, and I'm just here facilitating things, just making sure that it works out for us at the end of the day, which is exactly what happened through it all. This is your first time making playoffs here at KWC at EWC. What does this achievement mean to you and the team? Bien sûr, c'est votre première fois au KWC EWC au playoff. Et c'est quoi pour toi comme joueur et pour ton équipe en total pour pouvoir se qualifier au playoff ici?
Le minimum pour nous, c'était le top 8, donc ça fait sens qu'on soit là. On a tout donné pour, donc on est content.
For me and the team, our minimum was kind of just, hey, let's make it into the top 8, make it into playoffs, and we'll see from there. So already from that perspective, we've achieved the minimum that we wanted. From now on, it's all open. Now, on top of that, you're playing on home soil. You're in Paris, you're in France, home crowd, and all. Is there anything you'd like to say to them, either here or watching at home, or be joining us through playoffs? Bien sûr, tu joues ici à Paris, tu joues en France. Soit les fans ici, soit ceux qui regardent chez eux ou qui seront là durant les playoffs. Est-ce qu'il y a un message que tu veux passer à tous les fans là-bas?
Ouais, je veux remercier tous ceux qui sont venus me supporter. Merci, ouais!
Of course, I want to thank all the fans that have joined us here to support us and in the future as well. As you heard it, ouais. It's part of it.
Oh, what did you say?
Oh, just the ouais. Ouais. How do you say it when you want to cheer on in French? You say ouais? See? It's automatic. Then, VP, come on over. Come on in, Clue. Thank you very much. Let's bring the rest of the team. Come on in from the front. We got a crushing to do, and you know that this is one of the best parts of things here at KWC and EWC. Our doors are opening up, and Virtus Pro will be joining us. Come on in. Come on, guys. Right here. Right here. Come. I know, see, when the big door opens, it's time to go in for the crunch. Come on in, Clue. Rest of the squad all together. A huge moment for Virtus Pro, who qualify to the playoffs of KWC and EWC 2026 for the first time. That's the achievement that we're looking for, and that's Buriram United Esports crushed to bits and sent packing home in a crusher live in Paris. Huge moment for VP, who advanced on as we're. That's the achievement that we're looking for. We have to get through all the details, and for that, it'll be the panel to break it all down.
Allez, allez, as the French fans celebrate in style in Paris as they send one other home, a key being crushed, and it's unfortunate that it has to happen, but that's just the way it goes here at KWC at EWC 2026. Welcome back to the panel. I'm Rain Day, joined by Chantel and Ken. Guys, that was a great game, but it was also clear that Virtus Pro had something figured out from the very beginning. BRU made some good adjustments, but it was the same result, Chantel.
I kind of feel like for BRU, they mostly focused on stopping the Florentino that they tend to forget the other side. So there were a lot of opportunities for them to somehow convert those skills into having the objectives, but because of that, they gave a lot of space for Virtus Pro.
Ken, I feel like there was a good start for BRU, and you almost thought, well, after that first pick off and they grabbed 90 and they didn't trade out and they went up a couple of kills. They stayed up in kills the entire game. Did you feel there was hope? How did that get dashed? What did Virtus Pro do to turn that around?
It looked pretty good at the start, but then take a look at this concept of, example, they treated 90 like an ATM machine. They're drawing cash, right? Drawing EXP. But at some point in time, these resources will run out.
Yeah.
And this is actually how VP came back into the game. So instead of just, allowing the deaths to be taken away from the Florentino pick, which also shows you the weakness of Florentino, they made sure that, okay, if someone's going to be putting pressure on the top side of the map, like Chantel was pointing out, let's figure how to do something else somewhere else on the map, all right? And that's exactly what they did. So they actually used 90 as the bait, and that was a very tasty bait because Florentino is pretty hard to catch.
And at the same time, I think the most crucial part of the game was around 8 minutes, wherein there was a shutdown against Nuno. If I'm not mistaken, it was 90 that got that kill, and that alone means that the difference in terms of gold, because of those early kills against him, was lessened at that point. And at that moment, majority of the sides or the towers on the sides was taken by Virtus Pro. So the story of the whole game was just about Virtus Pro having better trades around the map, as to why for Buriram United Esports, they had a hard time to even take down the tower at the middle lane.
Exactly, same formula, but two very different results. So, BRU couldn't get any value, no turrets, no gold. And at the end state, you can take a look at the gold of T-Gold as well as Licky. There was a big 2,000 gold difference throughout the entire game, simply because they made one simple decision and did not look the other way to check.
you know, a good compromise, people say, is when nobody feels happy. But it felt like maybe Virtus Pro felt a little happy on those compromises, unfortunately, is what you're saying to me, guys. I want to look at ahead how this works for this team because, you know, being here, finally now making it into the knockout stages, what are our hopes? Because as even Blam and Rookie had mentioned, there is no easy team fight. There's no easy game from here on out.
Definitely for Virtus Pro, they are in a good position because they know how to adjust inside the game while the game is happening. And that alone means that the knowledge that you have with the current patch is just on point, that you can stop whatever it is that's happening on the other side, given if there is a huge lead also for the side of BRU, and it's easy for them to apply that on the next games that they will be playing on the playoffs.
One of the things that I've seen, and I don't know if this is real, but there has been a bit of an energy at EWC being in France, and there has been a little bit of a France buff, a Europe buff. I feel like,
right.
Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
There has been, and one of the things about Virtus Pro is you start a little run, you get a little confidence, who knows what can happen? This is what we're going to start speculating about. Of course, coming up, we don't know where they're going to be playing yet because we have our draw show happening at the end of today. So stick around. We've got one more match, then we will have our draw show. We'll figure out exactly how those quarterfinals look. But Ken, when you get there, every team is dominant. And of course, the KPL teams wait there as well, which that's going to be a big win if you even get a game off of them.
It is, and there will be a prize. So if you manage to take a game off of the KPL teams, you get 10,000 USD.
What?
In the series, you have 100,000 USD to play around with. So that's
my
definitely
goodness.
a good bounty to have, but there's a reason why they put such a big bounty, because it's not easy to do.
All right, well, we've got to do our thing, which is unfortunate for the teams that lose, but hopefully they get to learn from those losses. Sky is with Little Boys for an exit interview.
Hello guys, good to be back. I'm Sky and I'll be honored to have Little Boys from BRU joining me for the post-match interviews. Sawadee Kap? Sawadee Kap. So how do you feel after the whole thing, the whole series just ended?
รู้สึกยังไงบ้างฮะที่เราจะต้องหยุดเส้นทางของเราไว้ณวันนี้ฮะ
ก็จริงๆก็รู้สึกเสียดายครับแต่ก็รู้สึกว่าทำเต็มที่ในช่วง6วันที่ผ่านมาแล้วครับ
To be honest, we're quite disappointed at our performance, even though like we try our best.
So you've completed 6 series and the total game so far. So it will be your total journey here in KWC. So do you feel yourself improving and changing as the time goes by?
ก็ค่อนข้างเป็นเส้นทางที่ค่อนข้างมาเดินทางมาไกลพอสมควรเลยนะฮะในปีนี้เนี่ยอยากถามว่าเราพอใจกับเส้นทางนี้ไหมฮะที่แบบว่าแบบ performance ของเราในช่วงนี้ฮะ
ก็พอใจครับเพราะว่าพวกเราก็มีเวลาซ้อมแค่อาทิตย์เดียวครับก็รู้สึกว่าอาจจะทำได้ดีกว่านี้ครับถ้ามีโอกาสในรอบหน้า
To be honest, we're quite satisfied with our performance because like we have only 1 week for like practicing and screaming. But next time, if we have more time, we promise you guys that we're gonna get a better result.
Of course, everything better will be happening in the future. I'm pretty sure about this. And for game 2, so your opponent choose Florentino, goes on to the top, and you choose Dharma instead, trying to counter back. We all know that Florentino is a super strong laning hero. So how do you try to handle the situation up? And you actually got the first blood, right? How do you do that?
ก็นะฮะในเกมที่2นะฮะในฝั่งตรงข้ามเขาเลือกเล่นฟลอเรนติโนนะฮะส่วนทางเราพยายามที่จะเลือกฮีโร่ที่เป็นตัวเคาน์เตอร์แล้วนะฮะแล้วก็พวกเรายังได้ first blood จากทางเรายังเก็บ first blood ได้ด้วยแล้วตอนนั้นเรารู้สึกยังไงกันบ้างฮะแล้วก็แผนตอนนั้นเป็นยังไงบ้างครับ
ก็รู้สึกว่าเหมือนทางเขาจะเล่นฮีโร่ตัวนี้ได้แบบเขาไม่ค่อยแบบเขาแบบยังไม่ค่อยแบบช่ำอะไรอย่างเงี้ยแต่แล้วพวกผมก็เจอจุดเปลี่ยนพอดีเพราะว่าเขามาเขาเรียกว่าอะไรแบบมาหลุดตำแหน่งใส่พวกผมก็เลยแบบลงโทษ
So in my opinion, I don't think that the opponent team played Florentino that well. Like so, and at that moment they're like over pushing up, so we got a chance to get the first blood.
Okay, I feel a lot of support and love from the fans all over the world. They are actually here in Paris supporting you guys. So what will be the things you want to say?
อยากฝากอะไรถึงแฟนๆที่คอยซัพพอร์ตเราในเส้นทางนี้บ้างครับ
ก็พวกเราก็เต็มที่แล้วครับก็ขอบคุณทุกคนที่คอยให้กำลังใจพวกเราครับก็พวกเราก็มาได้แค่นี้ครับผมไว้เจอกันโอกาสหน้าครับ
So thanking everyone for keep supporting us. Like next time, we promise that we're gonna perform better and get a better result.
Okay, thank you for your time. Thank you for your help as well. And this will be it. And give it back to the panel.
Well, it's great to always see improvement. And also, I feel like it's just something to acknowledge doing an exit interview after you lose. Not easy, because you're not even processing what's happened yet. You're not taking those learnings. So thank you very much, BRU, for doing that with us. And great interview, Sky. Coming up, it's Blacklist International, Team Vitality, IKL, PKL. Ken, there's a lot of history between these two regions.
Too much, but we want more. That's the whole point of it. Yeah, I mean, we have a specialist from PKL over here. We can talk about the history of the PKL teams.
You know what? For Blacklist International, we have this inside joke already for our international casters that when we say Blacklist International, they play really well because it's an international tournament. So it stands for the international. And it shows a lot during the games that the Blacklist played, even coming straight from the play-ins, played well against Nongshim Red Force. We have this tiering list for all of the teams participating at KWC and Blacklist International. They're just showing that they're a force to be reckoned with in this tournament.
Well, coming up in just a moment, we've got Blacklist International going up against Vitality. They're going to be playing next, our final decider match before we get the quarterfinal draw. In the meantime, before we come back, we'll put your attention towards the new EWC Princess Frost skin that you can grab in-game. Welcome back to the Lenovo Legion Gauntlet. I'm Rain Day, and I'm your host here for these next few days of KWC at EWC 2026. For those who have been watching along, more great action on the way. We are not done. One more game will give us our final quarterfinal matchups. But of course, we'll do our draw show after that. Excitement abound. But I want to make sure you guys know, Chantel, Ken, back with me here. We're not changing out casters, not changing out panel. We're continuing on, and I'm glad they're here because we get to set up the next moment of the day, which is, of course, our Crunchyroll story of the day. We hinted at it before this content, and now we've brought it up for real. The fated rivalry between Indonesia and the Philippines. IKL versus PKL. Blacklist International on an international stage.
Yeah.
And, of course, Vitality. Chantel, break it down. Talk to me a little bit about the history between these two regions and why it's so important that they're facing up here.
I think specifically for these two teams, aside from the regions that they're representing, they've faced in a lot of international tournaments already, KIS4 and a lot, and I gotta say that they know each other really well. So the biggest question here is, which team has better understanding of the changes or on the changes in our patch? Who has better gear coming into this game? Because kind of feel like with how IKL teams are playing, they have stronger sense or stronger grasp of the things that's happening around the HOK.
It's also about who learns the fastest because both teams have been at the boot camp, right before KWC. So there were many lessons given. Who learns the fastest here?
What do you think you learn at a boot camp like that, especially so close in proximity to the event? Can you make up enough ground to have a significant chance? I mean, both of them now had a chance. One of them will be in the quarterfinals.
For sure. I think at this point, it really is about you will finally understand how the other team will start to think what kind of rotations they may be. You can make blind brush plays. So you don't even need to have vision of your opponents, and you should be able to get a big win. And in the bigger leagues, the more critical moments like this, where we're going to top 8, every moment matters.
Go ahead.
And you know what? I actually talked to some of the players actually who participated at the bootcamp, and one thing they mentioned that they really learned from the experience is the better understanding of the macro. So every layer around the map has to be considered. For every move, you need to predict whenever there's going to be a player in this bush, whether they're going to go for a Tyrant or go for the trade. So that alone, it makes sense as to how these two teams are playing. So definitely for Team Vitality and Blacklist International, it's showing from the previous matches that they played this KWC.
Well, representing the Philippines here from the PKL, Blacklist International have awaited who would join them in this matchup. It is Vitality, the Blacklist International, with their own journey here at KWC. We had a chance for Sky to catch up with Chammy before we began today's match.
Hello guys, I'm Sky. So I have Chammy together with you for the pre-match interview. Say hi, please.
Hello guys, I'm Chamiwan from Blacklist International.
So are you watching the games just now happened?
Yes, it was crazy.
Yeah, what do you feel about the opponents, Team Vitality, you might be facing for your match?
I mean, we're still confident to play against Vitality and we're kind of expecting them to advance. So I think we're pretty ready right now.
I think your opponent showed a strong resilience in the game, right? Will that be an issue for you, trying to take down their own?
I think it's still the same. We know that they're like that. We know them for quite a while and we play against them a lot. So I think it's pretty natural that they can win against MIBR.
Okay.
We just didn't expect that it's going to be so close.
Yeah. So what do you have in mind, because you're very familiar with them, as you said. So what will be the total picture? What will be the whole gaming plan you wanted to do going against with Team Vitality?
For me and my team, we're just gonna play what we practice.
Yes.
We're not gonna focus on the enemy. We're gonna focus on our playstyle, our identity, and I think our plays are gonna say it for itself. Yeah.
Let's take this in the other angle. So, if I were asked you to name one main weakness of Team Vitality, what will be it?
I can't say because they are all performing very well.
Yeah.
But I think their weakness are like maybe they're too passive sometimes.
Okay.
And maybe we can have like what you call this? have an opportunity to punish that because we're quite decisive. So I think we're pretty ready for that.
Yeah, obviously that will be your strength for today. Thank you so much for sharing this information with me. Thank you. And this will be it. Take your time back.
Bye-bye.
Well, thank you, Chammy. Very interesting thoughts, a chance to exploit the passivity of Vitality. We did see that as well. And Chantel starting out in that game versus MIBR, we thought, well, this is probably going to be Vitality. And all of a sudden, that wasn't the case. The other thing he pointed out was the resilience of Vitality to respond. So giving some respect, but also saying there's a way we can beat them there.
Yeah, definitely. And because of that game also, for Team Vitality, I think for Blacklist International, they already have this idea that for Team Vitality, they're not used to being up against heroes that are actually, or they're not good with heroes that cannot penetrate the back lane. So as long as there are heroes that could go on those areas, so Team Vitality is having a hard time on that.
Do you agree with that, Ken? Are they looking for dive? Are they looking for characters that can create complex situations that now we have to deal with this? We weren't planning on this. We're out of structure.
For sure. So this, let me rewind the history for you. Why everyone loves the PKL IKL matchup as well is because both regions love the fight. And when there's a fight, it's gonna go long, it's gonna go big. And when you get that satisfaction of winning the team fight, this game could potentially lead to a big last team fight, and you get the win off of it. So this might be a big moment to watch out for in the games.
Well, Vitality is going to have to show that resilience if they want to battle against their PKL opponents in Blacklist International. As we had a chance to catch up with Blacklist, we also had a chance to catch up with Vitality, and it was Ball who took some time with Sky.
Hey guys, welcome back. I am joined by Ball to our pre-match interviews. So you have already finished one. Wow, that's a crazy ride. How do you feel after that?
Feel pretty good because we didn't have scrim before also, right? So I think this make us feel the heat lah.
Yeah, there's so much ups and downs in game one especially. So how do you exactly feel like playing in that specific game?
It's very good lah. We can make a comeback from that game. It make like all the pressures gone.
Yeah.
The game too, and then we can did well.
Yeah. So do you think that 2-0 victory lift something up mentally so that you will be like more prepared for the next one?
Yes, of course. It's really make us confident lah.
Of course.
Yes.
So you gotta be very familiar with your opponents in the next round, the Blacklist.
Yes.
What's your like total impression about this team?
It's because they are 5 PH player, right? So I think the chemistry is so strong.
Yes.
Because they play for a long time also. And then the Chami, he's so good as a class laner also. But I think we can beat them in the next match.
Yeah, I just talked to Chami. Do you think like Chami will be a threat for you trying to conquer during this game?
I think no.
Oh, you have something planned, right?
Yes.
Okay, looking forward to your plays. Thank you for sharing. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
That's it. Give it time back to the studios.
A lot of respect given from Ball as well over to Chammy and Blacklist International. Clearly, it's going to be a fight that they're both prepared for, though, Chantel.
I really love because for Chammy, he said that they're a very decisive team while the other one has plans. So I am looking forward as to how these teams will have a team fight because we know that it's going to be very calculated. They know the pros and cons whenever there's going to be an initiation for them. So it might be one of the longest games or can be one of the fastest games.
I love it because it could be the extremes. I think it will be the extremes, right? Where we're taking a look at Bao against Chammy 1. These are superstar players. And to be clear, Vitality, this team is a team that's made up of 5 individual superstars. They are all shining in their role. Now the question for them is, after that huge comeback with the Tempest game, does that refuel them or is it going to be a tough, tiring, fatigued game?
Well, if I was John Q, I would just say yes, because that's all we've heard him say. However, I know Vitality, not just as an organization fighting for club championship points, but as a region. trying to get better over their PKL opponents, which is Blacklist International, are trying to put one ahead and start this one off strong versus B4. We'll see what happens. Our final set of the day, somebody's going through to the quarterfinals. Someone's key is getting crushed. Let's send it back over to Rookie and Blam.
Thank you very much, Rain Day. Coming into the last match of the day, BTR by Vitality, or I say Vitality, coming to KWC. They're gonna bring something to go against Blacklist International. Both teams have been facing each other since the first stages of HOK. What are they gonna bring to the table today?
I mean, they're gonna bring something, right? Obviously, Team Vitality and Blacklist International both got up against MIBR LOS, right? But I honestly think that Blacklist had a bit of an easier change there when it came against Team Vitality. Team Vitality almost losing that game number 1, right?
Yeah, it's very, very hard for BTR Vitality coming into this tournament, especially placing on their first match against AGAL and then going down against MIBR lose. Two of the hardest and strongest teams coming into KWC, and who would have expected that MIBR loss dragged them to such a hard game?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think everyone was expecting that at all, but the fact is that the Chuck BR region are just kind of increasing in their gameplay, in their experience. So I'm very excited for next year, right, where they're going to be there, but the focus is right now on Team Vitality and Blacklist International. And if there's anything that's history's taught us, obviously I've already touched on the fact that the Team Vitality had a bit of a harder time against Lost, but Blacklist International had a almost better time against AGAL. So I feel like if you look at those numbers, Rookie, I mean, I know you're from the IKL, but when stats speak for themselves, is this going to be an easier game for Blacklist International?
Again, no shade to both regions because they're very strong coming into this tournament, and especially they've been facing two matches against one of the strongest teams, not only for KWC, but in the whole world. AGAL have tested their limits, and coming into the Banner picks, Long has been picked for Blacklist. A good start coming in from the PKL representative. Long is a very good laning phase hero.
Absolutely. I mean, out of all the games so far that have played against these teams, it's Aoin that's been probably like the most picked hero for Blacklist International. They've got 1, 2, 3, 4 now out of their total matches. Generally, it's either the Chano or Flowball Marksman that we've been seeing as well. But I feel like if you're on blue side, the Aoin here is definitely a good prio pick. But if you look over to Team Vitality, the priority of red side and the advantage is that you can go for either your bot side completely like locked off so that the next banning phase isn't going to be a bit of a concern for you, or you can replicate going for the top side of the map. You can go for the clash lane and support, which we see here for Team Vitality.
100%, especially coming in for Chami1, one of the most aggressive clash laners to come into HOK. And at the Charlotte, at his arsenal, it's going to be very interesting looking at how Vitality answered this pick, because they have the class lane matchup. Byron is going to lack mobility, but for sustained and long-term team fights, these two first picks from Vitality is a very strong pick.
Oh, a Zia here coming through for the side of Team Vitality. I mean, if we're looking at kind of like the Zia here, is it going to be using the Sanctification to kind of buff up the potential carry farm lane or the potential carry into the jungle, right? Obviously, Jing yet has not been banned off. I feel like it may be a little bit of a disappointment here if Blacklist doesn't do that, because it is John Hughes' signature pick.
Agree, especially coming in saying that Vitality has been named in as the IKL All-Star team with so many star players in one team and proving themselves on their first season after a massive roster change. They've gotten the champion title for IKL. So again, if they are worthy, they are very worthy to come into the stage, and facing them, Blacklist International, one of the strongest representative of the Philippines and the last representative of the Philippines. So they would want this match to go in their favor. And as Blem said, closing in on the two carry jungles to be sanctified by Zaya is going to be Jing and also Luna.
Yeah, I feel like the good bans here for the side of Vitality is definitely kind of just trying to make sure that that lane matchup here for the Zia is going to be a little bit easy for themselves, right? But the thing is about Zia that a lot of players don't know, or new players don't know, is he's really got great anti-tank potential as well, right? Obviously using that physical reduction within the physical armor there is definitely going to make it a little bit easier for the side of Vitality to get a bit more shred onto the likes of the Liam Poe, right? Or even slow down Charlotte as she's trying to make that big dives.
Yeah, especially coming in with these 4 picks in the first game. Chami said that Vitality is a pretty passive team coming in the early game. And looking at that early game draft here, they have the Ying, they have the Ziya. They're going to be leading to more of a late game control. And looking at Blacklist's roster, Blacklist's pick, they haven't gotten their mid laner and jungle here. The tempo maker for these two teams. I think Lady Zin is not a bad pick coming for Blacklist, or maybe more of a controlling mid lane. Haya is their favorite.
I was going to say, like, obviously, after the points I was making about Zia, like, we're looking into the mid lane, what we're going to go for here, but then obviously highlighting the Zia. My next point really wanted to be that the Haya would be perfect, because obviously, if we're looking at the composition of Team Vitality, you want to be abducting Byron, Lapu, right? Just completely getting rid of them off the Gorge. But it's actually going to be Just T picking up the Monkey here as well, so they now have a bit more of a rounded out front line. We're going to see that Tremor Smash go into the Dream Roam as well, so the potential setup here for these two teams. And also the tankiness from the early part of the game for Blacklist International is definitely like not relying on items, because Liampo and Monkey naturally tanky.
I think it's really good for both teams coming into this game, picking a very, very selfish jungle. Like, for example, Monkey really sets up the team fight, and so does Ying. So both teams are aiming for long-term team fights and focusing on their main damage dealer, which is the farm lane. They have the Flowborn Marksman for Vitality, and they have the Chano for Blacklist International. Oh, sorry, they have the Long for Blacklist International. So both teams are going to be heavily focused on their farm laners. And we know this matchup, Golden Kite and also Lan Feng, both of the best farm laners in their own league.
Absolutely, and at their own rights, right? Like, they've definitely shown their colors and valor so far within every competition of HOK International they have participated in. But I do have to give, obviously, that lane V1 1-to-1 over the Lamfang, right? Obviously, using that Arrow Storm is going to be a great means of driving out that ultimate of Golden Kite, right?
Agree, 100%. And we are going to see how they perform in this match. Blacklist International against Vitality. The last remaining dealers for Team Philippines. Are they gonna bring PKL to the world stage?
Yeah, I mean, my Tagalog is not that great, but PH Fighting will support you no matter what. Keep fighting, Blacklist. It's gonna be the hype here for this matchup. But like you were saying there, obviously both of these two teams really want to make out, and the history here for the side of Blacklist International is that there's been no PKL teams getting into the playoffs. So again, another grandiose position for them to get if they win and take out another IKL team.
Again, Vitality was one of the representatives for Indonesia last time to go in the Big 8. So it's going to be very interesting coming into this match. And look at how we said before. They're going to focus on their farm lane, and that is what they did. Look at the aggressivity coming in. Golden Kite is on half HP, and Vitality being more aggressive as ever to get that Firehawk.
Exactly, yeah. The aggression just means that it's going to be easy control over that neutral objective down bot side of the map here. And you feel like you're seeing this buddying system happening with Lamfang, as well as Gem Myth, because the thing about the Zia as well, right? Like, he levels up naturally faster than any other hero on the Gorge, thanks to that passive. So when you start to look at these head-to-heads in the graphs here, don't think it's because Gem Myth's playing ever so better than Dragon. It's just because the kit of the Zia makes it easier to aggress with those levels.
It's going to be all about the Zia pick, right? The Zia pick is going to funnel so much leveling into one of the players. It could be Zonki, it could be Lan Feng. So both of these players could be the tempo maker of Vitality. But Chami1 gets help. Ball is on half HP, putting in the ultimate, trying to show that he's sustainability to go against Chami1. Chami1 gets knocked back now. Joshi has the ultimate. Will he fight here? He will still kite a bit, waiting for the right moment.
Oh, speaking of waiting for the right moment, Chami1 there has to post a flash. I mean, maybe he didn't have to commit that, right? Obviously, I feel like a bit of discipline would have just worked here on the side of Blacklist.
Yeah, they just wanted this fight here. Joshi being poked back again. The universal law from Genmid. The Dreamer connects the two players. Vitality is in danger, and look at that moonskip Mirage coming in and getting the the jungle for Vitality. ZonQ getting picked off at the start of the team fight, getting the first blood for Blacklist International.
Oh my gosh, there. We still haven't done quite yet, Rookie. Ball is looking to take a few more blows there. The highest pushing them away right now. Great play by Blacklist International. Very big scrap top side of the map. A lot of low health bars.
Yeah, they know that Vitality could be a little passive-aggressive on the early game, and they wanted to test the waters. They just poked the bear around and then trying to test which will Team Vitality do. And what they did was trying to initiate such a great team fight, but again, that Moonscape Mirage is gonna be the kryptonite of ZonQ.
Exactly. I feel like a lot of people kind of disregard Haya until she gets level 4. Level 4 is obviously that key ultimate part, but we never really see the Moonscape Mirage being thrown around that early within that team fight. But obviously, quite early for it to do it, able to get the kill up, able to get that potential engaged top side of the map as well, creating more pressure onto the side of Team Vitality.
And that's what matters, right? Vitality, they need their late game potential. They're going to try to drag the game on the early game, and look at how they control their tempo. Vitality has lost the early game stage, and right now they're going to be playing safe to drag it to the late game.
Yeah, they need to wipe out this minion wave, obviously, in the middle wave before we get that 4-minute mark here. You can see Just Chi as well as Golden Kite. They are rotating around here as well. You do have Dragon just trying to phase check into that long brush as well, keeping the side of Team Vitality off of this neutral objective. It goes over to the side of Blacklist International. So what we've already been seeing is a very dominant PKL third seed right now, going up against the first seed of the IGL. I mean, this is quite a predicament here for Team Vitality.
It's going to be always the PH and ID clash, right? It's going to be them against us, or against me. So it's going to be very interesting coming into KWC, which team will come out as the winner. And speaking of early game, the first 4 minutes, Blacklist has been so dominating the whole game. They know their tempo and they know that their teamfight capabilities of the early game is amazing. Bringing in the Monkey and also the the Tremor Smash coming in from Shaz. So much threat coming in from the Philippine team.
Yeah, I thought we was on murky waters there. I thought that Rookie was going to make me an honorary Filipino there. I mean, I do love my fair share of Cine Gang, so I feel like it's in my blood sometimes. But at this moment in time, I am definitely just non-biased in this one. I just want to see an amazing series between these two teams, just because of what's at stake, right? Obviously, we want both of these teams to go through. Team Vitality made it into the playoffs last year, but now they could be at the chance of being eliminated. I mean, that's definitely an early exit, just not only for Team Vitality, but the club membership as well, being in France.
Agree. This is going to be their region, and this is going to be their representative for France. Team Vitality has so much pressure on their backs, but they're going to try to defend here on the first 6 minutes of the game. Looking at ZonQ, the power spike hasn't arrived yet for Ying, so I think he's going to play pretty safe on this team fight.
Yeah, just kind of trying to poke and prod the bear. There's going to be ZonQ here, just kind of just man-checking Just Chi. But this is the whole point of Monkey, right? This pick is just naturally sustaining, using that passive to just stack that shield. And obviously, he does more damage as that shield comes through as well. But the wave clear here from GenMyth is just so great. Using that universal law, just clears waves so quickly.
Yeah, and this is what Chami does really good on big tournaments. He performs. He knows how to control the laning phase. He knows how to drag the team to his side. And it's going to be very dangerous here. Ball is going to go on a 1v4 here, getting abducted by that Moonscape Mirage. But again, they're just going to wait. Chaz still has his ultimate, guiding Dragon, trying to pop into the backline. ZonQ just waiting for the right moment to come. Team Vitality just playing a little bit of defense here.
I mean, the natural progression there is the fact that Val survived that one, right? Like, he was able to get out there. They had to kind of force the flash out from Dragon. Dragon was like, okay, I know that GenMyth's waiting for me. That's a bit of a troublemaker. But we're starting to see the itemization here come through for Just Chi. The Dragon Rage comes through now, boosting that basic attack damage for him. He's going to start to get more tankier and a little bit more deadly into these team fights.
Yeah, the Dragon's Rage is amazing because it helps you not only to jungle faster, but to clear wave, which is very important, especially for this role-playing jungles. These utility jungles could help the team gain more gold because of the gold sharing mechanic in HOK. That's why each team could usually rotate with 3 people just to clear one wave to get more gold.
Using that Arrow Storm just to drive away, but also make sure that a long bush is clear, right? We do see the first T1 getting taken down there for the side of Blacklist International. Bot side of the map, Chammy's thinking, you know why? It's not really working out right now. What's a good way to actually put pressure onto Team Vitality? We have a late game marksman taking his lane away, making it a little bit more uncomfortable for him to get a comeback or any kind of scaling right now to an easy extent. It's definitely taking away that T1, but top side of the map as well. Just Chi is looking to put the pressure.
This is different from Vitality's game before against MIB or Lose. They are playing a little bit more safe here, trying to test the waters, test the limit of Blacklist International. And right now, Blacklist is dominating the early game without any more kills, more than one. They're already leading 1,000 gold to none from Vitality.
Yeah, but this is just another important lesson to those that have like either just started at HOK or have been here for quite some time and wondering like, why is the low kill games kind of like still a thing? It's like because kills naturally only translate into things when you're looking for, and when there's an objective coming through here, forcing the flash out from Val, there may be a team fight brewing up. Obviously, Azure Golem here could be contested.
Ooh, look at it, Just Chi coming in with that green room, knocking 3 people here. Raging C from F1, getting fight back by that Tremors Smash, coming in from Chaz. Vitality trying to defend from the Moonscape Mirage, coming in from Dragon. Lonfeng is in danger, but they survived that push from Blacklist International.
Beautiful play there. I mean, to be honest, I've never seen Dragon perform this well on higher. Like, where's this performance come from? This is a really good play here from Blacklist International. They dive in. Bal tries to take your front line. You get taken away. That gives Blacklist International the means to get into your front line. Exactly what we just saw there.
Yeah, I think I like how Dragon used his ultimate just to zone out the important role players of Team Vitality and making them unviable for those long-term team fights. But sometimes I could see Dragon go a little bit too aggressive. For example, when he tried to ultimate Ball on that bottom side, it was a bit too risky for Team Blacklist.
It is, but at least he's doing it when he has his flash, right? Like, he didn't do it that time because his flash was on cooldown. That time, he was like, right, I'm going to make that ballsy play. But speaking of the ballsy play, it's here once again, just as they both go in. Tremor Smash separates the team fight, enables Dragon just to make sure the Bal's within safe distance. He's the Snake Charmer in that team fight, right? He's like, hey, come over here. I want to take you home with me, baby. And then that's it. It's the end of the night, end of the day.
Yeah, this is going to be very dangerous coming in from Team Vitality, living on Knife's Edge. Because look at the gold cap, 3,000. It's enough for Blacklist to hold on that lead. And coming in, Just Chi, getting that triple man knockback with that Universal Law. Coming in, the Moonscape Mirage coming for Lonfeng. Chammy1 gets the solo kill. Golden Kite is open and nobody's taking them down. Ball is in danger. Just Chi just trying to zone him out from the team fight. But look at Chammy1. He wants more smoke coming in from F1. It's a battle of the 1v1.
Yes, absolutely good performance here as well. But I feel so bad for Bal. It's like he's in an episode of Dandadan. He's just getting abducted by aliens, but it's not aliens. It's a dragon into the Moonscape Mirage. T3 down bot side of the map. Blacklist here.
Oh, ZonQ, he needs to defend with that Sunbird coming in, almost getting 2 kills, but just as the timer about to stop, ZonQ gets the double and defended the crystal just on Knife's Edge. Just Chi gonna be 1v1 against Ball. They're trying to survive, but no anti-heal items coming in from Just Chi's side. Ball is in danger, surviving just bit by bit, and Just Chi winning that 1v1.
Wins the 1v1, looks to go towards the Overlord pit, but they're like, you know what, we don't need this. The macro is not our weak point here. They're only laterally losing that T1 to the minions top side of the map, so it's no real pressure onto the side of Blacklist, so they go for the Tyrant so they can make a more aggressive push onto the Crystal this time around.
Yeah, they need to be careful of that Dream Roam coming in from Just Chi because they've caught Just Chi off guard a couple of times. Just Chi got that triple knockup not only once, but twice in the big team fights. Vitality, they need to be careful because if they repeat those mistakes, the end game may be near because their high ground is gone and right now they're a bit struggling to defend this push.
Yeah, and this 12-minute mark is definitely kind of like not nearing the end here in terms of game state for Team Vitality as they find themselves themselves 5k goal behind. That's nowhere near in terms of your scaling where you really want to be, right? Obviously, we know Golden Kite, he's going to have the itemization. He has both Crimson and Azure Golem in his utility now, just making every means of Team Vitality to clear out this minion wave. But sorry, boys, there's another one coming through.
Oh, it's going to be a 3-lane push coming in the high ground. The Aerostorm connects to one of the players from Blacklist International. Chami1 dives in with that power gradation. The Sunburn connects. Genmin get the Slender just in the nick of time. Blacklist International dominating this team fight. Ball is in danger, getting poked back. Golden Kite on half HP. Near death situation coming in from Team Vitality. But what did they do? They adapt.
My gosh, you have to give props over to the aggression there. It was an offensive defense from Team Vitality. The arrow stones
the Dream Roam connects. Joshi tries to get one more, but look at Ball taking so much damage. ZonQ just splitting the focus here. Ball getting knocked back, shut down, coming in to Golden Kite, trades himself for Landfall. The crystal is open. Team Vitality get defeated by Blacklist International.
I don't know what's worse, obviously not being able to defend yourself or hearing just the barrage of night ball. Like that just kept coming through there towards the end for Blacklist International. But woo, I mean, the stats are definitely speaking them for themselves, right? Blacklist International, game number 1, very dominant performance here.
Insane control. At the start of the game, Blacklist means business. They got a lot of the choke point potential coming into this match, making Team Vitality's draft unviable for their long-term game plan.
Yeah, I feel like watching VP on stage just gave them all the influence they need within Blacklist International, because that was a clean game, man. There was not a single point where we saw Blacklist looking like they were struggling. It was all about Dragon's impact on this hire. He must have been practicing this pick for this moment within KWC 2026, because it was phenomenal.
100%. He gets so much out of that ultimate. He took on Ball on every team fight, making Team Vitality don't have their front line. And without their tank, they can't do much against those output damage coming in from Golden Kite and also Chami1. So just defining those team fights, dissecting those players, making Team Vitality uncomfortable in those big important team fights.
Yeah, you make a good point there. Obviously, if you're kind of like contesting a huge team fight there, you've got to contest Liapo, Monkey, but what we're going to be contesting is the points over to the desk. So let's see what Rain Day and Kin and Chantel have to say about Blacklist winning that game number 1.
Thank you, Blam. You tried to remember everybody's name up here. I saw that. That was close, but you survived, my friend. You passed the test. And we are happy to be back here thanks to those STC highlights. We get to see exactly how Haya was so impactful against that character, that Ball, Ball, that was really running the show, or attempting to. Of course, the domain expansion, one of my new favorite ultimates there that we get to see, taking him out of the fight almost completely and turning things around. The Philippines, last hope to make it to the playoffs at KWC 2026. Well, it's looking pretty hopeful from here. Chantel, Ken joining me, Rain Day back on the panel as we get ready for game number 2. What's the impression, Chantel? Pretty good game from Blacklist, but overall, you feeling confident that they know what they need to do it one more time?
Yeah, of course, definitely for Blacklist International, they have the game plan, and it goes to show that when Chami1 said that they are a very decisive team, then they just proved on that game. I mean, specifically for Dragon, he knows who to target for every team fight. There were a lot of moments that for Ball, he didn't really had a great time because he was meant to be the frontliner for Team Vitality. But at the end of every team fight, he's the one being taken out. So if you're Ball, it's not really a good experience for you.
It's not. I mean, I did a lot of homework today for this match, but it's...
Where?
Yeah, okay. It's not because...
Okay.
They said night ball, and it's night ball to my notes. That was not the kind of game I was expecting from Blacklist as well as Vitality. I thought it's going to be a lot more tight-knit.
Yeah.
But this was a complete full figure out from the side of Blacklist International.
It is nice to see teams surprise the panel. It's always great. I see it every time that we have the ability to host these moments, because it means that they're innovating. It means that they're adjusting. It means that they're living in this tournament. And as a viewer, you get to see, okay, Blacklist International, Team Vitality, we're expecting a fast, aggressive style play, and it doesn't show up that way. The patience starts to show up. Chantel, what did you see that was most impressive to you and how Blacklist International made this one theirs?
Definitely, it all boils down to the draft. I mean, if you look at Blacklist International, they have the clear vision, whether how to stop a Team Vitality for every team fight. And at the same time, we have to take note that this type of hero composition is heavy on the layering of skills. There were a lot of moments that every time Chaz enters and goes for the initiation, you have Just Chi on the follow-up right after the ultimate of the Haya has been procced already.
Exactly, there's too much control. Every single fight, Vitality was up in the air for like at least 2 seconds. And 2 seconds is a long time in Honor of Kings. Life gone, no more resources, no more turrets. What do you do from that point? You are on the blacklist now.
You're on the blacklist now. Charlotte and Chami, that two in the Clash lane were really successful. Why did that work so well? What is going on with that? And does that need to be something that's considered coming forward in these upcoming games against Blacklist International?
Okay, normally we talk about the rotations, the wave clears, but this was just a masterclass from Chami 1 in terms of team fight setup. You're right. Let's leave it even. I want the 1v1s. Who cares about whatever happens in the lane? That was the formula of success. Chami 1 was really good at getting the players of Vitality to commit to a 1v1. And once that attention was pulled away, expansion, domain, and
4-0-3, I think contributed about 20% of the damage dealt there in that game. Obviously, global pick and bans for those just joining us at KWC means that we won't be able to see any of those heroes picked up yet again for Blacklist International, but it doesn't mean they haven't found the edge over Vitality. When it comes to our IKL representatives in Vitality, Chantal, I'd like to talk about what they can do better. What can we see from them? What went wrong? How do they approach this next draft and this next game?
I kind of feel like for Team Vitality, when they chose the Zia, they wanted to have that edge in terms of level advancement. I mean, because of the passives of the hero. It's just that it's hard for you to pick up on that whenever Zia is behind. So as much as possible, if you get that hero, you need to win the early game. So for Team Vitality, if they want to go on that route again, and then most definitely they want to focus on winning the laning phase because they need a lot of space for it to be effective.
Definitely needs to be, right? So yeah, as we know, it's a double-edged sword, right? If you get ahead, you get very far ahead. If you are going, playing from behind, he's pretty hard to catch up with because he's not tanky, he's not having a lot of damage, especially in this particular roster. He needs to be the utility for the game. And unfortunately, once again, Vitality, they don't get to play the game. So I would think that the solution now is, let's give the signature heroes to Vitality. I want to see the Zhang Qiujing come out one more time.
Is it about execution, getting a draft that's a little bit easier to execute without too many potholes that you could step in, Chantal?
Probably I agree on that. You really just have to go back to the basics, play your cards really well. I mean, we don't really see Zia that much at KWC. It's more of a risk. So definitely just play what's effective for your team.
At this point, so many teams talk to us in the pre-interviews. They talk to us afterwards as well, and they say they're happy if they played their game. And coming into it, they want to play their game. Will they be able to say that after two? Because Blacklist International on the verge of moving forward, Vitality yet to find the draft that would get them in motion. Will this be the one as we head over to game two? It's Blam and Rookie. I'd love your thoughts on how Vitality can climb back.
Thank you, Rain Day, for remembering our names as well. I mean, definitely a hard nod of honorability there. But I mean, I think the important topic that we've just missed there within that panel is, depending on who you ask, 2 seconds is long enough. But Rookie here, what do you think after that game number one, right? Obviously, what does Vitality need to draft in this game number two?
I think after game one, Chantal is smiling a little bit too wide. That's one. But two, Vitality needs to step up their game. They're playing so good in the match before, but now they're playing a bit too passive, making Blacklist too comfortable in their own draft picks. And after getting so much momentum, Blacklist is like a freight train. He can't be stopped.
Exactly. He cannot be stopped in that one. I mean, you was even saying, like, you were propping up Just Chi, but at the same time, you're thinking, I'm going up against my own team. Like, what's going on here? Like, you find yourself right in the blacklist train, like the rest of the PKL region here as well. But for me, obviously, we've seen a very dominant blacklist on this game, number one. So in this draft, Team Vitality needs to pull out all the ranks, right? Is even going for, like, I don't know, a first pick Jing on blue side, right?
It's going to be all about respect here in the international stage, and looking at the first ban and picks, they are all about respect. The Zhongfei pick from F1, the Lapu Lapu just to deny that combo, and the Pei Florentino. Both teams, respectfully, could play Florentino really well. Ball and also Chami1 is one of the best players coming into KWC. And looking at the first pick here, the flex pick from Vitality.
Yeah, I like this because Team Vitality kind of like, we're not too sure what Blacklist's identity is going to be in this game number 2. What's the one way around that to get a kind of like just an easy reaction straight away is getting that Chicha flex pick, right? Chicha flex in there, either into Clash, into the farm lane. We've been seeing a lot of Chicha farm lane more than Clash, however, but it's going to be that farm lane 1-to-1 potentially with the Aaron here. We know that Blacklist International like playing the Aaron here. They've probably got a win every time they picked up the Aaron because it was one game against Los Hernandez. They got that pickup, but here as well, Chami is given Dragon over Lorien, so we're not going to get the abduction, but we're still going to get that airtime.
Yeah, they need a setup for the Lorien here because Lorien, as an individual hero, he's good, but he's not great because of the early game advantage of Lorien not being so well. But look at Zonq here with his signature pick, the Jing, and also the Guan Yu coming in from Ball.
Oh my goodness. I mean, Blacklist is like, okay, just try your best, okay? Just pick up whatever you want to go for, and we'll try and beat you with it. I mean, that's a statement, right? If Blacklist International is able to beat Team Vitality with these 2 picks, that to me signs the strength and the improvement of Blacklist International.
But look at how Blacklist answered that pick with the Flowborn tank. And it's going to be very interesting coming into this tournament with the Flowborn tank pick because it's very good against those flashy jungles. Jing, Luna, they all struggle against this one tanky hero. And the answer to this hero is probably a D-Range pick because without that, making the strongest pick here coming in from Blacklist so viable against all of the rosters from Vitality.
I mean, to be honest, if we were talking about D-Range onto the side of Team Vitality, I mean, it's kind of been burnt out now. Guan using Clash lane, Chicha's down farm lane, so that anti-tank has to probably potentially come into the mid lane, you know? Maybe Angela here for Gem Myth. We know Gem Myth has picked up that pick before, but they're looking to go against the delivery system, the Lu Bang. They're looking to go against any kind of road in the bump that's going to kind of stop the freight train, which is Flowborn tank, right? Like you said there, Rookie, a good point was the fact that it's a great counter against the Jing.
Yeah, again, we said on the draft before, it's all about respect. And that is what Blacklist has given Vitality from time to time. Meeting them in many of the international tournaments and now meeting them at the world stage. The only ticket left to the playoffs of KWC by EWG 26. So again, it's going to be an interesting pick coming in from Blacklist's side. The Malta, all about control.
I like it. I want Chaz to channel Draw from yesterday. Draw's Motsu was incredible. Like flashing in, think inside the box. 3 members of your enemy team, and then that's it. The burst damage from Aaron, Lorien follows up here. But the more important part is what's going to be the round off here for the side of Blacklist International? Are they going to go for something like the Byron here? Obviously, just give Chami one of his massive picks. Oh, and we're going to see a little bit of a pizzazz here. But speaking of pizzazz, we get the Hue1 into the mid lane, Dolia into the support role here as well. So we're going to get double unending sorrows.
Yeah, this is going to be a Zonq special coming into this game here. Looking for the setup from the Yuhuan and also the double ultimate from that Dolia. Zonq is going to be very, very respected on this match. And looking at the counter picks coming in from Blacklist, they need a very tanky Clash lane. As Blam said before, I think Byron is a great pick coming into this draft.
Yeah, we don't want to see Abaichi. I think Isaac may have an aneurysm at that point. He doesn't really like that pick, you know. He doesn't really like that one. But no, they're going to give all over the tank ability and soak in all that damage. It's going to be onto the Just Chi on the Flowborn tank, right? And now Chami's going to go for a bit more carry, a little bit more burst. If you're looking at all the damage dealers on the side of Blacklist International, that's a lot of burst if you're onto a single target.
But again, if we're talking about Chami, his signature hero wasn't really about Fatih. It's all about the single target control heroes. It's about Charlotte, the Guan Yu, and also the Mayin. So again, coming in with Fatih, he's already said it to me before. It's not his confident hero, but he is going in with the much of a setup coming in from that Molten and also Fullborn tank. Maybe this pick could be viable for the longer, later game.
Yeah, absolutely. Looking for the pickoffs for the squishy heroes onto the side of Team Vitality. Game number 2. Ladies and gentlemen, it's going to be going down. Potential match point here for Blacklist International. Can they be the first PKL representative to make their way into KWC's playoffs? This is only time can tell now. With Team Vitality, with the signature picks from Valor, with the signature picks from John Q. It's going to be a brawl.
It's gonna be a brawl indeed. Coming in for the last PKL representative, Blacklist International going up against IKL champion. Who would pull through to the top 8 in this tournament?
Absolutely. I mean, you've already seen a lot of damage being dealt here on the Gem Myth, because obviously it's a lot harder to kind of navigate and get the full potential of the Hue one at such an early level. So I feel like if you're Blacklist International, you really want to be putting the pressure on straight away, right?
Yeah, it's gonna be hard if they let Zonkyu get his way on this game, because especially if we're talking about that Jane pick, Zonkyu has always been so reliable on the solo jungle carry pick. So Blacklist, they need to be wary of it, especially coming in the 4th minute after the Tyrant. Team Vitality would want to engage in a lot of team fights.
Yeah, just to kind of got hot back onto the point of the John Q pick, right? Oh, he's already into the enemy jungle here, looking to try and contest that one. He smites away the Azure Golem.
That's a good trade coming in from Vitality, and that's what we said before. They need to control the tempo in the early game, making Zonkyu dominant, making Zonkyu the main star of the show, and that's what Vitality did. Getting that blue buff coming to Jushi, just shutting down that Flowborn tank in the early game. And look at Ball, it's gonna be a 1v1 against Chemi1 here. Ball getting poked bit by bit, but the Razor cover is here. Chemi gets the flash in the nick of time. Such a good trade.
You saw the mechanical like prowess of Chemi there, right? The knowledge coming through. He's like, right, he's gonna be level 4 any moment. We know that ultimate from the Guan Yu's gonna come through, but there it is, the Murder Maid.
He's gonna go in. Zonkyu getting chance again, getting that first blood, getting that headshot. Lanfeng starting off strong for Team Vitality.
Chaz being taken down there means that the setup's not quite going to be just there for Blacklist International. The Cannon Blast, the phase check potential here from the boys on Blacklist. He's going to take a little bit of a slow turner here, but we're going to see that replay, right? Tries to force the flash over the wall there, but it's going to be the poke coming from Lanfeng. This is the beautiful pickup of the Cheetah, right? Homing missiles when you have the right amount of stacks.
Yeah, they need the damage coming in from that Jing pick, and the finisher is going to be Lanfeng.
Yep.
And getting shot at slow motion is another level.
Imagine being so possessive of the Spike Tail Beast that you push him into lane just so you secure him. I mean, that's definitely something here for Team Vitality, maybe getting a catch off here at the Chami.
Chami getting poked back again. Genmid is just assisting now. Chami1 gets poked and Chami1 gets taken down. The second kill coming to Team Vitality.
That's definitely what you want to do, right? You want to put the pressure on the Chami here. It definitely was one of the stars of last game. I feel like just Chi needs to get online. The problem with the Flowborn tank, he scales very slowly. He farms up very slowly as well. So we're going to have to wait for that pinnacle moment of a team fight, right? You're not going to be seeing just Chi going in with no follower.
100%. Like, they need those farming capabilities of Blacklist. But right now, Golden Kite's going to be 1v1. Lanfeng getting that freshly forged and armored master coming and trying to still poke back Golden Kite here, getting a bit trade coming from those two farm laners.
But not only did he burst the ultimate, he's burnt his frenzy as well, right? Didn't quite get the kill that he wanted. It does mean he bursts out the flash here of Golden Kite. So it's those little minor trades, that little detail there that you have for the rest of your team to say, Erin could be a sitting duck next time we see her.
Yeah, it's going to be very dangerous. Joshi coming in, looking for the power within, but Joshi almost getting bait to big team fights coming into the 4th minute. They want the setup. Chaz just hovering over the river, trying to poke the damage, but there will be no contesting from Blacklist International.
Yeah, I feel like that would have been a dead starter here for Blacklist if they tried to contest that one, right? They had no minion wave into the bot side of the map. It would just be like, okay, just he dives in, but what happens? He dies, they get the Tyrant, and then they slow down the farming of Blacklist International even more, because if you look and pay attention to the overall gold, the Team Vitality for the first time within these two games are ahead by around about 1.8k.
Yeah, they're going to try to engage a fight here. Dragon going in with that Starry Night, poking Lanfeng, going at him for half HP. And Team Vitality just taking control of the game. But right now, Blacklist is trying to drag the game as long as possible, because late game is going to be their power spike.
Yes, exactly. I think Blacklist in this moment in time are just looking to kind of maintain any kind of jungle, right? They don't want to lose their Azure Golem just yet. They've already done one so far within this one, but the stun onto Gen Mip is not going to be enough. The Unending Sorrow coming through with a teleport here from Ball.
Oh, look at Ball hopping in for the team fight. It's going to be 4v1 coming. Ball is almost gets taken down. Gen Mip gets the reset coming in, but look at ZonQ getting that flight on Chammy 1. It's going to be the best of the best. The FMVP against the FMVP. ZonQ getting that kill. 3-0 to Blacklist International.
Definitely not what the MVP clash off you wanted if you are a Blacklist International fan, but the levitation here onto Gem Mip, forcing out the flash.
Ooh, Golden Kite gets the elimination, but Chaz, a little bit too greedy. Lanfeng getting into the backline. Dragon gets pulled back to the tower. Lanfeng gets taken down. 2 kills for Blacklist. A revenge startup from the Philippines.
I don't know. I think some people watching that might have had some people scratching their heads about Chaz's ultimate, but he was just man-checking that Miro clone of Jing, because if ZonQ had the room, he could have just teleported in, did a lot of damage. So I think that's a really good play from Chaz in terms of zoning.
100%. He just was being a little bit wary because he knows that Lanfeng is appearing from the right side.
Yep.
So just being a little bit safe for Blacklist, because right now the gold gap is a bit ahead of them. And I think Lanfeng going in and focusing on the team fights without any help coming in from Vitality, and even putting up on the Frenzy is a very big trade coming in for Blacklist.
Yeah, speaking of people scratching their heads, it was definitely Chammy after that 1v1 in the mid lane there. You saw it from the cannon. Like, I thought I had him. I really thought I had him. But you have to give props to Blacklist International here. They are trying to make a bit of a redeemer in terms of the resource deficit they are facing right now. You can just constantly see in Ball, he is looking for any kind of means of creating that control top side of the map, but also to try and find a gank of those lonely stranglers here onto the side of Blacklist International.
Yeah, Chammy 1 has been so great at controlling those laning phases and playing the macro game, making every opponent clash laner in a difficult position, but Golden Kite pops his ultimate. The L'Oreal Bloom is gone, coming in from Blacklist, and they're gonna try to just hover over the Overlord, but right now Blacklist, they want this team fight.
Yeah, I mean, he got what he came for, right? He burnt out the ultimate of Lanfeng as well. Just trading ult for ult at this moment in time, but they do obviously get the presence on both sides of the map here as well. Team Vitality kind of paying back dues here for Blacklist, how they changed their game state in game number 1.
Yeah, they're gonna try to pressure out Blacklist. They're gonna make them uncomfortable in their own jungle. Ball gets pulled back by the Cannon Blast. Joshi diving in for the team fight. Ball needs to go back. ZonQ just hovering, pops the ultimate just to take that Crimson Golem. Those micro trades coming in from Team Vitality.
Yeah, just not enough obviously leeway there or runway for Chammy 1 to actually make a dive onto ZonQ, and he already had like quite a lot of health bars as well, right? So there's no point diving in. I feel like that 1v1 definitely would have gone up into the favor of ZonQ, and with the rotation that we saw there from Team Vitality, they were retreating. It kind of felt like if Chammy 1 committed, it would have been just a free kill.
Yeah, I think this Vitality team is just playing like Blacklist in the first game. They're trying to get as much as resources as they can and making Blacklist stick together, making them uncomfortable, and Chammy putting him in a very difficult position where he wants to push or not, but look at ZonQ! ZonQ Airlines coming in to fly, but Ball poking in the backline. Golden Kite is in danger, and Golden Kite is down. ZonQ gets to escape with that ultimate coming in from Chaz. It's such a good timing, but look at Chammy. Look at Lanfeng getting that good kill. Blacklist is getting punished by Team Vitality, but ZonQ, it's not enough. Once it's not enough for Team Vitality. They want more. ZonQ just switching up so much on this team, and 2 are left from Blacklist International.
Absolutely beautiful aggression there from Team Vitality. Not only did they get that mid lane priority that they were really hoping for, but top side. But we look at the replay, this overdrawn battle. It's the positioning from Val, really putting the access onto the back line there and just giving free reign for Lanfang to get the positioning, get his stacks up, use that ultimate and get that potential takedown there with the boom, boom, pow.
It's crazy how he utilized his ultimate not only once but twice, and with the Celestial Melody, making him so strong against long-term team fights. And right now, Josh G isn't in the best position as the jungle of Blacklist, because right now the gold gap is 4,000 coming into Team Vitality's pockets.
Yeah, it's like we're just watching a different scenario of game number 1 where we saw Blacklist at this kind of lead for that time, but now in game number 2, it's definitely going over to Team Vitality here. But Blacklist find themselves in a sticky situation. Obviously, they still have their T2s at this point. Top side of the map looks like that one could get written off at any moment, but the pressure's going to be enough to make sure that 5 members aren't going to be down in time to contest this Shadow Tyrant.
Yeah, they're going to try to contest here. Dragon still has the Starry Night. He wants this. Josh G just hovering over the Shadow Tyrant. Lanfang waiting for the time to go in. The Cannon Blast just stops F1 on his track, but look at the stun coming in from Gen Myth. It's gonna be that red flag coming to Blacklist International, forcing them to back off.
They force them to back off. They get what they came for, right? Shadow Tyrant there. Just too much scariness. He is the boogeyman on this Jing. John Q is just enough of a driving force, a wedge between the side of Blacklist International and this victory. But a big minion wave down bottom side of the map here means that Vitality is going to open up even more of the base. Structural damage is going to be the aim of the game here for Team Vitality.
Yeah, Chami is doing such a great job at controlling those laning phase, but right now Team Vitality is everywhere. Basically, Zanq just appearing in the nick of time almost everywhere around the gorge. And Blacklist, they need to be prepared for that, because right now Chaz and also Josh G, focusing as their main stopper, is not doing the best on their game.
Not doing quite too well. Obviously, the Lorien playing from behind here is definitely a harder hero to kind of handle, right? Like, you generally want to be playing Lorien when you're ahead of the early game, having that position of strength, but now you're just throwing orbs just to try and clear out the minion wave, just to hold on to those T3s.
Yeah, he's going to be dangerous in the late game phase of the game, but right now Blacklist is playing a bit more safe, trying to gain control of the waves, playing as much as they can to get their gold gain from those minions. But F1 shadowing over Josh G, pushing him a bit back. Gen Myth gets the flag, gets the quad knock here. Josh G going back, Golden Kite triggering his ultimate, just giving threat after threat to Team Blacklist International.
Yeah, just look how cheeky Gen Myth is in those team fights, right? He goes in, he looks like to set himself as the target for Just Chi, but he's like, denied, using that unending sorrow, and then he just uses that ultimate for nothing on the side of Blacklist International. I feel like that is a really good pick to kind of counter the Flowborn tank, especially when you're trying to like make sure you're burning out that ultimate, those knockups, so that John Q has an easier time to navigate on this Jing.
100%. Zanq is going to be their main focus from Blacklist, but look at the item choosing of Zanq. He built a little bit of defense here, coming in for the Blazing Cape, trying to open the gorge with the passive of his skills.
Yeah, opening the passive with a gorge here as well. Obviously,
ooh, Zanq!
A lot of damage.
Diving in with that mirror domain. He's in danger, but Zanq gets flashed out. Golden Kite takes that kill, but look at Fall! Initiating a good initiation on the backline of Blacklist International. 2 players trade to 1. Team Vitality getting more out of that team fight.
That was beautiful though. Like, honestly, I thought that maybe Chaz would have had the turning tide there with that think inside the box, but Val was like, no, hold my beer, we're going in, we're going from behind, we're just creating and bringing that team fight back into our favor. The game state here for Blacklist is not looking too good. The aggression here from Team Vitality.
Lanfang is starting to chop up those defenses. Ball opening the ultimate. Razor Cavalry is in his arsenal. Chami 1 gets poked back. Chami gets taken down at the Crystal. It's open for Team Vitality. Team Vitality takes game 2.
That's a beautiful way to end off this decider match. We're going the full best of 3 here. Neither of these teams want to go out with a wounded dog style. They want to go out brave, chest held high, head held high, and Team Vitality with that Jing pick, with Val on the Guan Yu. And I have to say, Gen Myth on this U1 was fantastic.
This game was an amazing game for these 2 teams. Like the first game, Blacklist held so much pressure on the first 10 minutes of the the game. And Vitality, they returned the favor on the second game, making Joshi's counter pick so unviable and Cast so uncomfortable in the early game.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we talked about obviously Junkyu now having to use that signature pick and just seeing those 1v1s between the FMVPs, right? It's going to be a hard third game in terms of that draft because not only do they lose Guan Yu and obviously Junkyu's Jing, we lose the Lorien as well as Chami's Vati. So there's still quite a big expensive draft on both of these, considering the counters involved.
Yeah, it's going to be hard because, again, saying for Chami to be in such an uncomfortable position, playing his not the best game that he had along the tournament. So, again, it was a very, very hard game for Blacklist, but we would want to hear it more from our panelists.
Thank you, Rookie and Blam, on the great cast. It was Chami who got the better end of ball, but that turns right back around as the Guan Yu goes the way of Vitality, and so does the victory. Champions of the PKL and the IKL did not disappoint in giving us a showcase that goes down to our first best of 3 and could potentially show the hope of the Philippines into the knockout stages or back home with a little bit of sadness on their face.
I love that you're looking at me while saying that.
That would be devastating.
Yeah,
and
definitely
hard to go
devastating.
yeah.
But yeah, I kind of feel like for the side of Team Vitality, right after they got the blue buff, we know that there's no stopping for them.
Yeah, night po. I mean, same line. And
night.
We got it right. So I
like
requested
me putting my daughter to bed, man.
Yeah, go to bed.
It's time to go to bed. Night.
And they gave us a great present, right? This is a dream scenario for the side of Vitality. You get all the good picks, and then, they made life so difficult for Blacklist International. One of the main things they did was, like you said, that first initial blue buff steal. Now, that was not the only pain point. The reason why you want to do that is because Flowborn Tank actually eats a lot of mana points. So this game was already a difficult start for the side of Joshi in the jungle for the side of Blacklist. And to add on, Gen Myth, let's be clear about this. Game number 1, he was kind of non-existent. Game number 2, he was showing up, using the Yuhuan to go in, soak the damage, take the skills, and then you have the Dolia refresh. This is why you want to pick Dolia as a soft support. A soft support does work.
Yeah, given that also there are a lot of entry points on the side of Team Vitality because of the reset or because of the Dolia and Yuan combo. It kind of feels like for Team Vitality, they're really good with a hero comp that actually jumps in right through the players of the other team because for Zanki was having the time of his life with that Jing. And I remember during the discussion before going to that game, you've mentioned about the Jing, so there's really a lot of boost for Team Vitality because of that win.
Yeah, we leave it for the last portion because we all want to open space for the fight. We have Gen Myth as well as F1 going in, and sometimes you need a hero. And once the theme song plays, who shows up? Bao on his horse, coming in, swooping, pushing everyone from the side of Blacklist. And this opens up so much space. Zhang Qiu, his special pick on the Jing. And you have Lan Feng with the Flow-born marksman as well. What a beautiful game. Oh, sorry, it's a Chicha.
As you see here, 13 minutes, so it didn't take too long for Team Vitality to even things out. But you pointed out very appropriately when I was kind of questioning, what do they have in this draft? What do they need on the other side for Blacklist? You mentioned the sustain and the healing of Vitality. 4 different heroes who had 4 different elements to sustain. And it didn't seem like Blacklist had a good answer in that 5th pick to deal with it. And clearly they did.
Definitely because the lineup of Blacklist International is more on the scaling side. If there is a chaos that is brought to them on the early game, then definitely it's going to be a hard time for them to keep up for the remaining of the game. So for Team Vitality, that's where they punished or exploited the lineup of Blacklist International. Plus that aggression from a ball. I think there were glorious moments for Blacklist International, definitely on the top lane, when we almost thought that there's going to be a counter initiate from Chaz, but then again, because of the skill set and even the reset of Team Vitality heroes composition, then Blacklist International had a hard time.
Well, I mean, that's to be expected here. You got 2 teams bouncing back and trying to figure things out. The one thing I love about this, and I'm so excited for it, was Mitch using the word expensive draft and talking about the Lorien in mid. in game 2. This is not something, again, I kind of try to, and we're trying to help people jumping in because this is an exciting tournament, KWC and EWC 2026. If you're wondering why that term is used, that character's gone. So you do not have that, and you didn't get the win with that character as well. So when you talk about heroes and being in an expensive position, who's used more resources in your eyes, or who's in a better position going into this third draft? Because this is the game that decides it all, Ken.
Okay, so for the new viewers, you might think that, hey, Vitality are running out of cards because this is Zhang Q's signature pick.
That's right.
But you know what? Zhang Q has a lot more signatures, and they might be coming up. You can expect a Luna being considered for the next draft, the Lady of the Moon, as we say, and once the moonlight shines on you, that target will not be ignored. Vitality, this is a momentous run. They're up no, they're not up, but they have even the odds 1-1, and with the history of the two teams, there's no way anyone is letting this one go.
I wonder too, if you get to a position where you're looking at, let's say, a ban, right? And you know that Zhang Q has gone through 2 picks that feel pretty comfortable. One may be considered a signature. Is it worth wasting 2 bans on him in that role? I know you say there is a deep pool. You're shaking your head. Why not?
You know what? There was a time, there was this international tournament wherein they almost had the majority of Zhang Q's heroes to be banned on that game, but there's no stopping for Team Vitality. I mean, if there is a hard time for him, other players really stood out for him.
You know, I got another question, and I think this has been a part of the thematics of this back and forth. Late game, scaling. Teams who have been trying to go for, whether it was the Zia in game 1 or it was with Blacklist in this game, haven't been able to hit that. The early game has prevailed. So is there an element of teams figuring out, okay, wait a second, let's ban some of these early game or pick some of these early game heroes and leave open some of the more scaly ones, because scaling hasn't really been effective in this matchup.
Yes, I definitely agree with that, right? So let's play the early fast-paced rotation games, get the level 1 invade. I don't think many teams have tried this strat in the tournament for KWC yet, but simply because they have been punished really hard for trying. But I feel like this is your last chance. This is the final slot of top 8. You have to take a risk. No risk, no reward.
All right, well, it's the final slot here. Of course, if you want to be involved in the conversation like we are here on the panel, make sure to join the creator program. You can stream and not only build a community, which you may already be doing, but if you're watching, join, because you'll earn free prizes. You'll have a chance to earn your share of all of these goodies that you see on the side of the screen and participate again in those viral moments, those glorious moments that Chantel mentioned happen in game 2. Who knows? Maybe there'll be a big upset, big surprise in game 3. We certainly know Vitality has already given us one of those resilient comebacks earlier on in today's set. We'll see if that happens. Again, make sure to check out that creator program. Scan the QR code that just came up on your screen. As we turn our attention, it's almost time. Game 3. Chantel, Ken, I want to get some quick thoughts from you before we throw it over to our casters. Who has the edge? Who have you liked better? Who are you predicting here in this third game?
I'm not saying a specific team, but whoever gets those heroes that has great synergies together or great duos, then they will win the game.
Okay, I'm going to take the bait. I'm going to go Blacklist. I feel like I like Vitality and I think they're really strong, but Blacklist has a history of great resilience as well. Perhaps sometimes even stronger than VIT.
Sometimes, you know, you say a cat has 9 lives. Have they used all of them? Vitality, a really big escape from BRU, putting the pressure on earlier on. We'll see if they have another one of those in the tank, or if Blacklist International will be able to await their competitors and then kick them down and move themselves up into the quarterfinal ladder. Let's send it over to our casters, Blam and Rookie, for one more cast today as we close out our quarterfinal matchups.
Thank you very much, Evan. I didn't know it was on first name basis there, but there we go. We're learning about each other, even though we're not on the same segment. But we're going to get into the BP of the final game of the group stage and this series. Blacklist International does take the blue side, whereas Team Vitality, their Valor that was not in game number 2 on that red side.
Well, they're going to start off strong with that Zhongfei pick. But again, Team Vitality still has the Lorion up for grabs. So there's still a lot of options here coming into a best of 3 series, but keep in mind, we are rolling in a global ban and pick system.
Exactly. That's where obviously some teams come to be a victim, but then teams like Blacklist International and Team Vitality definitely have the pull to go the full distance. They've been in multiple international competitions where they've all played best of 7s all the way to the ultimate battle, so I don't feel like that's going to be the problem. But the problem is the illusion of choice. choice. So much choice to be had, even though we're only on 3 games. The Jing has not yet been banned yet. We know that Jushdi played this against Nongshim Red Force and got the dominative win within 15 minutes.
Wow,
but that'd be fast, right?
That is so
that
fast.
Would beat any team, but no, 15 minutes. But the Zhangfei here for the side of Blacklist International, I think, is a sound pick in this game number 3.
I think 15 seconds is a long time, Mitch. So
It depends on who you ask.
No respect, please. But again, coming in very strong with the setup and the finisher here, Xiao Qiao and also Dharma. 2 of the strongest picks in this meta and one of the most dominating mid lane. They're trying to guess Vitality to be picking a Lorion here, but no, it's going to be a Fatih.
Yeah, Fatih, they're going to be like, okay, you didn't quite do as well with the Fatih there, Chamiyuan, in that game number 2. So Bao's like, you know what? I am going to be the aggressor. And I love when they pair teams with Aoyin and Fatih, right? Obviously, sometimes you see that massive combo. Teams get a little bit too kind of focused on the Aoyin, and then out of nowhere, you see a Clash Lane player come through, just burning down everybody on the Mighty Conqueror here. But it's going to be the ban out of the Masashi as well as the Ukyo here as well. So they are looking to try and put down the amount of carry potential here into the jungle. The Luna is still available. The Jing is still available.
I think Zankyu is hungry. He wants to pick a Luna here. I think there's a possible pick because he's shutting down one of the 2 counters of Luna.
Yes.
It's going to be Musashi and also an Ukyo ban for Vitality's side. Luna is still possible, but if he wants to play a little bit more passive, maybe he's going to save this pick for the last one.
Yeah, I mean, they have a lot of sustainability so far, right? With the Diadea, and then obviously Ball on the Vati has kind of like his home kind of self-sustain. So for me, the front line is at a risk here if we're going to go for Jing into the front line. So they're going to go for the Kaiser here. We're not going to see that ultimate second trump card here for the side of Zhang Q, and it may never come through if they don't win this game.
It's going to be an interesting pick coming into this tournament because look at the picks of Blacklist. It's a direct counter to Kaiser. You have the CC coming in from the Zhangfei pick and also the Xiao Qiao. And again, not only that, but the setup coming in for the Dharma. So it's going to be a big question mark for Team Vitality. How will they get this win on the last map?
Yeah, I mean, if you look at Team Vitality's draft, right, that's very team fight orientated. You are looking for Kaiser and the party to just dive in, and there it is, ladies and gentlemen. She's like, okay, it may be my last game, or it may be the thing that gets us through to the playoffs where we have never seen before. Chano as well here for Golden Kite.
It's going to be a game changer here, coming in looking at the hero power picks. Coming for Blacklist, you have the Jing for Josh Chi, you have the Dragon coming in getting Xiao Qiao, and the Lorion as the equalizer, the finalizer of the pick from Team Vitality. It's going to be an interesting match.
Very interesting. I think this is probably going to be one of the closest matches here as well, right? Obviously, we got it all. We got the team fight potential. We have the sustainability. Does Blacklist International have enough damage to get that all taken away from the side of Team Vitality? But there is only one game. You may as well go out with a bang.
They're going to be playing with emotions here, coming from Blacklist. They need to bait out those skills, baiting the Invisible Warrior coming in from Kaiser, coming in from Zon Q. It's going to be a wise decision coming into the late game because they need to reduce all of the resourceful skills, making Team Vitality vulnerable for those big team fights that they wanted.
Exactly. I mean, you edited my first name once again, so we're going to call you Daryl here. I mean, we're coming out with all the first names. I mean, it's not like we do have to do it with Chantel. Chantel is Chantel, so never mind here. But all fun and games, but really the gravitation is here. The weight of this game number 3 is huge for these two teams. Can Team Vitality once again make it into playoffs, or are the PKL representatives going to be the ones that are going to clear their way through for the very first time here at KWC in Paris, France?
It's going to be the battle of the ages. Who is going to get that final ticket to the playoffs? Is it Team Vitality, the champions of IKL, or is it Blacklist International, one of the strongest and remaining teams from the PKL?
Yep, can they get a vengeance for their fallen brothers? Obviously TEC as well as Boom Esports yesterday. Obviously Boom Esports left via one of the IKL representatives, Team Nemesis. So you really want to be seeing here Blacklist to try and get this one for themselves here. But you are seeing a very good setup here into the early part of the game. Gem Myths able to steal away one of the points, the Spike Tail for the side of Blacklist.
Yeah, I think this has been one of like the strongest tournaments with new heroes coming into the patch, especially Lorion and Florentino. And also yesterday we did an interview with Ball, and he said that Florentino was one of his most favorite Clash lane heroes.
Why has he not picked it? I want to see it. I mean, I know it's been banned out, so they don't really give him the opportunity to do that, but why not? Try and just go full 100% power here for the side of Team Vitality. But we're just seeing, I feel like in this game number 3, there has to be a level of respect, a level of discipline between these two teams, because the first person to step out may be the one to get taken down here.
Oh, look at that Ball getting threatened by the early game here. Ball gets out his flash early, and Joshi coming for the dive! Getting that first blood, Blacklist International with a statement.
He was just waiting for his skills to come back off of the cooldown. There it is. They trade first blood once again here. Blacklist get it in game number 3, whereas Team Vitality kind of did the same kind of things to them in game number 2, right? So I feel like there's a lot of revenge, a lot of personality, a lot of personal comeback here as well.
I think Ball was tempted to get the minion, knowing that Joshi would cancel out his ultimate. And Joshi getting that moment, getting that split of a second in the nick of time, earning a kill, making Team Blacklist very strong in the early game. Golden Kai opens his ultimate here, the alpha stance, going to show him who's the alpha. F1 poking it back, Chaz getting knocked back by F1. Team Vitality just trading hits in this boxing match of a game.
Yeah, I mean, you were just looking there for Blacklist International to try and drive that Infinite Vastus out, right? Like, he was very low at one point. We saw that F1 had to make that rotation, but equally, we saw that Dragon tried to come around as well, but the positioning was just a little bit too off. I felt like if they did overcommit there, it would have been an overstatement for the side of Team Vitality.
Yeah, it has been a great match so far coming in for Blacklist. Looking at their second game, they haven't been performing the best on their last game. So again, looking at this match, they started really strong, getting the first blood onto one of the strongest Clash laners in this tournament. Ball has been pressured out, and now getting so much space for their FMVP, Chami 1.
Yes, no real contest here against obviously just yet. We are seeing a bit of a brawl into the mid lane. Can they get the Invisible Warrior come through?
Yeah, they're going to try to fight it back again with that Mirror Domain. Popping in the ultimate here, coming for Joshi. Just getting that clear of waves. Both of the jungle has spewed out their ultimate, and right now, 16 seconds on the clock for the objective. Chami 1 forces a 1v1. Ball opens his ultimate, and right now, both of the teams has no more resources.
Yeah, very expensive use of ultimates here from the side of Team Vitality, right? I mean, obviously, Chami just had to use his normal dive over to the wall there. No flash being used in there, but John Q is looking to rotate here. They aren't able to steal it. It's going to be the unbridled outburst that keeps them away from the Tyrant Pit. Blacklist International are in the driver's seat for now.
They're trying to get the tempo of the game, and you know, if Blacklist take control of the early game, they're like a train. It's very hard to stop them, and right now it's looking very good for Blacklist International.
Yeah, very much a trade. I don't think it'd be choo-choo, it'd be chummy coming through as the night train comes through here for Blacklist International. But at this moment in time, the game stage is frozen a little bit, right? We know the Team Vitality are like, okay, we can't really force a fight here. They have, obviously, Just G on the Jing. They have a lot of damage here with Dragon as well as Golden Kite. So they have to kind of just play a little bit coy, just make sure they're just not seeing that gold go into the favor of Blacklist too far.
It's very hard looking at Team Vitality with Zanq playing a very passive jungle, especially coming in. We've seen him playing with that Jing, but look at Ball trying to survive, and look at assist coming in from F1 in the nick of time, as fast as light speed.
I don't think I've ever wanted to see a support any faster in my life there, driving at the Infinite Vastus, but also aiding Bal with a second win there. If it weren't for F1, like you said there, Rookie, he would have been gonzo.
It was very good. He knows how he could control the tempo with his ultimate. That's why he keeps on initiating that fight. But look at Zanq popping off back on Chaz here. But Zanq is still saving the ultimate for a longer team fight. And Just G appearing a bit in the nick of time just to give more pressure for the laning phase.
Yeah, pressure there. Bot side, top side does fall here as well. Chami going for the 1v1. Now Dragon coming in as also.
Dude, he's going to try and fight it again. Chami gets the good pick here. And Blacklist 2 kills coming in from Ball, and they know if they shut down Ball, Team Vitality needs to regroup.
I mean, this game number 3 here is just showing that Blacklist just had a very difficult draft to kind of maneuver and make sense. But now that they have a draft that kind of they're very comfortable with, they know how to play. I'm not saying that they're going to turn off a little bit, but it just makes it a little bit easy here because they've been, again, just back to their dominant state of game number 1. Game number 3 is looking a little bit kind of out of reach here for Team Vitality. They need to do a little bit of work.
Yeah, they have a really strong draft coming in from Blacklist. They have the outburst for the Zhangfei. And look at Joshi just opening his ultimate in the nick of time. Zonq lessening the vision for Team Blacklist International, but look at that Tammy! He catches another one, F1! Almost getting poked back, and look at that outburst connecting to Zonq. Then they're gonna try to fight it again. Zonq poking back Tammy 1, goes for another one. Chaz disengaging for that team fight. Team Vitality finally showing their prowess.
Yeah, I think Blacklist have to count their lucky stars in that one, right? Like, we saw so many ultimates being burnt out there. Chaz only really getting gem myth within that one. It did create a little bit of a fissure between themselves and Team Vitality, but we saw that Just was looking pretty low. Like, we see Zonq, he's looking for the ultimate takedown, the 1v1 onto that backline.
Yeah, they want more here. Zonq opening the vision up for Team Vitality, looking to close in as much space as possible. And Team Vitality's winning condition right now is just to drag this game as long as possible. Getting those power spikes for Ball, and also Zonq being the punching bag for Team Vitality, giving space to Lanfeng to get that lead and then damage output that Team Vitality wants.
Yeah, it's very rare that you see this in a game, right? The both of the carries.
Joshi coming in, opening the ultimate, going back with Lanfeng getting the ahead of time, knowing that there's danger that is coming. He sticks close to the wall.
I was gonna say, like, literally no other marksmen have no kills or no deaths. They're either being positioned very well or they're just not playing as aggressive as they need to be because they're waiting for that prime moment, right? The gold share is literally a knife's edge between these two teams. Chami won!
Ooh, look at Chami getting popped back, playing the trampoline here from Genmyth, and he just tries to knock it back from them. Look at Ball coming in, Golden Kite is in danger, opens up the dash for Team Vitality, but Just G being Just G here, just hanging out by himself, looking cool and all in the top lane.
Looking cool and all. I mean, he's just doing what he needs to do, right? That macro play, making sure that Bal goes back to his home state here in the top side of the map. So it doesn't mean that 5 members of the side of Team Vitality are going to either try and can go for the Tyrant or even consider the Overlord. We see Just G's already top side of the map. He claims the Overlord. Team Vitality are able to get that Tyrant. So Team Fight potential is definitely a wary situation here for Blacklist being so near and far with that gold lead.
I think it's all about the setup coming in from Chaz, but look at Chami 1 gets another one, F1, it's a battle of a 1v1, Zonq poking back Chaz, but testing the waters with that Dharma pick, making F1 go back that sudden. Team Blacklist International, they know how to control the emotions of Team Vitality.
Yeah, I mean, control the emotions, control the recall, right? Like, that's definitely what they've been doing here as well. You can see a potential go for the mid lane also. Obviously, Vanguard got wiped out pretty clearly here. It's not the 10-minute mark Vanguard that you really want to be hoping for to get that siege into the mid lane, but it's going to buy enough time here for Blacklist just to stave away that extra 35 seconds they have of that Tyrant.
Yeah, they just wanted more time here for Team Vitality. But look at Chami popping off, Zonq just appearing in the team fight. Just G disengaging, waiting for the right time. Chaz getting that fly coming in. Genmyth is in danger, but look at the escape coming from Team Vitality. Ball opening the ultimate, but right now Just G trying to fight back. Team Blacklist International just pushing back the Yellow Bees.
This is the level of teamwork here for Team Vitality, right? Any other team probably would thought, you know what, the mid lane kind of overextended. It's their problem. Has to force a flash there from Dragon, but now
Chami! Getting a Chami special coming into Team Vitality, and Ball gets taken down. Zonq is going to be 1v1 coming in to Just G, just poking and testing those junglers. And right now, Lanfeng is in danger. Chami 1 being the star of the show.
Oh, using that Dharma to perfection there. Picking up the kill, driving out the Infinite Bastards there from Lanfeng. He's going to be a sitting duck as well for quite some time. T1 takedown into the mid lane, but but this replay was so scary. That flash from Dragon at the right time drew Gem Myth into that right space there, as well as Ball. He kind of flew a little bit too close to the sun. He got burnt down, and now they get the Shadow Tyrant for themselves.
Yeah, we'll see how they dictate the gameplay of the game, because right now Blacklist is ahead 3,000 gold, getting so much out of those team fights, getting those map controls that they wanted. And right now Team Vitality, their last hope is to try to take the game as long as possible.
Yeah.
And right now they're just trying to defend, same as game 1.
Exactly. They're trying to defend. They've got back to that kind of state of scariness. They're trying to play at that ultimate defense that we know that they can play, right? They can play very offensive from that moment state. But right now, Blacklist International are the only team with any kills on the board. That goal lead is definitely shying away from the side of Team Vitality. Structural damage is coming across the gorge here with a takedown of the T2 top side of the map. So Team Vitality are in a position where they have to just say, guys, we have to let this go, or if we commit, we may lose.
It's a race of time coming in from Team Vitality here, trying to drag the game again, but right now Blacklist, they don't want to hand it to them, because right now the pressure coming in from the mid lane, a potential big team fight is coming.
It is, but at the same time, you saw there, Just Chi, he's stalking that Azure Golem. He's taken that away from John Q. That's one of the big things that you need to make Kaiser ultimately work better for your team, right? Those engages are going to be a little bit harder. The cooldown reduction, not quite there. And that mana, you're not going to be able to spam those skills.
Yeah, it's going to be very dangerous coming from Just Chi, just opening the map, widening the vision for Team Blacklist International. And right now, Team Vitality is near their power spike cast, getting pulled back by those invisible warriors here. And Gem Myth just trying to set up as much as he can, but looking at the gap damage coming in from Blacklist, it's a dangerous situation here.
Very dangerous. Maybe they're trying to bait them into this Overlord, right? You just saw there the suspense being built by the spectator. What is Team Vitality actually seeing? And the answer to that question is not a lot. They're having to play in a huddle. And to be honest, when you go up against the Jing, when you got a John Fei, it's probably not the best position to be in when you're all squished together.
And again, like, we're seeing Blacklist just delivering the same treatment that Vitality gave to them in Game 2, making the map as small as possible, no more vision, because they're carrying a squishy roamer. F1 hasn't been able to do so much in this game.
Yeah, you saw the Ardent Phoenix being built there for Chami as well, right? That's lifesteal. He's going to get back. It's going to be a little bit more of an intensity here for Team Vitality. They are struggling to keep the minions at bay. They're able to do it just for now. Obviously, Vanguard's been put down bot side of the map to create that pressure here for even more chance of securing Azure Golem once again away from Jean Q.
It's going to be the fight of life and death. The ticket to top 8 is in the front of Blacklist International. Their eyes set straight into the playoff, but Zonq getting poked back here, opening the ultimate from Ball, trying to poke the Dragon back into the Dragon's Den. Chaz just opening the vision again, and Team Vitality losing a high ground tower.
Yeah, using the Vanguard, using Chaz as the battering ram. He has the ultimate available, right? The Unbridled Outburst is available here for Blacklist International. They just have to make sure they make the ultimate moment for this one now. We see Lorian being used to chip down the Vanguard bot side of the map here. John Q trying to encroach on the side of Blacklist International. They have to be disciplined and decisive here.
Yeah, they're just going to test the waters from Blacklist, getting the high ground tower again and again. 2 has been taken down, and right now they have 1 middle tower left. Looking at Blacklist controlling the tempo of the game, letting Chaz breathe a little, and getting another big objectives on their arsenal. The Shadow Tyrant is going to help them to gain more advantages on the big team fights. And right now, Team Vitality is struggling to hold their tempo.
Yeah, hold tempo, hold ground, hold their own jungle. As you see, Just Cheese just ushered a wave down to the bot side of the map there as well. Means that they know the rotation of Team Vitality. They have to go down there. They have to defend it. Now they can try and get this minion wave through here into the mid lane potentially. Lorian just throwing those orbs around. Jean Q forced himself into the front line of this team fight. But is it going to be enough to protect these minion waves coming to the top side very, very soon?
Well, I'm not a player on this game, but my hands are sweating, Blam. I'm sweating and looking at Indonesian team, the last one to qualify to the playoffs. But look at them trying to defend.
They are trying to defend. We just see pretty much a showmanship match there. Top side of the map, we see Jungkook, Champion going at it for once more time. Minion wave, top side of the map, middle lane, maybe the access. Let's see what happens here, Rookie.
They're trying to defend here. Chammy1 gets that Enlightenment Mantra, trying to open up the map. Jungkook opening the vision for Team Vitality. Blacklist International wondering where the entry point is because Jungkook is just closing every door behind him.
To the point of Team Vitality, right? They're defending so long, they're amassing gold. Is it going to be enough here? Obviously, we are seeing another full frontal attack. We see Jungkook in the backline!
Flying into the backline, but look at the outburst. Jungkook eating up so much damage. Jungkook poking in the crystal, but nobody's going to enter the domain of Team Vitality.
This is what I was talking about literally moments ago. Team Vitality have one of the best offensive defense mechanics here. Thanks to their draft, thanks to Jungkook, and thanks to Genmip. He's able to sit back and throw orbs days and night.
Yeah, they're trying to engage here again without Jungkook. They don't have a smite. They don't have to contest this Overlord, and they are trying to push them back. Chaz doesn't still have the outburst. F1 going back. Chammy1 is in danger. Pops his flash.
He's definitely
going
in danger.
back and pushing back the players of Blacklist International.
This may buy them enough time here on the side of Team Vitality. It's looking pretty low. They secure it, but at what cost? Ball! It's going to be a beautiful Unbridled Embers into the back line, but he's going to keep him alive. The Stampede, but Dolan's kite is down. We see Chammy right in the wind. This is potential comeback potential here for Team Vitality.
Nobody tries to enter the Wasp den because right now Team Vitality controlling the tempo of the game. Jungkook out of the team fight, and Blacklist, they forced that contest to the Overlord, making them lose 2 more players. Right now Blacklist is in danger.
A very well-timed infinite Bassus there you saw from the replay, right? If he landed any sooner, he would have been hit by that Unbridled Outburst, but now, complete game state in mid.
They try to defend here, but look at Jungkook being so dominant. The minion waves are coming, and the Overlord Vanguard are pushing through the mid lane. Jungkook popping up his ultimate, but look at the outburst. Jetman coming into the backline. Dragon is out of the picture. Team Vitality is painting history. Jungkook gets taken down. Chaz is gone. The mid lane is open. The pathway is ready. Team Vitality is ready to end the game. Chaz waiting in for the moment here. Golden Kite pops the ultimate. Gen mid again zoning in that far laner. Chammy1 holding on 1 by 1. But look at the crystal. Lanfa pushing back. Chaz is in danger. The crystal is exposed. Miracles was made. History is written down. Team Vitality enters the top 8.
Well played there, Team Vitality. When it looked like it was on tournament life, they held it back. They held down the fortress. Mom came home, and then they ran it down mid there. Beautiful, beautiful play. It just means that it's just a display for these teams watching, right? When you are down and out, you aren't giving up. You need to keep going.
There was a saying that in history, a wasp never stings twice. But Team Vitality returned the favor of Blacklist, turned the table around, getting that comeback for the ticket to the top 8. What an amazing run.
Yes, just about there. Blacklist International almost made history, but the remake is being happened here. Team Vitality once again find themselves into the playoffs, and we're going to see here from these replays here. Such a dominant performance from Blacklist. Early game to mid game. It looked like it was going to be the PKL's year, but unfortunately, it was that indecisiveness. It was that lack of discipline. It was the just pixel perfect opportunities and decisions that just completely drove that one all the way into their favor.
And at the end of the game, control and discipline leads the way to the gorge. And Blacklist, they wanted that last team fight to go their way. But again, without Jungkook, the Overlord is gonna be able to be taken, and Vitality, they got the advantage, they got the lead, they turned the tables around, and they got the ticket to go through.
Yeah, I mean, what they really weren't counting on is obviously the efficiency of Lorian when you're in that neutral objective pit, is that sort of denial with the launch up into the air, but we are going to be launching over to an ecstatic interview on stage. Take it away.
Zankyu is here with me. He is ecstatic right now. Congratulations. First of all, game 2, your Jing, incredible, especially with the Dolia. The combo is just so dangerous. But I have to know, how are you able to manage this reverse sweep 2 matches in a row? You're able to turn the game around even though your opponent was already by your base.
Can you more simple the English? I do not understand.
How are you able to have this magic that you're able to turn the game around?
Teamwork.
Teamwork, what else?
5 teamwork.
5-man teamwork, that's amazing. Now you've made it to the playoffs. You're part of the top 8. Can you describe in 5 words how you're feeling right now? What you're thinking right now?
I'm feeling excited and I can stay Paris more longer. Right?
You can stay in Paris longer, yes?
Yeah.
That's 2?
Yes.
3 more.
No more.
No more. How about we want more from you? We want you to send a message to IKL and all the fans of Team Vitality.
I love you.
Zankyu loves you. And you know what? You're gonna love this one. Once again, Team Vitality, come with me. This is your moment. Once again, we're gonna walk all this way for your right to end your opponent's journey. As one battle ends, another team's journey will end right here. Val, do the honors. Team Vitality, the champions of Indonesia, are now here to destroy the 3rd placer from the Philippines, Blacklist International. And just like that, Blacklist is eliminated. Their journey is over, and Team Vitality keeps their championship dream alive. Now we'll head back to the panel. Lead the gorge.
Well, no hesitation there. Bal able to take down the chosen one, Jammy, as we thought. Now no longer in this tournament. He crushed, and it was all because of that fatigue and also the resilience of Vitality. It shows up again and again and again, and we just keep saying they had 9 lives. Maybe they have 7 now. I don't know. Maybe this entire tournament, we're going to see these moments from them. But definitely for me, the most resilient tournament so far, performances so far today. And it's put them in a position now to be in our quarterfinals, Chantal.
Yeah, definitely. And for Team Vitality, it feels like they're now used to having longer games. They're now used to being the comeback lords in our game, because they faced against a team earlier where they almost lost, but they showed again the resilience. And it feels like for Team Vitality, they're loving every experience that they get in this tournament.
It is. I think at this point, the recovery that we saw from Vitality, this has to be commended, because it's not just this particular series, it's the series before this as well. So with the style of play that we have seen from Vitality, this was just a game of patience. They waited for that one mistake, because it literally was just one mistake from Joshi.
Yeah.
And that is the beauty of our game. Despite you having a very huge lead, one error can cost you the entire game. It could have been a Blacklist game, but at the end of the day, it was just Team Vitality that is more focused on defending their base, punishing the errors, and exploiting every mistake that the other team has on that game.
When you talk identity, because that's a big part of not just HOK, but obviously KWC, every team comes into it with a different approach, a different style. Ken, now that we look towards Vitality getting into those knockouts, we haven't yet seen who they're going to be playing. That draw show coming up in just a moment, so stay tuned. What is the identity of Vitality? Besides being resilient, beside finding a way and taking either their game or their set to 3, what have you learned about this team, and what are you looking forward for from them?
So the main difference between the old Vitality and the new Vitality is how polished they are, right? The understanding of the game has always been very clean from the Vitality players. But like you said, discipline has always been one of the falling factors for this Indonesian squad. So today, what a growth. Not just once, but twice. And you know what? They say third time is the charm. When we go into the later parts of this tournament, I want to see how well they can do again.
And you know what? If you look at the previous games of Team Vitality in other tournaments, they have this identity wherein if someone goes in, everyone just jumps through. But here, the discipline is just there, and they know the power spikes of the heroes that they had because they were so patient on waiting for a Lan Feng to have those items to finally deal damage against the other players of a Blacklist International. And for Blacklist International, it's more like them kind of rushing to end the game because they could have just waited for everyone or for the minion to be just there and for them to just finish the game.
Well, that's how BRU felt the wrong side of the stick with Vitality by trying to rush that game, and it ended up biting them. And now you see Vitality again using patience. That's going to be a big quality heading into this knockout stage. The draw show almost ready for you. For those not aware, we're not sure where these quarterfinal matchups are going to be. Who's going to play what? Who will Vitality be paired up against? We know that we have KSG, we have AGAL, we have Rocky Sports and GK Esports waiting to figure out as our top 4 seeds. But the 4 teams that were able to qualify, we also have 2 more, and then 2 more teams that qualified today. So we're going to find out exactly where they go. Before we get to that, we have an exit interview. Not easy to do, but Sky is standing by with a member from Blacklist International.
Hello guys, I'm Sky, and it will be my honor to be joined by Just Chi from Blacklist. And thank you so much for your time. So wow, we were always wondering, like, how do you feel right now? Like, what's the emotion?
Actually, we're quite sad.
Yes.
Because like we have the game already, and then we choked.
It was a very, very close one. It's such an unfortunate endings. So actually, can you try to rewind by what went wrong during the very last team fights?
I think at that time I shouldn't go because I saw an opportunity, like to go Lorient. But I think that's not the good idea. Yeah.
But I want to talk a bit more about the Jin pick. You played so well. What's the reason behind of like picking this hero?
Because we need a assassin hero and also like a damage hero. So yeah, that's why we picked Jin.
So you've like going so far from this journey in here in Paris for 2022 KWC. So what will be the thing you will remember for your lifetime?
I think, what happened earlier.
Yes.
Maybe I should be disciplined more.
I think it will be a very precious and valuable experience for you guys. So if you have the future opportunities, and I strongly believe that we're going to see each other next year. So what will be the things you want to say to your teammates or the fans abroad, like supporting you guys all the time?
To all the fans, sorry guys. We will come back stronger next year. And I think that's all.
Of course you did. Thank you so much, Justy. Looking
you.
forward to seeing you in the future. And that will be time. Take it away, panel.
Great words from him, and of course, a lot of lessons to be learned, but at least Chantel kind of aware if there was a mistake there, maybe a little bit more discipline next time. But those are the things you learn through action. You don't learn them sitting on the bench. You don't learn them theorizing about them. You learn them in practice, and then hopefully that lesson is cemented now and improves him as a player for years to come.
It's sad though that they learned their lesson at an international stage like this, but at the very least, they know that they made a mistake on that call. So hoping next time that we get to see more improvements for the other teams who played, who didn't get through the playoffs.
Very important lesson as well. And I think, having the patience, because this one really stings, not because I chose Blacklist to win, but because if you take a look at the performance of the other players on the side of Blacklist International, they did really well. Chami won once again. We have to give praises to this guy. He had so many truth mantras that changed the game. We saw it even before it happened, right? Hiding the correct brush, going into the backlines, getting the important targets like Gen Myth on the Lorient. That was a lot of pain. But this is also helping us, celebrate the success of Vitality, who came back twice in 2 series in a day.
Yeah, two sides of the same coin. I mean, on one, there is that despair, and on the other, there is a sense of, I'm so happy that we are here. Life seems to be molding in my direction. The ball seems to be picking up and rolling in momentum the way I want to go. How exciting is that for a team like Vitality, who not only taking down maybe a regional rival, but now a new life, new hope, and to do it in this fashion, you've got to feel that there's a sense of when they go to bed tonight and maybe wake up to play again, like, things are on our side.
Yeah, definitely for Team Vitality, they're enjoying every moment in this tournament, and somehow we already have this identity for them that they're not the ones they want to face in longer games, because it just boosts their confidence all throughout.
Let me add one more thing. This is just a theory of how to build a team, right? So we talked about this just now, and it looks like Vitality, if you bring the right people, give them the right environment, they can achieve much more.
And that is a great point. You also talked about that identity, showcasing the approach of Blacklist International, a group of players that have stayed together from the very beginning, that they opened up their ability to compete here in professional HOK. And you saw, from Vitality, a different approach. Star players from different teams built this roster to succeed in this moment. I mean, Ken, have you learned more about that conversation? Do you feel that there is leaning towards, obviously, Vitality won, but what have you taken away from that yourself, looking at it as an analyst?
I think changes need to be made, and you need to re-look at the draft, at the way that you play. There's always new lessons available. Hopefully not learned in pain and not made in history, because that's what happened today. But it's moments like these that give you a reminder that, hey, every once in a while, let's see, what else can we do to make the team better? What else can we do to have a cleaner game and a superstar performance? Because that is nothing short of what we've seen from all the players.
And also, this kind of matches is always a reminder to the teams not to overlook the most basic things around the game. So discipline is one thing, but at the same time, communication has to be there, because definitely for Team Vitality, the discipline is there, but it's hard to decide fast or react fast in a high-stakes game.
All right, well, all of that great, and leads to our draw show, which is how we are going to decide our quarterfinal matchup. So thank you for waiting patiently, but now the stakes are even higher. We'll see which teams from the top end of the bracket are going against which teams who just qualified. Our quarterfinals are set to be drawn right now.
Yes, my friends, as you heard from the panel, a massive one we've had today with key crushes aplenty, and two teams advancing on to the playoffs here at KWC at EWC. However, our end of day means that we have our draw show to get through, and I'm not alone, of course, joined by my wonderful co-host Sky. Sky, it's good to have you on here again. There's a lot to go through. There's KWC history to be made now.
Of course, I'm so honored to be here. This is my first time going up to the stages. How wide is it? I love the vision here. Especially, I feel really, really honored because how fast the past 4 days of the group stages have finally and officially comes to an end. And starting from tomorrow, we're gonna see the single elimination. We're going to see the best of 7 series. And not to mention, if we make it to the 7th game, the auto medals kick in.
That's really where things heat up. We've had a couple of those in the past, and I'm hopeful that that'll be the case, but we don't know who will play whom in the playoffs bracket. And for that, it's our draw show. All games done live, and we'll see who picks whom to play one another in that spot. But teams are divided into 2 groups, 4 teams, each seeds 1 and 2. Let's bring in seed 1.
Yes, of course. Let's get the party started, shall we? So let us welcome our seeds 1 players to the stage. Let's welcome AGAL Akira, Rock Esports Muzi, Kuaishou Gaming LFF, and GK Esports Guiyu. Welcome.
4 representatives from 4 different teams, and they are #1 seed. They have excelled in competition here on the offstage, and we'll see who they get to pick from. That is, of course, seed 2. Let's bring them out. The gentleman in from Vitality is Zhang Qiu. From Aurora Gaming, it's Jihong. From Virtus Pro, it's Clue. And from Nemesis, it's Hell. All right, my friends, everybody is on here. And of course, our referee is joining us. And we have a bowl to pick things from. And of course, our KWC trophy to represent what will we play for the rest of the few days. How does this work though, Sky, for picks?
So we have like 2 groups, and every group winner will compete against a group runner-ups. So our referee will choose randomly from those. We have a number on it, and whoever got the pick will come here, and they have the priority to pick their opponents they're going to be facing and going against in the playoffs. It's easy.
It's luck of the draw, right? You played really well, but then it depends on what happens. So we have clean hands of the referee to get us through it. So please, my friend, I'll let you get through the first one. We'll roll through it.
The honor is all yours. So the world awaits for the very first row, who's going to be, please show it to the camera, Rock Esports. Welcome, please.
Sir, come on in.
Well, that is a very lucky thing, you know, having the priority to do this pick for the first one. How do you feel right now? 什么感觉呢？第一个可以被有这样子的机会选择对手，哎。
很开心吧。
Very happy. Do you have any ideas in your mind? 有什么提前想好的目标吗？
没有。
Oh no. Okay, you're doing some thinking right now. Who's going to be your answer? 你想选择的对手是
Vitality.
Oh.
Welcome, Team Vitality, please.
The hometown heroes, come on over, Vitality.
Come on, guys.
Thank you. Come on.
Thank you, please.
Join us.
Come
Join
on.
us. Come here. Stand by
I
my
believe
side.
it's going to be awesome, right?
It's going to be a great matchup. Were you expecting to be picked first?
KSG.
Okay, it was a different expectation.
Oh,
here.
you're not expecting to be picked as the first one.
All right. Well, you know what, gentlemen, come close. Come close.
Yeah, come close. We need the electricity here. Yes.
Any final words to your opponent from Rock?
说句狠话。
哦，你选我吗？对。哎呦，操。都是老队员了。
哦。
我谁跟你是队员？我操！没有。
You're too overly excited. You guys knew each other for a long time, right?
对，认识很久了。对，认识很久了。
那是你选择他的原因吗？因为你们认识了很久。
是我要选他的原因。
Okay, so how do you feel about this?
神经啊！
Please shake hands with Thatcher, gentlemen.
There's our matchup. Please, you may walk down the aisle together. Zhangqiu and Mute on the other side. Rocket Vitality, Sky.
Wow, let's hear the crowds. I'm really looking forward to see this. There's so many storylines behind this match.
I can't wait to see how the panel explains that once we get into the game tomorrow, but we'll just let everybody know that the way the games are picked does not determine the schedule for tomorrow. All of that will be released on our social media right after this show is done. Our wonderful referee, you've already drawn one. Go for our second.
The temperature has already been heated up.
Oh, yes.
Just imagine the tension here. Who is going to be the next one choosing their opponents? Welcome, Kuaishou Gaming, please. 李鹏峰, step aside to my right side. How do you feel getting picked as the second one getting pick your opponents? 第二个被抽到啊，有机会可以挑选对手，这是一种怎样的经验啊？
运气有点好吧，运气有点好。
I think we are very lucky. So who's going to be your pick? 告诉我们你的选择是
C2。
CR, please step aside. 你可以说出他的全称吗？知道吗？不知道。Okay. Please, let's join us from which one?
Aurora, Virtus Pro, or Nemesis. You may choose.
C2，就那个中间的。
You go for the players who wanted to get it going, guys. Take him. 把他带过来，去吧 ，Go. 把他带来我们的现场。Who's gonna be the pick? How crazy is that? Yeah, this is the thing we're talking about.
Stand by my side, Clue.
I think our name is not exciting enough. Okay.
Did you expect to be picked here by Kuaishou in second?
I mean, I guess, yeah, they said that we played pretty well versus them, so maybe they want the rematch, so let's go, I guess.
Is this for the rematch? Is this what they've been looking for, Kuaishou? If you could help us in, Scott.
Okay. 你在赛前有什么狠话想要放给你的对手吗？选择他的原因是什么？可以跟我们分享一下吗？
打过一次吧，然后继续拿下。
Oh, we had a fight before, so that's a reason they picked you. They are fully confident they will take you down one more time. How do you feel about that?
They're confident they're going to take you down again.
I mean, I guess they can be.
Please, a little bit hug, of course.
Come on over. Come, both of you. I'll leave you to it then. Final words to your opponent.
Good luck to them.
他祝你 有非常好的实力，有一个非常好的表现，你有什么话想要对他说吗？
你们加油。
Oh, good luck. Good luck.
Gentlemen, shake hands. Congratulations, you may move down to our end here on the stage. 2 games in, 2 more to go, Sky.
This is a very interesting way they're picking their opponents. I believe that I will trying to encourage these you guys doing the same thing. They go directly to the opponents they want to choose, right?
They're playing for the story, right? it adds to it. It adds to the tension. That's what we love to have in here. Then, wonderful ref, you may go for our 3rd one. Of course, it'll determine the last game regardless, but it's between 1 and the 2.
Who is it?
What do we have next? AGAL or GK? Who gets that final direct pick? And it's GK!
Esports! Congratulations, Gui. You're so happy. Share us a reason why you're so happy. 为什么这么开心？
因为不用面对 AU2 大魔王。
Oh, because they can avoid getting into those on counterbacks with Aurora. So obviously, your answer is?
I choose Nemesis.
Oh, come on over.
Come on over. Step aside, please. Step closer.
Did you expect to be chosen here by GK?
From expected.
Expected, then come close. Look at one another, gentlemen. Any final words before you commence the battle tomorrow?
Just be prepared lah. It will be hard more than before.
All right. What do you say?
We already win you 1 time in group stage. Just normal win you again.
Oh, gentlemen, please shake hands. Go ahead and walk off the stage. Thank you very much, GK and Nemesis. They'll be playing.
Wow.
There's a story, but there's also a lot of love
course.
between them.
This is what I love about KWC. You see those revenge stories. You see those chemistry over there, and I'm really looking forward to see their plays in the future. And last but not least, there are 2 men standing on the side, but we still have to get this
procedural.
Yeah, we have to go through this. Okay,
wow,
congratulations. With no doubt, the AGAL, please, Akira. 来吧，冉翔。
No one would have expected it.
运气还不错吗？感觉怎么样？最后一个被抽到，其实也没有什么选择的空间了哈。感觉如何？这个体验好吗？
特别好。
Very good experience. So Aurora is your future opponents. What do you think of this team? 和他们对阵的话，感觉如何？
感觉有点压力吧。
We feel a little bit pressure.
Oh.
Yeah.
Wow. Yeah, you weren't expecting it either. Why?
I expecting because I like to play with strong team.
I mean, it's basically as strong as it gets in a situation like this. Were you expecting to be picked last?
I don't care. We are first or last because that's not my choice.
If you ask me, getting picked last just means you're the strongest team. So they're just kind of waiting for you in C2. Gentlemen, please come up close.
站得近一点。
Final words.
最后的一句狠话可以放给你的对手，有什么想对他说的吗？
我的狠话是，赢你们都不需要我亲自上场。
I don't even have to be on stage, but AJL will crush you guys. Wow, crazy.
4-0 easy win.
4-0，他们要4-0你们哦，你感觉呢 ？What do you feel like the scores? 4-0哦。
可能比分写反了吧。
I think the order is reversed.
Oh, all right. You know what? That just means it's gonna heat up tomorrow. Please, gentlemen, you may shake hands. Go ahead. It's like both teams are very, very confident in their performance. Jihong and Akira in this. Honestly, I like the fact that there's some smack talk, but I also like the brotherhood that we're seeing between teams.
I know.
It's all love here at KWC.
I love those final words coming from our players, right? It shows confidence. It shows definite confidence in the upcoming future battles.
And what are they all playing for? A big chunk of cash and, of course, our KWC trophy here at EWC 2026. Sky, thank you very much. That was us for a draw show. Please keep tuned for our schedule detailed for tomorrow, all 4 games. However, our panel is going to react to all of that and break it all down for you. Over to you guys.
Wow! To put it in the words of Clue and the Fringe fans, we finally get our knockout stage ready to go, and I cannot wait for it. The first pick, ROC versus Vitality. That's going to be fun. We saw AGAL and Aurora Gaming matching up also. Guaishao Gaming, Virtus Pro, Team Nemesis, and GK Esports. Chantel, I mean, too many good matches to pick up, too much KWC, HOK action on the way, but what's the reaction to that immediately?
Definitely. I mean, I really loved, by the way, the reaction of GK Esports when they got to choose the team that they will face on the playoffs. So we definitely are looking forward onto that game. I mean, guys, here's our schedule. Remember this because all of our games will be best of 7. So it's going to be a different story for everyone. Hero economy is going to be a point of discussion. Even the specific heroes that they might want to ban against each other.
Forget the power levels of the old best of 3s. This time, best of 7s, you have to go really, really far each particular series, and each battle gets more and more difficult. Only the strongest survives, and all of these teams are champion material.
I like how it's not really going to best of 5s and then building up to best of 7s. You're just starting out there, because I think it gets to give viewers as well a better sense of what the impact of a global pick ban really does.
Definitely, because we also have to take note, since we've only played a best of 3s, then definitely the information that these teams have against each other is very little as compared to them playing in a best of 7. We might see hero compositions that we don't normally see on international tournaments because we have heroes available from AOV, right?
Yes, and of course we will add a little bit more spice. We have a couple of behind the stage, behind the scenes information about scrims between the teams, unexpected results, but that does not matter until we play the actual game on the stage. So from tomorrow onwards, we'll see if those scorelines behind the scenes will appear on the screens.
There is so much to play for. There are so many things happening, especially in Paris, France, all across the board. Some of the teams that are just picking and talking maybe the most trash, AGAL, have a lot to win, not just at KWC at EWC 2026, but in the overall club championship leaderboard powered by Aramco. Chris Tunn standing by with an update on what's going on with the CC and where we need to go, knowing what's at stake heading into this next few days.
So while things are very much wrapping up for our very first day here at the Lenovo Legion Gauntlet, I'm here for a little club championship update. They let me out the venue eventually. I'm actually allowed to leave at this moment in time, so that is good. But what has actually happened over on some of the other stages was a big moment last week that we missed over on the Lenovo Legion Gauntlet. We missed the fact that there was a huge win for Falcons. Their very first win that they absolutely needed and got a hold of has allowed them, of course, as you probably already have seen in the standings, to take the lead in the club championship. So that is a huge moment for them. But what does the week coming have to say about the club championship? Well, really, for me, the huge opportunity is for AGAL. Of course, all you guys will know them in Honor of Kings. They have a really good opportunity to potentially find something. 1,000 points to them will put them right back into the mix. Some of the other teams, though, it may be a bit of a struggle for them. So for Falcons, they're competing across multiple different titles this week. We'll be keeping you up to date with how they're going on the other stages. But for them, it's a huge week as well. AGAL, this is probably their chance to get themselves truly in the conversation and away from just being the dark horse of the competition. Teams like Virtus Pro, teams like Vitality, we know on our stage, are going to struggle just a little bit. On some of the others, not too much participation. So for them, it is realistically going to be about picking up what they can. First place may well be out of the equation for them now, but Falcons firmly have their eyes on the prize. It's a nice day out here in Paris. As long as you're done, if you're in the arena, come out, enjoy the... Well, it's sun. It's a bit cloudy today. Anything of actually... Just get yourself out here. Enjoy yourself in Paris. But that has been your Club Championship update. I'll be with you throughout the rest of the week.
Well, thank you, Chris, and thank you, Aramco, for powering these club championship rankings. I'll never get tired of seeing that Eiffel Tower in the background. It's just one of the most beautiful landscapes that exist. Imagine working on that one. We did a river cruise the other day, had a chance to hear a little bit of the history of that, my wife and daughter. So a lot of fun cruising the Seine, hearing about all the landmarks. But landmarks here to note, guys, Team Falcons, they are in the lead going for back-to-back-to-back. AGAL, though, with a win, that would give them 1,000 points here, Ken. That's a major deal.
It is. In fact, there are 4 teams from our title down here that can topple and take the top 1 position if they win this entire event.
Because if I'm not mistaken, Aurora is at 1,500 points.
That's
so
true.
if they win this, that's 1,000 points for them, and that's 100 points.
Quick math, very quick.
Yeah.
You're doing math on broadcast. That's a rule. You never do it.
I'm a shoutcaster.
You never do it. Here's the deal. Also, Aurora and AGL, that's interesting because one of them is going to move on. One's going to be eliminated in that first match. Yeah. Guys, final thoughts as we close out this day, the last day of groups. We've got our quarterfinals. We've got elimination games all the way through. And we've got best of 7s all the way through as well. I'll start with you, Chantel.
You know what? I'm just happy to see the games that happened today. It was a story of grit, resilience, and everything. Definitely the best of 7s starting yesterday is going to be different, so don't miss out on that, guys.
Okay, I feel like the audience, some of you are wishing for a spectacular surprise. This year could be the year. Don't quote me on that, but this year could be the year.
Didn't you just cast or curse Blacklist International?
I don't know what you're
Did you
talking
just
about.
cast or curse the upsets of this tournament?
I'm leaving.
All right, thanks for everybody. Ken, Chantel, everybody who's on the desk with me as well. Isaac and Holler earlier on. Rookie and Blam who casted that one. Sagi and Nora who also cast as well. And I remember everybody's name. I hope I didn't forget you. If I did, I'll shout you out especially tomorrow. From everyone here at the Lenovo Legion Gauntlet, that's it for KWC Group Stages. We will see you in the quarterfinals. My name's been Rain Day. Remind you to never give up, never stop gaming. And we'll see you a little bit later. Enjoy this STC recap to close out the day.
To be contenders. When trials are ahead, you know we never will surrender. Gonna be bold, gonna stand a little bit taller. As long as we are here, we can go a little longer. Caught up in this fight, now we're chasing every victory. Feeling every move, yeah, we're writing out the history. Running to the light, feeling calmer than a river. Ready for the fight, we go harder, we go bigger. Feel your heartbeat raising. Goes like 3, 2, 1, that you counting down. I won't let this crown being taken. Can you hear me go? Winner, legacy, feeling limited. Listen, I'm on it. I wanna live it up like call it, want it. Yeah, I hardly started. You're falling fast, forging Valor, crowning on. We're the champions, ready to go. Yeah, we're made out of gold, never letting it go. Got your back, yeah, coming strong in the storm. Do you wanna go on? In fortune, Valor, crowning on. Taking it from the top, I wanna rise it up. I wanna go with the feeling, all that we do is succeeding. Wanna get up and feel myself again. Wanna build a legacy, so undeterred, I'm making them listen. I bet you love what I bring to the table, yo. Look at us now, wanna raise it up, raise it up. It's in our blood, wanna live it up, live it up. Don't wanna stop, wanna bring it home, just wanna be the one, stay proud. Feel your heartbeat raising. Goes like 3, 2, 1, got you counting down. I won't let this crown being taken. Can you hear me go? Winner, legacy, feeling limited. Listen, I'm on it. I wanna live it up like call it, want it. Yeah, I hardly started. You're falling fast, forging Valor, crowning on. We're the champions, ready to go. Yeah, we're made out of gold, never letting it go. Got your back, yeah, coming strong in the storm. Do you wanna go on? In fortune, Valor, crowning on. Winner, legacy, feeling limited. Listen, I'm on it. I wanna live it up like call it, want it. Yeah, I hardly started. You're falling fast, forging Valor, crowning on. We're the champions, ready to go. Yeah, we're made out of gold, never letting it go. Got your back, yeah, coming strong in the storm. Do you wanna go on? In fortune, Valor, crowning on.